The first thing this young man did after regressing was kick the bitch in front of him straight into the mouth of the charging zombie. It all began 5 minutes earlier. Amid the torrential rain, countless zombies were drawn by noises near the supply room. A male student used the last of his strength to pound on the door and scream, "Open up, I am Zank Hink. They're all gathered here. Save me. Let me in." Inside, 3 female students cowered beneath a table, clutching their heads and trembling in terror. Meanwhile, 3 male students from the class used their bodies to hold the door shut. In such a desperate situation, everyone only wanted to survive. Hearing his classmates' plea for help, our protagonist, Yi Bei, could not help hesitating, unsure what to do. At that moment, class monitor Li Ruoshi spoke up. "Let him in. Zhang Heng is our classmate. How can we just abandon him?" the woman shouted with a hypocritical expression. One of the male students holding the door panicked at her words. "Are you kidding? There's zombies outside. Zhang Heng must have been bitten already. We can't let him in." Ignoring everyone else's objections, Li Ruoshi stubbornly ordered, "I'm the class monitor. I won't abandon a single classmate. Let him in. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Zhang Heng can still talk and call for help, which proves he hasn't been infected yet. Can't you feel any guilt about leaving someone to die? After being morally condemned, the male student changed his mind. After a moment's thought, he turned to Yi Bei. "Yi Bei, when I count to 3, open the door. Close it immediately once Zhang Heng gets inside." Caught under immense pressure from both sides, Yi Bei had no choice but to comply. After the count of 3, he quickly turned the doorknob. But Zhang Heng, who had been screaming just moments ago, had turned into a terrifying zombie. Since he stood in the doorway, Yi Bei was pinned beneath it. He could not escape. Meanwhile, Li Ruoshi and the other students paid him no attention at all, only trying to flee in panic. At that critical moment, Yi Bei was viciously bitten on the arm. Through the unbearable pain, countless images flashed through his mind. Everything was like a slow-motion film of the future, where he had grown old, and used a time machine to return to the past. Now, there were only 2 things Yi Bei wanted to do: save people and take revenge. When the pain suddenly vanished, Yi Bei realized he had returned to a few minutes before being bitten. Seeing Li Ruoshi pointing as she gave orders, Yi Bei firmly asked, "Listen, class monitor. Zhang Heng outside may have already been bitten by a zombie. Can you really bear the consequences of letting him in?" Experiencing this familiar scene once more, Yi Bei could not stop himself from trembling with laughter. "I'll never forget this day for as long as I live. I really came back. The machine engineer succeeded. I'm going to change everything." The female students were frightened by Yi Bei's behavior and did not dare say a word. Only Li Ruoshi continued shouting, "Yi Bei, are you even a man? I'm a girl, and you have the nerve to talk to me like that?" Yi Bei slowly stepped forward and laughed. What is there to be ashamed of? Aren't you scared now? I knew it. You're all talk. Whenever there's dirty or exhausting work, you make others do it, while you alone reap the benefits. You're nothing but a hypocritical woman." Having been struck right where it hurt, Li Ruoshi's sky-high pride could not endure it. She shouted and strode straight toward the door. "Enough! What's the big deal? I'll go myself. I, Li Ruoshi, have never been afraid of you cowards. Move out of my way." She shoved aside each male student holding the door and grabbed the doorknob. Without anyone holding it back, the door was immediately forced open, knocking Li Ruoshi and 2 other male students to the ground. When they saw Zhang Heng had become a zombie, everyone screamed. In that cramped room, their only exit had been blocked. All they could do was clutch their heads and scream. As the person closest to the door, Li Ruoshi, naturally became the first target. Yet she grabbed a nearby classmate and shoved them out as a human shield. That despicable act was what allowed her to survive the apocalypse in her previous life. But that was then. In this life, Yi Bei would make her pay back every debt with interest. Without hesitation, he kicked Li Ruoshi hard toward the zombie. As the zombie grabbed Li Ruoshi and prepared to bite her neck, Yi Bei swung the wrench in his hand and smashed its head apart. The headless zombie stiffened and died on the spot, dragging Li Ruoshi to the floor with it. Even then, she did not forget to put on a pitiful act. Yi Bei, save me." Yi Bei said nothing, merely glaring at her with hatred. "You White Lotus hypocrite, Li Ruoshi. You tormented me for half my life. Today, it's your turn to experience that feeling." Without hesitation, he picked up the fallen door and put it back in place. The other students were terrified at the sight. Yi Bei did not waste words, instead fixing them with a murderous, glare as he ordered. "What are you standing around for? Get over here and help me block this entrance." Terrified, all the students quickly helped. Using both hands and feet, they held the door firmly shut. After escaping the zombie, Li Ruoxi pounded on the door and screamed. Now she was experiencing what Zhang Heng had felt moments earlier, except this time, no one would open the door for her. Drawn by the loud noise, nearby zombies began converging on the area. Finally, after Li Ruoxi's shrill screams, everything became eerily quiet. After a long while, without any movement, the students in the room began whispering among themselves. "Class monitor? We can't hear her anymore. Did she escape? Or maybe, I can't believe Ibe kicked the class monitor outside and even killed zombie Zhang Heng. That's terrifying. Wasn't he usually easygoing? Why does it feel like he has become a completely different person?" But after a single look from Yibei, they all shut their mouths, trembling. Covered in blood, Yibei smiled and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" Though terrified, the students forced themselves to lie, unwilling to be thrown out. "No, Yibei. Thank you. The class monitor dragged us into that, and we almost got killed." At the mention of Li Ruoxi, everyone's attitude suddenly turned fierce. "She deserved it. She nearly got us all killed." Good thing Yibei reacted quickly, or we would have been in serious trouble. Such flattery in an age like this was truly disgusting. Yibei did not care. He simply gave them a friendly smile. "Good. If you're not afraid, open the door. I'm going outside to take a look." At those words, everyone froze. Outside was like hell. Only a madman would want to go out there. Yibei continued, "You're right. Kicking the class monitor outside just now may have been a little inappropriate. I'll go see how she's doing." Though they feared zombies rushing inside, not one of them dared defy Yibei. They obediently opened the door, and Yibei walked out without hesitation, carrying his wrench. The rain had stopped, and the sun had risen, causing the zombies to leave. Li Ruoxi and Zhang Heng's corpse had vanished without a trace. As Yibei surveyed his surroundings, the students suddenly slammed the door shut and used all their strength to hold it. "Quick, hold the door. Don't let him back in. That guy is too dangerous. He just kicked the class monitor outside. If we keep him here, who knows whether he'll kick us out next." Judging by that expression, he might have been a murderer before all this. Yibei had encountered plenty of ingrates like them. He merely sneered and turned away without hesitation. Watching through the glass door, everyone was astonished by Yibei's actions, especially when he walked straight toward a nearby zombie. That's another zombie. He's walking straight toward that female zombie. Has he gone crazy? Standing before the zombie, Yibei bared his teeth in a grin. Haha. In his eyes, this zombie was not frightening at all. It looked more like a walking treasure trove. Before the zombie could react, Yibei charged forward. He smashed the zombie's head with his wrench, knocking it to the ground, then repeatedly pounded its head. This mad scene left the students stunned. None of them had expected anyone to dare charge directly at a zombie like that. After pounding away for a while, Yibei stopped only after smashing the zombie's head into a mangled pulp. He reached into the pile of flesh and fished around for something. Soon he pulled a blue gem from the zombie's brain. This was why he had acted so recklessly. Holding the gem in his hand, Yibei revealed an expression of overwhelming excitement. Yes, black gold energy. This is the origin of the apocalypse, and it is also indispensable to the machine engineer who sent me back to the past. After that, Yibei proactively attacked the surrounding zombies to search for more black gold energy. Witnessing this string of insane acts, the students became uneasy. They thought Yibei's earlier cowardice had merely been an act. Hidden beneath, it was a twisted murderer. At that moment, a male student came up with an idea to make Yibei come back and kill zombies for them. Someone immediately objected, since everyone was afraid of someone so terrifying. An argument broke out, with everyone having their own reasons. Just then, Yibei smashed the glass door from outside and grinned savagely. "Classmates, what are you still doing here? Come out and kill zombies together. It's thrilling." The male students who had been talking big moments before now trembled all over and stammered, "Yibei, behind you." It turned out they were afraid of the zombie approaching from behind him. Without hesitation, Yibei dealt with the zombie and then turned around and left alone. Though he meant well, the students were too scared to follow him. As he walked, he recalled what had happened to himself and the world. The number of zombies had increased, and humanity lived in fear and despair, fighting one another for living space and food as endless chaos consumed society. This was the Dark Age, as zombie scholar Professor Chuang Han called it. Class monitor Li Ruoshi had caused Yi Bei to be bitten by a zombie. He survived only by cutting off his arm. For 5 years, he wandered in misery, enduring hunger, thirst, and hardship until he met the machine engineer. Before dying, the engineer used his final strength to send him back to the moment the apocalypse began, the present. As Yi Bei walked down the street, 2 men spotted him. They assumed he had run out of stored food and gone mad from hunger. One of them considered inviting him inside, but fear won out. In the apocalypse, human kindness was an extravagance. Along the way, Yi Bei passed a park crowded with zombies. Unlike before, he did not attack them first and simply walked past. But the instant the zombies saw him, they all lunged at him like mad. Nothing remained in their minds except instinct and a craving for flesh and blood. The man who had considered letting Yi Bei inside was deeply worried. Against so many zombies, an ordinary person would surely die. Contrary to his concern, Yi Bei did not run. Instead, with one move, he sent a zombie's head flying. To him, such actions were merely common sense. But to others, it was an utterly unbelievable sight. While Yi Bei was busy slaughtering zombies from the window of a nearby room, a familiar figure watched him in secret. You bastard, sooner or later, I'll kill you. Unexpectedly, Li Ruoshi was still alive. After swinging his wrench nonstop for some time, Yi Bei brought down the last zombie. But just as he panted heavily, 3 more zombies, drawn by the noise, suddenly arrived. After the previous battle, Yi Bei no longer had the strength to keep fighting. He had no choice but to run, but the number of zombies chasing after him kept growing. He could not shake them off. Not only zombies, but nearby survivors were also drawn by the noise outside. In this apocalyptic age, wandering the streets alone was practically courting death. After running for a while, Yi Bei spotted a convenience store and rushed over to pound on its door. "Open up. I am Hurt. There are lots of zombies chasing me. Please let me in." Everyone else thought only a fool would open the door at a time like this. Yet unexpectedly, the rolling shutter slowly rose. Just then, the horde caught up. Yi Bei had no choice but to hold them back until the shutter opened wide enough. But after seeing the horde through the security camera, the person inside suddenly lowered the shutter halfway. Fortunately, Yi Bei rolled inside just before it closed completely, successfully blocking the zombies outside. The moment he stepped in, he immediately surveyed his surroundings. This convenience store was still stocked with a large amount of supplies, an exceedingly rare sight in the apocalypse. In the darkness, a little girl was secretly watching Yi Bei. It seemed she was the one who had opened the door for him. Meanwhile, in the building opposite, a gang of thugs had watched the entire scene. It was the first time they had seen someone able to kill zombies, and they were astonished. The chicken-haired thug could not believe his eyes and nervously reported to Big Brother Wugong, "Boss Wugong, that student killed 5 or 6 zombies all by himself and even got into the convenience store across the street." Wugong, who was holding 2 beautiful women in his arms, burst out laughing after hearing this. How interesting. It seems zombies aren't that strong after all. If that student can do it, so can we. It seemed Yi Bei's actions had given the thugs some sinister ideas. Back inside the convenience store, Yi Bei had long noticed someone watching him, so he smiled and said, "I can see you. Come out. And also, hand over the remote for this rolling shutter." After waiting without receiving a response, Yi Bei sighed and began acting in reverse. It hurts. My wound has torn open. Help!" Seeing Yi Bei cry out in pain, the little girl, hidden in the dark, ran out without hesitation, carrying bandages in her hands. She had originally planned to throw the supplies down and leave, but Yi Bei unexpectedly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Let go of me." So she was such an adorable little girl. Yi Bei held her hand tightly and gave a wicked smile. "Haha, don't worry, I'm not going to eat you. Give me the remote and I'll let you go." The girl was so frightened that she nearly cried, but she still refused to hand over the remote. What remote? Though she denied it, she was holding the remote in her hand. The moment Yi Bei saw it, he snatched it away with force. Only then did he let her go. Having just escaped, the little girl hurriedly searched for somewhere to hide. Suddenly, Yi Bei seemed to go mad. He kicked over a shelf and shouted, "You stupid girl. I only said I was hurt, and you believe me? What an idiot. So easy to fool." Yibei truly looked like a bastard, insulting the person who had saved his life. But there was a reason for it. In his previous life, this little girl had been the one who saved Yibei when he was at his most desperate. After being bitten by a zombie, Yibei had to cut off one of his arms to avoid turning into a zombie. With his broken body, he left the school alone. He wandered the streets without anyone's help. Fortunately, the little girl led him into the convenience store and bandaged his wounds. Her father had gone out to do something important and told her to wait in the store. It was the little girl's kindness that saved Yibei's life. Yet that very same kindness brought about her death. Right after she finished bandaging Yibei, she opened the door for a group of people claiming they were starving to death. But judging by the appearance of these thugs, did they look anything like starving people? Thanks for opening the door and letting us in. All the food in this store belongs to us now. With her chin grabbed, the little girl could only invoke her father, who had gone outside, as a threat. "Let go. My dad'll be back soon." Wugong suddenly gave a lewd laugh. Dadzri. We ran into him. We even used him as bait to lure the zombies away. Now it's just us. No one will disturb our little game. Upon hearing the terrible news about her father, the girl was too devastated to speak. What followed was an utterly horrifying and inhuman scene. At that moment, Yibei stood hidden in a dark corner, covering his mouth with his right hand and not daring to make sound. Hearing her miserable screams, Yibei did not dare do anything. He merely stood there until the screams stopped and the villains took everything before leaving. This apocalyptic world was cruel beyond all measure. Now that he had returned to the past, Yibei swore that he would save the girl. But first, he needed her to realize just how dark human nature could become during the apocalypse, even if she saw him as a villain. As Yibei washed the blood from his body and considered his next move, the little girl knocked on the door, making him shout angrily. "What is it? Don't disturb me while I'm bathing." The girl hurriedly explained, "Sorry. I saw that your clothes were dirty, so I brought you a clean set." Yibei shouted at her to leave the clothes and get out, deeply hurting the innocent girl. Only after she left did he mutter to himself, "Humph, with a personality like that, how could she possibly survive in the apocalypse?" Still, it had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a comfortable bath. As the zombie population increased, more and more clean water would become contaminated. In a few days, the water supply here would probably be cut off. Fortunately, this convenience store had plenty of water and food, enough to hold out for a while. Next, he needed to acquire more equipment and weapons. Yibei had carefully planned his future route. With all his experience, he would definitely live well in this rotten world. Yet while he was being so serious, he suddenly saw himself in the mirror and became narcissistic. My young face really is nostalgic. Haha, soft skin, smooth legs. This is wonderful. My back doesn't hurt, my legs don't hurt. Being young is great. The only problem is that I have no abs. I need to work out more. Even the narrator was speechless at this young man. No, this old man. After all, before returning to the past, Yibei had already been an old man. Once he finished bathing and saw the clothes the girl had prepared, Yibei lost his temper again. "You brat, why did you bring me formal clothes? How am I supposed to fight zombies in a suit?" The girl became even more afraid of Yibei, unable to understand what she had done wrong. Meanwhile, in the building across the street, Wugong came out carrying a knife after spending the night with two women, then ordered his underlings, "Listen up, everyone. The karaoke bar may have alcohol and food, but this godforsaken place isn't somewhere we can stay forever. We need to establish a survival base to deal with the hardships ahead. So going out and killing zombies is the first step. First, we take the convenience store across the street and secure a food supply. Besides, there's a sweet, pretty little girl in that store. If I remember correctly, apart from that kid who just went inside, she's the only one there. Let's go, brothers. Kill all the zombies and bring the food and that girl back here." At the order, the underlings surged forward like starving tigers. They truly were nothing but beasts. Back at the convenience store, although zombies surrounded the place outside, the little girl was not worried at all as she calmly sat there eating snacks. At that moment, Yibei strode over with the air of a domineering CEO. "Hey, brat, get out here. I have something to ask you. Are you the only one here? Where's your family?" Frightened, the girl hid under the table and timidly replied, "And my dad went out to restock. He hasn't come back yet." The moment Yibei heard that, he slammed the table and shouted, "Are you a pig? You dared let me in while you were home alone? Aren't you afraid I might do something to you?" The girl recoiled in terror, her voice trembling. "You said you were hurt. I saw blood all over you, so I Before she could finish, Yibei leaned close and shouted even louder, "Didn't you see what was chasing me? Don't you know what is happening outside?" The girl covered her head with both hands, trembling from head to toe. "I know. I saw it through the cameras. There's zombies everywhere outside." Yibei was utterly speechless at her innocence. He could only hold his head and sigh. "Humph. That innocent, timid nature of yours will only become a burden to me. I might as well kill you and remove the trouble. But living alone every day would be boring too. I have nothing left anyway." Yibei pointed at the girl and ordered, "Listen carefully. From now on, you do whatever I say. Do not resist. If you dare say a single word of refusal, I'll kill you immediately." The innocent girl did not dare resist and could only obey. Elsewhere, the thugs who had set out so aggressively had already lost 70% of their men, seeing their companions surrounded and torn apart by zombies. None of them dared take another step forward. What is this? Why are those zombies so vicious? Could the zombies that student fought earlier be different from these ones? Wugong, hit in the back, drenched in cold sweat, but still barked orders loudly. "Cut the nonsense. Kill all these zombies, or we'll all die here." But faced with the terrifying horde, one underling had already turned tail and fled. Wugong grabbed the fleeing man by the hair and threw him into the zombies ahead as bait. It had to be said that Wugong was cold-blooded enough. Perhaps that was why he had survived until now. Surrounded by zombies, the underling helplessly looked toward the boss he had always trusted and screamed, "Brother Wugong, how could you do this?" Before he could finish, he was torn into pieces. Although they had sacrificed one underling, the thugs still could not escape the zombies. As more and more zombies closed in, Wugong panicked and shouted, "Why are there so many? We can't kill them all. Damn it, there are too many. Retreat." And so, the entire group fled in disgrace. Their plan had failed, and they had lost 2 men. They were weak, yet still insisted on showing off, trying to imitate Yibei. Meanwhile, Yibei was enjoying the feeling of being served by a little girl. After she brought him instant noodles and hot water upstairs, Yibei frowned and ordered, "All right, you're done. Get out. Don't disturb me unless I call you." Without a single complaint, the girl obediently left. As soon as the door closed, Yibei revealed his true expression. He thoroughly enjoyed the instant noodles. It had been 15 years since he had last eaten them. "Phew, this is great. What nostalgic taste. Who would have thought that in a few years, instant noodles would become a luxury item?" Among luxury items, I've eaten plenty of them. While eating, he sensed that the zombies outside seemed noisier than usual. Just as he wondered what was happening, a stone smashed through the window. Then, a trembling hand gripped the window frame and climbed up. It was Wugong, who had fled earlier. As he struggled upward, he wiped his sweat and cursed, "Damn zombies! They just won't stop chasing me." The moment he poked his head into the room, he saw Yibei calmly eating noodles and flew into a rage. "You brat, come pull me up. Did you hear me? If you don't get over here now, I'll kill you." Having his meal interrupted made Yibei furious. He picked up the thermos and walked toward the window. Sensing trouble, Wugong asked in a softer voice, "Why you? What are you going to do with that thermos?" But it was already too late for him to be afraid. Without hesitation, Yibei poured all the boiling water over Wugong's hand. "You want to kill me? Then I'll kill you first." Yibei's eyes were filled with murderous fury. After 15 years of surviving in the apocalypse, he was already far too accustomed to killing people. Just then, the little girl ran over, grabbed his arm, and stopped him. Stop. Let him in. Don't hurt him." Just like in his previous life, the little girl was far too kind. Even Wugong was surprised by what she said. But Yibei was furious and shouted, "Get lost! Didn't I tell you not to come in unless I called you? Besides, do you know what kind of person that man outside is?" This time, the girl did not obey. Instead, she argued back, "And my dad said we mustn't hurt people." The atmosphere suddenly fell strangely silent. Yibei grew even angrier. "You idiot! If you let him in, aren't you afraid he'll kill you?" The girl hesitated, unsure how to answer. Seizing the chance, Wugong hurriedly put on a friendly act. No, absolutely not. I was just hungry and went out looking for food. Zombies surrounded me, so I climbed up here. The outside is completely surrounded by zombies. I can't leave anyway. All right, I'll stay here until the zombies disperse. Then I'll leave." As he spoke, he took the opportunity to slowly climb through the window. Yibei could no longer make a move openly. I should have kicked this bastard down to the zombies earlier. With this brat here, I don't have a good chance to act. Grinding his teeth, Yibei carefully assessed the situation. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a utility knife on the table. With that, he would have a means of defending himself. Wugong had now successfully climbed into the room. The moment his feet touched the floor, his true face was revealed. Ha ha ha, thanks for letting me in. Everywhere I go is my territory. Anyone who dares oppose me deserves to die. Hearing this, the little girl stared in shock. She could not believe that the person whose life she had just saved wanted to kill her. Meanwhile, in the building across the street, two underlings had made it back to their shelter and were blocking the door. But more and more zombies were gathering, and the door would not hold for long. The two men had focused only on fleeing earlier and lost track of Wugong. Now, they blamed everything on Wugong and hoped he was already dead. As time passed, an ever-growing mass of zombies crowded before the door. Seeing that things were going badly, the bald thug shouted at the two girls, "Stop crying and get out here. Help us hold the door." With his life in immediate danger, he was still entertaining filthy thoughts. Before Brother Wugong came here, I wanted to have some fun with them. What a pity. Now I'll just run straight to the balcony, make them hold the door, and escape. Thugs truly only ever thought about betraying their leaders and abandoning their companions. Back at the convenience store, Wugong stared at the little girl with a lewd expression. "Little girl, you're so cute. I said I wouldn't kill anyone. Did you really think that meant I wouldn't kill you? Ha ha ha. I really want to dote on you and train you to become my slave. Then I'll spare you." Could any human being say such things? He truly was an animal. While speaking softly, he suddenly turned toward Yi Bei and shouted, "But you bastard! How dare you pour hot water on my hand? Are you tired of living? Feeding you to the zombies would be a decent choice, but I'll make you die much more painfully. I need to think of a way to torture and kill you. Ha ha ha! I could crush your bones, chop off all your limbs, and throw you to the zombies. I'll torture you slowly and let you feel every bit of the pain." Yi Bei did not say a word. He had already gripped the utility knife tightly in his hand. Suddenly, the little girl spoke up. "Mister, my family owns this convenience store. There's lots of food on the first floor, enough for everyone. There are spicy sticks, chocolate, instant noodles, and Shin's Bear biscuits. Everyone can eat together. Once we're full, we won't feel worried anymore." The narrator was speechless at her innocence. But Wugong felt that she was mocking him, making him even angrier. Unable to restrain himself, he lunged straight at the little girl. "Damn it, are you playing with me, you little bitch?" But before his hand could reach her, Yi Bei sliced off 4 of his fingers. As expected of someone who had survived the apocalypse, Yi Bei's knife skills were exceptionally sharp. Wugong was now in so much pain that he clutched his blood-spurting hand. Without giving him time to recover, Yi Bei flicked the blade and thrust it straight toward his throat. But Wugong was, after all, an experienced thug. In that instant, he reacted by grabbing Yi Bei's hand and saving his own life. He then kicked Yi Bei in the stomach, sending him crashing backward. The little girl was shoved aside as well. Trembling all over as he tried to stop the bleeding from his hand, Wugong shouted, "Bastard, after all these years, you're the only one who has made me this angry." Godi. With his weak student body, Yi Bei had cracked a rib in the fall. His entire body hurt so badly that he could not get back up. Wugong stepped forward and stomped hard on his leg. "Before I kill you, let me ask you something. How can you kill zombies so easily? And why can't we kill them when we can kill people so easily?" Though Yi Bei was in pain, he still forced out a laugh. "Ha ha ha, wanna know? Call me Grandpa, and I'll tell you." Wugong was enraged, but he still wanted to learn how to kill zombies. So he kept Yi Bei alive. He repeatedly stomped on him, trying to force Yi Bei to talk. "Are you tired of breathing? Talk, or I'll stomp you to death." The little girl was utterly shocked by the sight. She did not dare do anything, while Yi Bei kept using his arms to protect his vital areas. Damn it, I wanted her to learn a lesson through this experience, but the price I have to pay is too great. Not wanting to drag it out any longer, Yi Bei shouted, "Fine, fine, stop, I'll tell you." Wugong became excited, grabbed it by the collar, and leaned close. "Talk, and I'll let you die without pain." But all he received was a mouthful of fresh blood from Yi Bei. Having been fooled, Wugong threw Yi Bei toward the door and kicked him hard in the stomach again. "Damn it, are you playing with me? You like jokes, huh? I'll grant your wish. D. As he roared, he mercilessly kicked Yi Bei straight in the head. At that moment, the little girl suddenly stabbed Wugong in the shoulder with a utility knife. Unable to stand by any longer, she decided to fight back. But against Wugong's large body, the wound was nothing. With a casual swing of his arm, he knocked her down, then pulled out the utility knife. "Bitch, I'll kill both of you." But he never expected that, in the instant he had turned away from Yi-Bei, Yi-Bei would swiftly grab a clothes hanger and smash it hard against the back of his neck. With a single blow, Wu Gong collapsed to the floor without moving. Yi-Bei had no strength left at all. His limbs were weak, and he panted without stopping. The little girl, meanwhile, was trembling uncontrollably. Is he dead? I killed someone. Looking at the blood on her hands, the girl kept blaming herself. Yi-Bei came over to comfort her. Hey kid, it's all right. When dealing with scum like that, you only need to do what you believe is right. The girl continued crying after hearing him. But I wanted to save him. Why did he become like that? When he came in, I didn't think he was a bad person. Suddenly, Yi-Bei checked Wu Gong's body and shouted, Damn it, this bastard isn't dead yet. And you, stop talking nonsense. Get out. Hearing that the man was still alive, the girl seemed to snap out of it and kept begging Yi-Bei to save him. But Yi-Bei immediately threw her out of the room. I've never met anyone as stupid as you. Get out. Back in the room, Yi-Bei sighed helplessly then. Without hesitation threw Wu Gong outside. The zombies gathered below immediately swarmed toward him. Wu Gong opened his eyes, only to find himself being torn apart, screaming helplessly in agony. Yi-Bei looked down from above with disgust in his eyes. If I had a better knife, I would have cut off all your limbs before throwing you down. Suddenly, a commotion from the building across the street caught his attention. It turned out that one of Wu Gong's underlings had luckily survived. The survivor clung to the decorations outside the balcony, screaming in despair, when he suddenly heard Yi-Bei's voice from across the way. Hey! Is anyone over there still alive? Though he was on the verge of death, he answered honestly, no one else. We were blocking the door, but someone let go. The zombies rushed in, and everyone got bitten. Could you come over and help me? Can you save me and let me stay with you? He was dreaming if he thought that would happen. Of course Yi-Bei refused. No, I can't. Unless you want to take the same fall twice. Look down there. I'm warning you. Take care of yourself. Seeing Wu Gong's corpse being gnawed on, the young man was too terrified to say another word. He shut his eyes, jumped to the neighboring balcony, and ran off at full speed. Yi-Bei watched him go and laughed smugly. Haha, it's a shame those zombies didn't finish off all you pieces of trash. Don't let me see you again. By the time everything had been cleaned up, it was already dark. When Yi-Bei opened the door, he found the little girl curled up in a corner. Didn't I tell you to take a shower? Why are you still here? Seeing her peeking into the room, Yi-Bei continued. Stop looking. He's on the first floor. The little girl innocently asked, Did that man run away? Yi-Bei scoffed calmly. Run away in a situation like that? Unless he's some kind of immortal. The girl understood Wu Gong's fate. With sorrowful eyes, she lowered her head. Why did you have to kill him? Even bad people deserve a chance to become better. The little girl was not wrong to think that way. But this was the apocalypse. People could even eat one another just to survive. Yi-Bei, who understood that all too well, could not bear it any longer. He slammed a hand against the wall and shouted, Idiot! Haven't you ever read The Farmer and the Snake? He was a bad person, a truly evil one. If you save him, he'll turn around and kill you. Besides, he and I are the same. We have to kill each other to survive. This is the apocalypse. Do you understand? The girl's face turned pale, and she still could not believe the world had become so terrible. Yi-Bei could not be bothered to argue further, and turned to leave. It's pointless talking to an idiot like you. Damn it, I just finished showering, and now I have to shower again. My bones still hurt. Hearing that, the girl hurriedly stood up and chased after him. You. But after only a few steps, she tripped and nearly fell down the stairs. Yi-Bei called out repeatedly, but received no answer. He hurriedly carried her to the bed and carefully examined her. Was she hurt when she got hit earlier? There don't seem to be any bruises. Realizing she had a fever, he hurriedly searched the cabinet drawers for medicine. It had been a long time, but fortunately, he still remembered where the first aid kit was. When he opened it, a pink notebook caught Yi-Bei's attention. Today was chemotherapy day. It didn't hurt at all. I even encouraged the little boy in the next room. The doctor told me that I was able to receive treatment because so many kind people helped me. So when I grow up, I want to be a kind person too. Her medical records were tucked inside as well. They stated that she had leukemia. After reading them, Yi-Bei noticed that her body was covered in bandages, likely left behind from her frequent injections. Yi-Bei stood silently beside her for a long time. This little girl, is this why she insists on saving people no matter what? But the world that once treated you gently no longer exists. At that moment, Yi-Bei reached into his pocket and took out several black gold energy crystals he had collected earlier. He hesitated for a long while as he looked at the girl. Could these help with her illness? After a long night, the sun finally rose. The zombies outside were no longer as noisy as they had been at night. Instead, they all looked toward the sun, their eyes glowing green. It was a truly strange sight. Meanwhile, Yibei was still sleeping soundly beside the bed, with a thin blanket draped over his shoulders. After he woke up, Yibei said he would go look for the girl's father. The girl asked in surprise, "You mean, you're gonna find my dad?" Sitting in a chair, Yibei's attitude was no longer as harsh as before. "Yeah, didn't you say your father went out to restock supplies? I don't think this place is safe. It's better to hand you over to him." The girl hurriedly explained that her father had told her to stay in the store, keep the doors locked, and not go anywhere. When Yibei asked how long her father had been gone, she answered sadly, 3 days. Normally, restocking only takes half a day. Yibei Zeit in Frustration. Then use that pig brain of yours and think. What do you suppose happened to your father? He's been gone so long and still hasn't returned. Realizing the implication, the girl cried out, Dad'll be fine. He called me 3 days ago. He said he'd be back soon." Yibei could only explain it to her bluntly. It's been 3 days, hasn't it? Have you heard anything from him during that time? Either he's been eaten by zombies, or he's trapped somewhere waiting to be rescued. Shouldn't we go save him? The girl hesitated, but she still did not dare disobey her father's orders. You're afraid to leave because your dad told you not to, but you dare to open the door and let a whole group of people into your house. Good daughter. Yibei moved closer to her. Don't be stupid. Your father must be in trouble now. Don't you want to help him out? You agreed to save a tyrant, but you won't agree to save your own father. Listen, I'm not asking for your opinion. I could kill you and leave right now. I'm only taking you to your father because you once saved me. This is simply repaying a debt. So stop being ungrateful and go pack your things. Only when Yibei raised his voice did the girl obediently comply. Honestly, what a headache. Meanwhile, elsewhere a car sped wildly down the road, sending every zombie in its path flying. It feared neither man nor beast. Its destination was this very convenience store. Back at the store, Yibei was carefully packing the necessary food and drinks. Seeing the girl keep lingering to one side, he called her over. "Hey, why are you dressed like that? We're not going on a picnic." Seeing her too timid to say anything, he reluctantly accepted it. Before setting off, he decided to have a bowl of instant noodles first. As he ate, he considered what needed to be done next. Once the sun is higher, I'll rush out and let the zombies at the entrance die off. I remember there are quite a few cars on the road. Hopefully, I can find one that still runs. Then I'll just put this little girl in the car. I hope she doesn't get in my way. Seeing that the girl was enjoying a spicy snack stick, Yibei held out his hand to ask for a bite. Just then, a hole was smashed through the store entrance, and the counter toppled over. Yibei hurriedly shielded the girl. "You've got to be kidding me. An earthquake?" Looking carefully, he discovered that a car had crashed straight into the entrance. The car then slowly reversed. A fat man stepped out of it. "Ha, a convenience store. I found treasure." He stomped on the heads of nearby zombie corpses and happily walked into the store with a bag. Seeing snacks scattered all over the floor, he rushed forward and started stuffing them into his bag. Bear biscuits, my favorite. This is awesome. Every supermarket in the city has already been picked clean. Risking my life to come to this remote town really paid off. Just then, a utility knife was pressed against his neck. "Don't move. Drop what's in your hands." The idiot who barged in here last time ended up thrown outside as roadside decoration. "I don't mind adding another one." Yibei stood behind him, radiating murderous intent. If the man made any sudden movement, Yibei would strike without hesitation. But then, the fat man suddenly flung a pile of goods into Yibei's face and took the chance to run back to the car with his bag. The moment he got in, before he could even start the engine, Yibei charged in through the passenger door. "Die, you stupid fat pig." At the critical moment, the fat man screamed, "Spare me, spare me. Isurinir, isurinir." The little girl also rushed out and shouted, Don't kill anyone else." Realizing Yibei had tricked her, she hastily made up an excuse. He crashed into and damaged my family's store. If he dies, no one will compensate us." That was quite an absurd reason in the apocalypse, but somehow Yibei agreed. "Yeah, you have a point. Now that you mention it, this car of yours isn't bad. We'll take it as compensation for damaging the store. We happen to need a driver too. Nguni, get in the car first. Put all the luggage inside." So the little girl's name was Nguni. Apparently, the two had introduced themselves earlier. Sweating profusely to save his life, the fat man explained, "I'm sorry, Baji. I was so hungry that I crashed into the store. I didn't know you two were inside." As Nguni loaded supplies into the car, she spotted a horde of zombies charging toward them. There was no time left. Nguni hurried into the car so they could get away quickly. After a series of flashing maneuvers, the fat man skillfully plowed through the zombies and drifted smoothly around a corner. Yibei was thrown around and quickly fastened his seatbelt before holding his knife to the fat man's throat. "You damned fatty! Are you out of your mind? Drive properly, or I'll crash this car and kill you." The fat man, who had been acting crazy just moments ago, immediately became obedient as a puppy. "Igrigajis, we had to clear out the zombies before we could leave. Besides, you never told me where you wanted to go." Yibei turned and asked Nguni where her father went to restock. Nguni said her father always bought supplies in Pudong City, and that was also where he had called from last time. The fat man looked frightened when he heard that. Pudong City? That's bad. There are usually tons of people there. It must be crawling with zombies now. Yibei did not care and kept the knife aimed at him. "Less nonsense. If I tell you to go, you go." With no other choice, the fat man had to obey. On the road, he asked to play music to ease the boredom, but Yibei refused. After they drove for a while, he asked to sing and got cursed out. The journey seemed destined to be less boring with this new member around. On the highway, a battered zombie knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling as he reached out for help. Fortunately, Yibei's car was approaching from afar. Perhaps the zombie would receive some help? Of course not. The car drove straight ahead and smashed the zombie to pieces. After running over a zombie, the fat man laughed with delight. Then they hit a female zombie. The fat man licked a lollipop and laughed smugly at his accomplishment until Yibei warned him, "Can't you be quiet for once? You're so noisy I can't sleep. Or do you want us all to die?" Frightened, the fat man stopped laughing and hurriedly explained, "The road is really boring. You won't let me sing, so I can only entertain myself. But don't worry, this car is tough. Running over zombies is like crushing crackers." Yibei did not want to hear excuses. Raising his knife, he shouted, "I told you to stop, so stop. Don't you understand?" The fat man was so frightened he nearly wet himself. The car slowly came to a halt. Yibei told him he meant stop making noise, not stop the car. The fat man also had no idea why the car stopped, so he checked it. Then he suddenly screamed, the car's out of gas." Yibei was already furious, and this only added fuel to the fire. "I'll curse your ancestors for 18 generations. You tell me we're out of gas in the middle of the road." The fat man broke out in a cold sweat, his voice shaking. "I forgot. Is there a gas station nearby?" Yibei could not take it anymore. With one hand holding the knife and the other gripping the fat man's collar, he snarled, "Are you kidding me? Get out of the car and lure the zombies away from me. You'll die sooner or later anyway." The fat man hurriedly opened the snacks and began cramming food into his mouth. "I'll eat whatever I can while I still have the chance. Vuvah, at least let me eat my fill first. Being a full ghost is better than being a hungry one." Yibei was speechless. None of these people were normal. Just then, a zombie lunged at the window, frightening Nguni badly. More and more zombies gathered around the car. If this continued, even if the car was not smashed apart, the whole group would be trapped here until they died. In a crisis, Yibei spotted a saber beside the fat man. He immediately grabbed it, kicked the door open, and began slaughtering the zombies. Compared to the utility knife, this saber was much easier to use. Yibei had more than enough strength to deal with these zombies. Seeing his heroic bearing, the fat man stared in shock. "Es so strong." It was his first time seeing someone cut down zombies as easily as chopping vegetables. After clearing the zombies surrounding the car, Yibei banged on it and ordered the fat man to get outside. When the fat man would rather die than leave, Yibei had no choice but to climb in and grab him by the collar. "Shut up, idiot. If you stay holed up in the car, you'll die sooner or later, unless you do as I say." Outside, I saw plenty of cars along the road. If we're lucky, some may still have gas in them. I'll kill all the zombies on the road. Then you rush over and siphon all the fuel from those cars. You know how to siphon gasoline, right? You've been honking nonstop all this time, so you must know something about cars. With Yibei right in his face, the fat man trembled. "I know how," but before he could refuse, Yibei dragged him out of the car. He told Nguni to stay inside and sit still. The fat man kept trying to come up with excuses, but Yibei rejected every one of them. Forced to carry out the original plan, the fat man even considered driving recklessly to frighten Yibei. But after seeing Yibei fight the zombies, that thought vanished. As Yibei flexed his muscles and chopped off zombie heads, the fat man suddenly raised his hand to speak. Actually, I just remembered there's a spare gas can in the trunk. The fat man stopped pretending because he had realized Yi was no ordinary person and worth sticking with. Yi gave him a murderous glare. What did you just say? Seeing Yi grip the saber tightly, the fat man hurriedly defended himself. Please calm down. I was so scared that I forgot. Buddy, wait a moment. I'll fill it up right now. Ha ha ha. But as the fat man prepared to refuel the car, Yi stopped him. No, wait before you do that. I need you to get something for me first. These black gold energy crystals are hidden inside zombie skulls. I want you to dig every one of them out. Seeing the fat man's blank expression, Yi crouched down and demonstrated once. The moment he saw the process, the fat man's face turned pale. That's disgusting. I think I'd rather stay inside the car. Before he could finish, Yi pointed the saber at him. I think I should chop you up into meatballs, or maybe turn you into fried dough sticks. Having seen what Yi could do, the fat man knew he would really follow through, but he still tried to stall. I'll dig him out. I will. But how am I supposed to do it? You took my knife. Yi was at the end of his patience. With murderous intent in his eyes, he said, use your teeth and chew them out. From now on, every zombie I kill, you dig one crystal out. If you dare slack off, this saber will be cutting into you next. With that, Yi continued slaughtering the zombies around them. Though terrified, the fat man obediently picked up a stone and began cracking open zombie skulls. Before starting, he even tried to act cute. I may be fat, but I'm scared of pain too, okay? You have to protect me properly while I'm digging them out. Ugh, disgusting. If you were not still useful, Yi would have turned around and cut down the fat man already. After a moment of inner struggle, the fat man finally dared to start digging into the zombie's brains. Every strike from Yi landed precisely on a zombie's head. Since zombie skulls were extremely brittle, digging them out was quite easy. Before long, the fat man found his first crystal. It really exists. The black crystal emitted a faint blue glow from within. He never expected to find such solid crystals inside human brains. They looked exactly like real crystals. After observing it for a while, the fat man loudly asked Yi whether it was valuable. Already under pressure from the fight and constantly being questioned, Yi snapped, "Shut up, idiot." From Yi reaction, the fat man guessed that the crystals were the reason humans turned into zombies. Curious, he decided to secretly keep one for later research. After wiping out all the zombies surrounding the car, Yi decided to stop. The zombies farther away were nothing to worry about. After several fights, Yi was beginning to get used to this body, but it still was not enough. His movements were too slow. After resting for a while, he turned and asked the fat man how many he had collected. The fat man happily showed off the fruits of his labor, a handful of crystals. What a haul! After digging out a few brains, I got the hang of it. There's still some up there, but this should be enough already. Yi told him to wash them clean and wrap them up. Next, they filled up the car and continued on their way. The fat man was much more obedient now, doing whatever he was told without arguing. When they returned to the car, Yi was shocked to find Ni lying still and silent. Panicking, he rushed over and called out to her, but she did not respond. Her entire body was burning hot, and sweat drenched her clothes. It seemed even more serious than last time. Yi frantically searched for medicine and gave it to her. Seeing this while refueling, the fat man ran over to pry. "What's wrong with your little sister?" "Heat stroke." Yi remained as brusque as ever. "Mind your own business. Finish refueling and get us moving." On the road, Ngani still showed no response. The fat man asked again, "It's so hot. Maybe she lay in the car too long earlier. Is she any better now?" Already in a foul mood, Yi immediately drew his blade and shouted, "Isn't it because you lied to us about the car being out of gas that we were delayed for so long? If anything happens to her, I'll chop you into pieces." After that, the fat man did not dare pull any more tricks and focus on driving properly. The rest of the journey fell silent. Seeing Yi keep his blade close at hand, the fat man gathered his courage and started a conversation. "By the way, what's your name? Your swordsmanship is really amazing." Yi, radiating killing intent, said, "If you want to ask someone's name, introduce yourself first." Seeing that the situation seemed to ease up, the fat man introduced himself. My name is Zhao Hang. I used to run an auto repair shop in the city. Everyone in the city got infected by zombies, so I had no choice but to drive away and save myself. This car belonged to a friend. He left it at my shop for repairs, but never came to pick it up, so I just took it." After thinking for a moment, Yi gave his own name. But before he could finish, Zhao Heng suddenly slammed on the brakes, sending the car skidding down the road. Yi Bei immediately held his blade to Zhao Heng's throat again. Are you kidding me? Why did you suddenly stop? Do you want to die? Zhao Heng stared ahead, trembling all over. The road into the city is completely blocked by a huge fire. Nguni had awakened by then, though her body was still trembling. Yi Bei, who had been worried moments ago, pretended to be cold again. You troublesome brat, you're finally awake. As you can see, the road to Pudong City has been blocked. You might not be able to get to your father. Looking at the wall of fire before her, Nguni was helpless and speechless. Seeing this, Zhao Heng offered a suggestion. We could take a detour. It'll just take a little longer. Do you want to do that? Yi Bei thought for a moment and made his decision. Fine, we'll take the detour. But first, we need better equipment. Fatty, do you know any nearby electronics or weapons stores? Zhao Heng recalled something and stepped on the gas. I have a friend in the south of the city. He runs a forge. He's been doing it for over a decade, so he has plenty of experience. As far as I know, he's always there. But with the zombie outbreak, I don't know whether he's still around. Still, a monk can't run away from his temple. There should be quite a few good things left at his place. The blade in your hand was made by him. Yi Bei was only half convinced as he tightened his grip on the blade. He had collected quite a bit of black gold energy crystal already. If the forge had suitable weapons, he might be able to make something more useful, as long as the fat man did not try anything funny. Along the way, Zhao Heng kept telling stories about his childhood with that friend. It was not until Nguni reminded him that he realized Yi Bei had fallen asleep long ago. Before long, the three arrived at the forge Zhao Heng had mentioned. Seeing the scrap metal piled outside, Yi Bei thought it was a junkyard. To be safe, he pressed his blade to Zhao Heng's throat and warned him, "You'd better pray that this forge is worth it. Otherwise, you should start thinking about where you want to be buried." Then Yi Bei looked at the zombies gathering around them. "Before we go in, we should clean this place up. Who knows? Your friend might be one of them. Same method as before. I'll kill them, you dig out the crystals, and hand every single one over to me." Just as he was about to act, Nguni suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I'll help too." Yi Bei immediately objected. "No, stay in the car. You just get in the way. If you suddenly faint again or get bitten by a zombie, I won't save you." But no matter what he said, Nguni insisted on helping and promised to be careful. Zhao Heng also gave her a small shovel to make the work easier. With no other choice, Yi Bei could only let her do as she pleased. However, he did not forget to warn her that if she was bitten, he would not hesitate to cut off her head. Then everyone got to work clearing out the zombies. Zhao Heng and Nguni also used the opportunity to get to know each other better. Meanwhile, in a nearby building, Luo Chong, the local boss, watched everything through binoculars. Seeing Yi Bei slaughter zombies, he did not seem very pleased. At that moment, one of his underlings burst through the door. "Boss," reporting. Before he could finish, he received a bullet in the forehead. "How many times have I told you? Knock before you come in." There had been another underling outside the door with him. Fortunately, the man who had just been shot had rushed in first to report and claim credit, so the other man survived. Luo Chong summoned the newcomer inside to make his report. This newcomer was one of Wu Gong's former underlings. Unexpectedly, he had survived all the way here. After witnessing Luo Chong kill someone, he stammered out a report that someone was killing zombies at the forge across the street. Luo Chong was displeased, since he had already seen it and did not need a report. Realizing he was about to receive a bullet too, the newcomer hurriedly offered useful information. "I recognized that male student among them. I saw him before in North Village. He killed quite a few zombies all by himself. He's very strong." Luo Chong considered this for a moment, then had someone bring over a packet of instant noodles. "This is your reward. Take it and eat. Later, tell me everything in detail." In these times, a packet of instant noodles was more precious than gold. The fact that Luo Chong could casually give one to an underling showed how much power he had. Even the maid beside him had to kneel, like a dog when he stroked her head. Before the newcomer left, Luo Chong gave an order. "Throw that trash outside and clean this room. Then tell the others. Whoever wants to go down there and play with those people will be richly rewarded." Back at the forge, after eliminating all the zombies, they had collected 19 crystals, a little more than last time. Yi Bei then told Zhao Heng to check the surrounding rooms while he searched the room in front of him. Without bothering to knock, he kicked the door open and walked in. The furnace was still burning, which showed that the forge owner had only recently left, or perhaps he had been ambushed by zombies. At that moment, Zhao Hang came to report, "Nothing has been damaged. We just don't know where the blacksmith went." After assessing the situation, Yi Bei carefully instructed him, "Hand over all the crystals we collected. Then go outside and find some discarded engines, iron pipes, and metal plates. As for this blade, take it and sharpen it. Be ready to support me at any time." Zhao Hang could not help asking, "Didn't we come here to get weapons? There are plenty hanging on the wall." Yi Bei explained, "In a few weeks, ordinary blades like those will become useless. We need to make stronger weapons." Seeing how professional Yi Bei looked, Zhao Hang asked, "Do you know how to forge weapons?" Tired of being questioned, Yi Bei flared up again. "Stop babbling and bring the crystals over here. Why do I have to curse at you before you'll work?" The people around him found the protagonist rather strange. Meanwhile, Nguni had nothing to do, so she could only wander around the place. Once all the tools were prepared, Yi Bei began crafting a weapon. The first skill of a mechanic. He heated an iron bar, then skillfully hammered it as though he had done so hundreds of thousands of times before. Standing nearby, Zhao Hang watched with wide eyes, astonished again and again. Once the weapon had taken shape, Yi Bei gathered all the crystals and placed them in a cup, then put it into the furnace. Under the intense heat, the crystals melted and gradually fused together, giving off a mysterious blue light. Then Yi Bei cut his palm and dripped his blood into the cup. Once everything had blended together, he poured the resulting liquid onto the newly forged weapon blank. The process was like adding seasoning to a dish. After pouring in all the liquid, Yi Bei began hammering again. The sound of hammer strikes echoed throughout the forge. Meanwhile, Luo Chang's underlings were lurking nearby. Since the newcomer had witnessed Yi Bei's strength, he was somewhat frightened. That kid can cut down zombies like he's slicing vegetables. Why does Boss Luo want us to go give him more manpower? The veteran thugs knew no fear. They only cared about the rewards they would receive for completing the mission. To be safe, however, they decided to act at night, when their targets would be less guarded. Inside the forge, Yi Bei had no idea he was being targeted and continued diligently crafting his weapon. After forging it, he began making strange mechanical components. His exquisite skills made Zhao Hang see him in a whole new light. Not even Zhao Hang's old friend possessed such superb skill. Once everything was ready, Yi Bei took out the blade that had been soaking in oil. Its body bore patterns resembling lightning, giving it an incredibly mystical appearance. Everything was ready now. It was time to witness the true power of a mechanic. At that moment, Nguni had prepared a table full of hot food in the kitchen. It was the only thing she could do to make herself useful. Suddenly, someone covered her mouth from behind. "Hello, little sister. Let me take you somewhere nice." The scene shifted to Yi Bei's forge, where he was intently sharpening the blade on a whetstone. Tiny sparks flickered with every stroke. In the metal-scented air, the steady scraping sound echoed. Bit by bit, the blade became sharper beneath his skilled hands. Zhao Hang stared at the newly sharpened sword in Yi Bei's hand, his eyes filled with surprise and excitement. With disbelief, he said he had only ever seen such a fantastical sword in movies. Yi Bei said that only the final step remained, activation. He picked up 2 pliers, his steady hands preparing to complete the final process with absolute focus. Yi Bei pressed the 2 pliers tightly together with both hands, instantly producing thousands of flashing bolts of lightning. The blinding light made the surrounding space seem to tremble. The powerful electromagnetic force made the air heavy and tense. Finally, when Yi Bei released the pliers, the sword was complete. Its blade was gleaming and sharp enough to slice through the air, and the light reflected from its surface gave it an aura of perfection. Zhao Hang stood there with his mouth hanging open, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at the completed sword. His face was full of admiration, as though an unimaginable masterpiece stood before him. Holding the sword, Yi Bei looked resolute and proud. The second stage of sword forging is complete. Zhao Hang gazed at the sword in admiration. "This is incredible. I can't believe what I just saw." Excitedly, he said that he wanted a sword like that too. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. Both Yi Bei and Zhao Hang were startled, their eyes immediately turning toward the sound. Zhao Hang instantly recognized it as Nguni's cry. Yi Bei frowned slightly as worry rose in his heart. The two hurried outside and saw a group of people carrying Nguni over one man's shoulder. Zhao Hang and Yi Bei both sensed the lurking danger. Nguni had already fainted, her limp body hanging in those men's grasp. Yi Bei's eyes flashed with hatred, his fury threatening to erupt. The blue-clad man holding a knife stared coldly at Yi Bei and said, "Yi Bei, put down your weapon and come with us obediently to meet Boss Luo. Otherwise, I'll kill Nguni immediately." His tone was threatening and merciless. Furious, Yi Bei raised his sword. The cold gleam of the blade dazzled Zhao Hang, who stood beside him with his mouth agape, never expecting Yi Bei to act so quickly and decisively. His face was filled with rage. He swung the sword down hard, driving the blade deep into the ground. Gravel and stones flew in every direction like a shower of debris. The violent, powerful sight startled everyone. The group, especially the blue-clad man, panicked. His face went pale as he witnessed Yi Bei's strength, and he stumbled back several steps. Seeing this, the man carrying Nguni was also terrified. His expression changed rapidly as he anxiously looked back at the others, keenly aware of the danger closing in. Still carrying Nguni over his shoulder, he did not dare hesitate any longer and immediately turned to flee. His face was full of fear, clearly sensing Yi Bei's danger drawing closer. Yi Bei raised his sword and stared coldly at the fleeing men. He spoke, clearly asking whether they really intended to run, every word a challenging warning. Each sword strike cut through the air with a sharp whistle like a freezing wind. Every slash was powerful and imposing, making the air around them seem to shake. The large, fat man panicked when his weapon was cut in half. He collapsed where he stood, eyes wide with terror, unable to believe what had just happened. His entire body trembled before Yi Bei's power. One of the men saw the situation and turned to the man carrying Nguni, asking in a panicked voice, "Are you seriously trying to run away first?" The other man replied anxiously, "How could we not run in this situation?" The moment he finished speaking, Yi Bei slashed down. The sharp blade severed the large fat man's head, spraying blood everywhere. The remaining men froze in shock, terror written clearly across every face. One of them shouted angrily at the man carrying Nguni, saying it was all his fault. If he had not pounced the moment he saw a girl, they would not have been thrown into such chaos. He warned that if they did not release Nguni, none of them would be able to escape. But the man carrying her insisted that if they let the girl go, the sword's radiance would fly straight at them, and if their mission failed, they would die by Brother Luo's gun. His face was anxious, yet resolute. They continued running without daring to look back, taking hurried steps as they fearfully watched Yi Bei. They knew that if they did not leave quickly, they would have no chance of surviving. But Yi Bei advanced with his sword in hand, his steady steps and cold gaze filling them with terror. Worry was plain on their faces. With no way out, all they could feel was the imposing pressure and killing intent of Yi Bei closing in. At that moment, Zhao Hang called out to Yi Bei in alarm, saying something was wrong. His voice was urgent, as though something dangerous was happening. Zhao Hang said that zombies were coming from behind them. His voice was panicked as he quickly looked back to warn Yi Bei, making the atmosphere even more tense. The zombies drew closer and closer, moving swiftly in a terrifying manner. The dry sound of their footsteps rang out clearly, and the air became heavy and suffocating. Zhao Hang said they were running incredibly fast, as if they had been pumped full of stimulants. His voice was filled with panic and disbelief. Before long, the zombies had caught up to the two of them. Their footsteps came closer and closer. The surroundings became frighteningly silent, with only the eerie steps of those monsters remaining. Zhao Hang anxiously asked what they should do and whether they should run. Yi Bei merely sighed and tightened his grip on his sword. His eyes were cold. Clearly, he had no intention of fleeing and was preparing to face the approaching danger. He swung his sword powerfully, its sharp blade slicing through the air. He severed the heads of several approaching zombies, blood spraying everywhere. Zhao Hang stood there with his mouth agape as he watched Yi Bei fight the zombies alone. He could not believe his eyes. Everything was far beyond his understanding. Taking advantage of the moment, the men carrying Nguni fled, making Zhao Hang furious when he saw them. He turned to Yi Bei and said that they had taken Nguni into the large building over there. Yi Bei was enraged upon hearing this. The burst of fury in his eyes showed his determination not to let them escape. He turned and scolded Zhao Hang, telling him not to stand there foolishly and to get in the car and chase them. His voice was irritated and urgent. They could not delay for even a second. Only then did Zhao Hang realize what was happening and hurry back to open the car door and get in, his feet moving quickly as he dared not waste any time. Then he turned to Bei and told him to take care of himself. His eyes were worried but determined, knowing they were both about to face danger. He sped away, muttering that he would handle the heroic rescue of the damsel himself. His voice was firm and confident, as though he were ready to face any challenge to protect Nguni. The people who had kidnapped Nguni panicked at the sight. They had not expected Yi Bei and Zhao Hang to be so relentless. Confusion and fear were evident on their faces as they felt the danger rapidly approaching. Zhao Hang's car was about to reach them, and they hurried along with anxious looks toward the distance. Knowing that time was running out and that everything would be in vain if they did not act immediately, they rushed into a car parked nearby. They frantically opened the doors and jumped inside, their eyes full of panic. They knew they had only a little time left to escape Yi Bei and Zhao Hang's pursuit. Zhao Hang angrily slammed on the brakes in front of the building. The tires screeched painfully, and the car nearly stopped at once. He could not suppress his rage, his eyes blazing as he watched them try to escape. He wondered whether this large building was their hideout. His sharp gaze swept across it, and he felt as though events were heading in a direction he could not foresee. Zhao Hang stood before the large building as gloomy skies blanketed the area. Thick black clouds created an oppressive and tense atmosphere. Zhao Hang saw that they had blocked the entrance with a large bus. He frowned anxiously, wondering what to do. The men hurriedly carried Nguni and ran into the building, their pounding footsteps echoing through the dark space. They were determined to escape before Zhao Hang could get inside, leaving behind an air thick with danger. Two men turned to look at Zhao Hang, sinister smiles appearing on their faces. Their eyes were provocative, as though declaring that he could do nothing to them. They sneered confidently, saying that dealing with Zhao Hang alone would be easy. Their contemptuous tone and smug expressions made it seem as if victory were already in their hands. They jumped out of the car and stood before Zhao Hang arrogantly, mockingly saying that his car was quite nice, especially since he had personally delivered it to them. One of them approached with a gleaming knife, his eyes cold and vicious. He warned Zhao Hang that unless he wanted to become grilled meat on a skewer, he had better strip himself clean and get lost. Zhao Hang gripped his sword tightly and replied with a cold stare that they should not think he was afraid. He was not someone they could bully so easily. They bared their teeth in vicious grins, tightening their grips on their sharp knives before charging straight at Zhao Hang. One of them mocked him, saying that they had killed more people than the number of chickens Zhao Hang had ever eaten, and that he was truly courting death. Zhao Hang raised his sword, his eyes sharp and without the slightest hesitation, replying that they were the ones bringing disaster upon themselves. Then, suddenly, a sharp streak of sword light flashed before Zhao Hang. It was so fast that he could not react, and the air around them seemed to freeze for a tense instant. The thugs had been dealt with cleanly. No one was left standing. Yi Bei had arrived at just the right moment, bringing everything to a swift end. Zhao Hang stared blankly at the scene, astonishment playing on his face as he could not believe what had just happened. He asked Yi Bei in disbelief whether he had already dealt with the zombies. Yi Bei did not waste words. He merely coldly told Zhao Hang not to stand around foolishly and to hurry after him to save Nguni. Zhao Hang was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded. Yi Bei held his sword at the ready, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through everything before him as he prepared to face any danger. He swung his sword with force, slashing through the vehicle blocking the building's entrance. A sharp cut appeared, and the vehicle was sent flying aside with ease. The two of them entered the building, where the men were hiding in corners, prepared to deal with any intruders. Yi Bei walked in front with his sword ready at all times, while Zhao Hang hurried after him, his eyes never leaving Yi Bei's every movement. One man was hiding nearby. The hidden man grinned smugly, holding a knife as he secretly hurled it at Yi Bei, hoping to catch him by surprise. But Yi Bei reacted swiftly and blocked the knife with his sword without even turning around. His sword streaked through the air like lightning, so quickly that no one could see it clearly. He coldly knocked the knife aside, his blade sweeping like a whirlwind and sending the attacker's weapon flying away. The man was horrified, his hand trembling as he could not believe his eyes. Yi Bei's sword had deflected his attack with lightning speed, leaving him no chance to react. The knife changed direction and flew back at a terrifying speed, stabbing straight into the man's body. He had no time to respond. He only saw the blade tear through the air before pain engulfed him. Seeing this, Zhao Heng silently thought that perhaps he would no longer need to fight. Yi Bei had handled everything far too quickly and efficiently. Inside, two men held gasoline bombs in their hands. Their eyes were fierce as they lit them, preparing to throw them at Yi Bei and Zhao Heng. Their eyes gleamed with determination to destroy both of them. Suddenly, flames erupted fiercely and surrounded them both. Blinding light reflected across the ground in blazing streaks. Yi Bei was not afraid. With his sword in hand, he swung it powerfully, scattering sparks and shattering the firebombs into fragments. He advanced without hesitation. Without the slightest delay, he smashed through everything blocking his path. Sword light flashed in the darkness, leaving only a wide-open path ahead. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out in the stillness. A bullet whistled toward Yi Bei at incredible speed. Firelight reflected off the projectile, making it resemble a sharp flash of light aimed directly at him. He showed no panic. With a resolute gaze, his body moved like lightning, evading the bullet as it passed close by with a sharp whistling sound. The man who shot at him still wore a cold, arrogant smile. He spoke mockingly and provocatively, seemingly unconcerned about the danger before him, treating Yi Bei as nothing more than an interesting toy despite knowing that things were about to change. He laughed loudly, his eyes full of amusement as he looked at Yi Bei and said that during such a catastrophe, it was surprising to encounter someone as capable as him. He was curious and even asked whether Yi Bei would be interested in having a drink with him. As he spoke, he kept his gun aimed at Yi Bei, the smile never leaving his lips. Yi Bei did not reply. He simply looked at the man coldly, his sharp gaze seeming capable of tearing through the air. His silence was not merely a challenge, but also a declaration that neither invitations nor threats could shake his determination. The man raised both hands and smiled smugly, saying that he treated everyone sincerely, especially geniuses like Yi Bei. He promised that if Yi Bei had any demands, he would do everything possible to satisfy him. But Yi Bei remained cold and unmoved. When Yi Bei raised his sword, the man hurriedly pointed his gun at Nguni's head. His eyes revealed a clear threat as he warned Yi Bei not to act rashly, or he would not hesitate to shoot the girl. He smiled faintly, satisfaction flashing through his eyes as he looked at Nguni lying motionless in their hands. In a mocking voice, he said that the little girl seemed tired and was sleeping soundly, and that they were treating her very well. He continued smugly, saying that he had treated Yi Bei with such courtesy, so Yi Bei should not reject his goodwill. He admitted that he did not fully understand Yi Bei's abilities or weapons, but if Yi Bei did not cooperate, they would send him flying. He gave another sinister smile and said that they should test whether Yi Bei's sword or his gun was faster. His eyes were full of challenge, as though he firmly believed that even a genius like Yi Bei could not overcome the power of a gun. Yi Bei remained silent, his gaze cold and resolute, utterly unmoved by the other man's provocation. Zhao Heng anxiously asked what they were supposed to do next. Nguni was still in their hands, and they had guns as well. But Yi Bei's eyes remained icy, without any sign of panic or hesitation. Suddenly, Yi Bei laughed aloud. He said that he was working on a major project, but had no one to help him. If the man could gather everyone here for Yi Bei to command, then Yi Bei would go with him. The man was surprised, suspicion evident in his eyes, as he could not believe what he had just heard. Then he laughed loudly, satisfaction evident on his face. He believed Yi Bei could not refuse his offer and declared that they would welcome him in the grandest manner possible. He had no doubt that he could control everything as he pleased, believing Yi Bei could do nothing to change the outcome. Zhao Heng looked at Yi Bei and anxiously asked how they could deal with people who had guns. Yi Bei gave him a cold, piercing look and said that it was time for him to get lost. After saying that, Yi Bei glanced at Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng took a deep breath and said that Yi Bei had said it himself and that he did not want to get involved in this mess any further. After speaking, Zhao Heng turned to leave. Before walking away, he did not forget to warn Yi Bei not to regret it if he truly left. Yi Bei gave Zhao Heng a cold glance and said nothing more, only finding the situation troublesome. Suddenly, a group of lackeys, the leader's loyal subordinates, bowed before Yi Bei together, trying to show their submission. They led Yi Bei out of the courtyard and into the building. The air inside was dark and stifling, and every footstep echoed. Upon entering, Yi Bei saw Luo Chong, their leader, seated and waiting for him. Luo Chong's eyes were cold and unwavering, without the slightest trace of fear. When he saw Yi Bei come in, he gave a sinister smile, his gaze full of challenge, and welcomed him. Luo Chong continued confidently, saying that he had gathered enough people around him. Everyone from young men to middle-aged men within a 15-kilometer radius was already here. All of them were capable people, ready to deal with Yi Bei. He introduced himself as Luo Chong, their leader, his eyes gleaming with smug self-satisfaction as though he had the situation completely under control. Luo Chong then challengingly asked Yi Bei what exactly he needed them to contribute their strength for, as though awaiting an answer that might interest him, though he remained doubtful of Yi Bei's words. Yi Bei coldly introduced himself, his voice devoid of emotion, as though it were merely a necessary introduction. There was not the slightest hint of fear or hesitation in the face of Luo Chong's threat. Yi Bei continued, fixing Luo Chong with a sharp gaze and coldly asking whether he knew where this zombie disaster had come from. His tone held no softness, only challenge, as if he were facing someone he did not care about in the slightest. In the tense room, Luo Chong was not surprised by Yi Bei's question. He merely curled his lips into a faint smile and provocatively asked whether Yi Bei thought he knew the cause of the zombie outbreak. Luo Chong was surprised because he had spoken of this only with a few people, yet Yi Bei knew about it. This made him even more curious about Yi Bei than before. Yi Bei held a round blue stone in his hand, its dim glow reflecting on his face, and asked Luo Chong whether this was what interested him. Luo Chong clapped his hands in surprise, an interested smile appearing on his face. He had to admit that Yi Bei had struck at the heart of the matter, which amused him. He decided not to beat around the bush and ordered Yi Bei to clearly explain everything he knew, withholding nothing. Yi Bei sighed, looking somewhat reluctant and unable to hide his displeasure at having to deal with Luo Chong. He knew he could not avoid revealing everything, whether he wanted to or not. Yi Bei began to explain, saying there were several initial theories regarding the spread of the zombie virus. According to the bacterial research theory, the virus had been transmitted by birds and insects, spreading to different regions around the world and causing widespread infection that no one had anticipated. Yi Bei continued, explaining that the second theory involved biochemical weapons. There was no more convenient method of warfare than making one's enemies kill each other. But once the fire was lit, it could not be put out in a short time. The consequences would spread beyond control. The third theory was even more unconventional, the alien invasion theory. Under this theory, a meteorite carrying the zombie virus fell to Earth. The virus spread through the atmosphere, and after entering human bodies, turned them into hosts, creating a terrifying infection everywhere. Yi Bei said that Luo Chong had surely heard at least one of these three theories. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for why he had returned from the city to the countryside to establish a gang. It seemed that Luo Chong had seen an opportunity in the chaos and wanted to exploit the fear and lack of order to build power for himself. Luo Chong admitted that Yi Bei was not wrong. He did know a few small secrets about the zombie virus, information that few people could access. That knowledge had given him a clearer understanding of the current situation and made him even more determined to carry out his plans. Then Luo Chong opened his palm, revealing two small blue pellets. They were the beads found inside zombies' skulls, an important part of controlling and spreading the virus. He stared thoughtfully at the two beads and said that there was still one thing he did not understand. How exactly were the beads inside zombie skulls supposed to be used? Luo Chong asked Yi Bei in a somewhat suspicious tone whether that sword and Yi Bei's major project were connected to this matter. He then asked if Yi Bei could tell him what those zombie beads were used for. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he waited for an answer. Yi nodded, agreeing on the condition that Luo Chang first prepare the tools he needed. He knew that revealing such information required careful preparation, and only when everything was ready could he give an accurate answer. Luo Chang immediately agreed, then said that he first needed to inspect Yi Bei's sword. His gaze was sharp, as though he were carefully assessing every detail and unwilling to overlook anything that might affect his plans. Yi Bei silently handed the sword to Luo Chang, never taking his eyes off him, as if awaiting judgment. Luo Chang stared at the sword in his hand for a while before looking up. Then a thought crossed his mind, and he gave a faint smile. He remembered that Yi Bei's younger sister, Nguni, was still there. His eyes flicked toward Yi Bei. Luo Chang pointed his gun at Nguni's head, his gaze cold and threatening. He knew Yi Bei did not want this to happen. With no other choice, Yi Bei had to hand the sword over to one of Luo Chang's underlings. He understood that, under the circumstances, there was nothing he could do except yield. A trace of helplessness flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, Luo Chang's underling collapsed to his knees. The sword's weight exceeded anything he had expected, and his body could not bear it. He turned to Luo Chang, his face pale with pain, and said that the sword was far too heavy. Luo Chang looked at the sword in astonishment, then gave a cold laugh and said that today had truly brought one surprise after another, which only made him more interested in what was happening. Luo Chang turned to Yi Bei, his eyes cold, and told him to begin his performance. His voice was provocative, as if he were waiting for Yi Bei to demonstrate something extraordinary. Yi Bei began explaining that humanity's apocalyptic catastrophe had been caused by the zombie virus. Once someone was infected, a black bead would form inside their brain. These beads were the source and means of transmission for the virus. They were not merely signs of infection. They were also a tool for efficiently controlling and spreading the virus. Yi Bei held the black bead in his hand, his eyes fixed on it, and said that it was called black gold energy, a special form of energy that gradually accumulated in a zombie's body. The longer it accumulated, the stronger it became. Once it reached a certain level, it could trigger an uncontrollable outbreak that spread everywhere, worsening the epidemic. He continued that black gold energy was highly compatible with flesh and metal. By taking advantage of that property, one could create extremely powerful weapons. Not only would they possess destructive power, but they could also control and use that power to command zombies, turning them into terrifying tools in their owner's hands. Luo Chang asked in surprise whether this black gold energy truly had such excellent compatibility with flesh and metal. His voice was full of doubt, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. Could it be some kind of immortal elixir, one that would allow a person to ascend to immortality after eating it? Curiosity flashed in Luo Chang's eyes as he tried to make sense of something beyond his imagination. The comparison only made him more curious about the true origin and power of black gold energy. Yi Bei burst out laughing and said that people really had tried eating it, but most of them had turned into zombies. His eyes were filled with mockery. Yi Bei told everyone to watch closely, saying he would only do it once. He then picked up 2 electrical wires, his eyes resolute as though he were ready to prove something. Yi Bei said that the first step was activation. His voice was firm, and his gaze did not waver. Yi Bei touched the 2 wire ends to the black bead. At once, a blue light burst forth and spread through the room, forcing everyone to squint against the glare. Black gold energy swirled through the air, making everything feel heavy and tense. Immediately afterward, the power source burned out. Sparks erupted from the ends of the wires, throwing the room into chaos. An explosion shattered the silence, and everyone screamed. It felt as though the electrical current had surged far too violently, leaving everything blurred and confused. Soon afterward, a sudden blackout swallowed everything, plunging the area into darkness. Luo Chang snarled angrily, asking whether it was an electromagnetic pulse caused by the black gold energy. His voice was full of fury and alarm. Then Yi Bei picked up his sword. His eyes were resolute, and without any hesitation, he charged directly at Luo Chang. The sharp blade reflected the faint light from the black bead. It cut a razor-sharp arc through the darkness. The air seemed weighed down by the tension and ferocity of the moment. But Luo Chang reacted quickly, spinning aside with swift movements. Yi Bei's blade missed him by a hair, flashing as it sliced through the air and kicking up a fierce gust of wind. Luo Chang roared in anger, calling Yi Bei a little bastard. His voice was filled with rage as he realized he had been tricked. Without hesitation, he drew his gun and aimed it directly at Yi Bei, his eyes icy and full of hatred. Yi Bei swiftly dodged aside. The bullet tore through the air, grazing past him before striking one of Luo Chang's underlings standing behind him. The man collapsed instantly. Yi Bei quickly tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his cold eyes fixed fearlessly on Luo Chang. He swung decisively. The sharp blade ripped through the air and shot straight toward Luo Chang. In an instant, it struck its target, leaving a deep gash across his body. Luo Chang screamed in pain. The arrogance vanished from his face at once, replaced by panic and rage. Gritting his teeth, he bitterly said that a moment's carelessness had allowed Yi Bei to gain the upper hand. Yi Bei thought to himself that it was time to put an end to Luo Chang, the man who called himself the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. Yi Bei silently calculated that once Luo Chang learned of Black Gold Energy's power, he would certainly use it to push the Black Dragon Gang into researching and developing black gold weapons. In that future, Luo Chang could rise to dominate an entire region, ruling one side with tyrannical power and perhaps even looking down on military. With his ambition and cruelty, every place within his reach would become a tool for his oppression. His power would crush all who opposed him, turning people into slaves and tormenting them to death. No place would escape his shadow. Yi Bei raised his sword, his eyes cold and determined, his heart filled with unyielding resolve. Before they could achieve anything with Black Gold Energy, he had to eliminate them all and destroy the threat posed by the Black Dragon Gang at its root. Yi Bei pressed his lips together, his resolve as firm as steel. Not a single one of them could be allowed to survive. Then a brutal battle erupted. The space around them seemed to tremble as the sounds of clashing weapons mixed with screams and roars. When the fight ended, Yi Bei turned back toward Nguni. He thought that he had become a true butcher, but he could not bear to let her witness everything that had happened with her own eyes, even though he knew it was already too late for him to turn back from his path. He gently placed a hand on the cheek of the unconscious Nguni. Amid the chaos, a trace of gentleness appeared in his eyes, while sorrow and regret surged within him. He thought that he wanted Nguni to understand the cruelty of the apocalypse. He wanted her to recognize the darkness and dangers of this world, but at the same time, he did not want her to fall into the abyss of sin and lose her innocence. He knew that once she stepped onto that path, there would be no going back. Suddenly, a sound came from the door, breaking the tense silence in the room. Yi Bei immediately became alert. His cold eyes turned toward the source of the sound, and his hand tightened around his sword hilt, ready for any lurking danger. Zhao Heng suddenly poked his head through the serving hatch. He wore a somewhat playful smile, though his eyes remained cautious, and quietly said that he had arrived. Zhao Heng entered, surveyed the situation around him, then calmly asked whether everything had been settled. Curiosity showed in his eyes, though he was also serious as he looked at Yi Bei and waited for an answer. Yi Bei nodded, his gaze still cold. He bent down, picked up a gun from one of the men on the floor, and held it in his hand. With a steady gaze and a cold voice, he said that he had achieved every purpose for coming here. Everything had gone according to plan, and now only the aftermath remained to be dealt with. Hearing that, Zhao Heng looked at Yi Bei in surprise, still unable to hide his shock. He wondered why Yi Bei had risked his life for a gun, since he had thought Yi Bei had come only to save Nguni. Yi Bei calmly tucked the gun away and said that guns in this area were extremely rare and had plenty of room for modification. Zhao Heng curiously asked what the gun could be modified into. Could it become an electromagnetic cannon or a laser gun? He recalled how Yi Bei had pretended to send him away and told him to put the zombie bead into the generator. He had not expected one small bead to blow up the entire generator. Yi Bei heard a sound and saw the girl lying on the floor move her leg. His gaze immediately sharpened as he realized that she was still alive. Yi Bei raised his gun and pointed it directly at the girl. His eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. The girl weakly pleaded, her voice frail yet full of desperation, begging Yi Bei not to kill her. Every word from her mouth was a desperate plea, but Yi Bei's gaze remained cold, betraying no hesitation. Zhao Heng shone his flashlight on the girl. When he saw her clearly, he gave a mocking laugh, keeping his eyes on her as she lay on the floor, and teasingly asked Yi Bei why there was such a beautiful young woman here. With humiliation and despair in her eyes, the girl tried to tell the truth. Her voice cracked with exhaustion and pain. She said that Luo Chang had captured her and brought her here, forcing her to serve as a slave and endure every kind of humiliation and abuse. She repeatedly begged Yi Bei to spare her and give her a way to live. Yi Bei looked at her coldly, without the slightest pity, and asked whether she knew where Luo Chang kept his supplies warehouse. His tone was as sharp as a blade. Terrified, the girl trembled, her eyes full of anxiety, but she hurriedly answered. She nodded slightly and said she knew the warehouse's location and would lead Yi Bei and Zhao Hang there. The three of them took Ngani with them. Zhao Hang asked the girl where she lived and whether she had family. She answered that her home was in the western part of Anqing district and that she had been separated from her younger sister when a catastrophe began. Zhao Hang looked around and realized that the elevator was not working because of the blackout. The girl pointed upward and said that the storage room was on the 6th floor. Yi Bei told Zhao Hang to take Ngani and find a room to wait in, while he would go upstairs with the girl using the stairs. Zhao Hang nodded, and the two groups split up. Yi Bei and the girl began climbing the stairway. The room was now littered with corpses. The suffocating air was thick with smoke and fire, and bloodstains were splattered everywhere. The dim firelight made the scene even more horrifying and chaotic. One of Luo Chang's underlings trembled as he tried to cling to the cold floor. His body swayed, his eyes filled with panic and fear as he groaned. He weakly begged for help, his trembling voice seeming on the verge of fading away. His hands still desperately clung to the ground, searching for a glimmer of hope amid the smoke, flames, and death surrounding him. He looked fearfully toward Luo Chang, horror filling his eyes when he realized that his boss was now lying motionless, without any sign of life. He groaned in pain. A faint gleam appeared in his eyes, as though he had discovered something important amid the chaos and carnage. Seeing the black zombie bead rolling on the floor, he reached out with a trembling hand. A thin thread of hope lit up in his eyes amid his despair. He realized that the black bead in his hand was black gold energy, the power everyone desired. In a moment of hesitation, he recalled Yi Bei and Luo Chang's discussion about the black bead. Anyone who swallowed it risked becoming a zombie. But his desire for limitless strength, for the chance to become immortal, kept him from letting go. With trembling hands, he slowly brought the bead toward his mouth, thinking that perhaps this was his only chance to change his fate. At last, he gritted his teeth, decisively put the black bead in his mouth, and swallowed it. Waves of burning pain spread throughout his body, making him writhe. Yet a faint hope still shone in his eyes that the bead would grant him unrivaled power. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and his entire body convulsed violently. Veins bulged across his skin, as if black gold energy were raging through his body, tearing him apart from within. Outside, the sky was pitch black as lightning repeatedly split the night. Each flash appeared and vanished amid the violent wind and rain, carrying nature's fury as though reflecting the tragedy unfolding inside. Looking through the window, Zhao Hang saw the raging thunderstorm and relentless downpour. An indescribable shock rose within him, as if nature itself were responding to the chaos and disaster here. At that moment, little Ngani opened her eyes, her round eyes, full of confusion and exhaustion as she looked around the unfamiliar room. Ngani held her head and softly asked Zhao Hang where they were. He smiled, waved his hand, and asked whether she was finally awake. Zhao Hang explained that a bandit had kidnapped Ngani and taken her here, but Brother Yi had wiped them all out. Hearing that, the girl anxiously asked where Brother Yi was and whether he was all right. Just then, the doorknob clicked softly. The sound echoed through the silent room, startling both Zhao Hang and Ngani. Yi Bei entered, his eyes resting on Ngani with relief. He asked whether she was awake. Seeing him, Ngani was overjoyed. Her eyes glistened as she worriedly asked whether he was hurt. Zhao Hang then asked Yi Bei whether he had found anything good upstairs. Yi Bei replied that there was certainly no shortage of good things, but one person could not carry it all away. He decided they would return the next day to take another look. Zhao Hang curiously asked Yi Bei where the girl from earlier had gone. Yi Bei replied that he did not know. When he looked around, she was already gone. Zhao Heng wondered whether she had been frightened and run away, but the heavy rain and thunder outside made it hard for him to believe that she could have gone out in such weather. Yi Bei wearily lay down on the bed, sighed, and said not to worry about her anymore. He asked to be allowed some sleep because he was truly exhausted. Then he told Zhao Heng to barricade the first floor entrance so that the zombies could not get in. Zhao Heng was surprised and asked why he had to do that, not understanding why Yi Bei was asking him to handle such tasks now. Seeing this, Ngani said that Yi Bei should rest and that she would go help Zhao Heng. Hearing that, Zhao Heng praised Ngani, calling her a good and considerate girl. Outside, wind, rain, and thunder raged beneath a dark sky. Powerful gusts whistled through the cracks in the doors, while the booming thunder made the atmosphere even heavier and more tense. The scene shifted to a bathroom, where water flowed steadily from the shower head, creating a constant splashing sound that echoed through the damp space. The view moved to a curvaceous woman standing beneath the shower. Warm water ran over her smooth skin, forming tiny droplets that fell onto the tiled floor. The dim bathroom light reflected against her body, outlining her graceful curves. She was Li Ruoshi. A man opened the bathroom door and entered with a sly expression. His eyes were filled with lust as he watched her bathing. He smiled wickedly and asked whether Ruoshi had finished washing. Startled by the sight of him standing there, Ruoshi hurriedly demanded to know what he was doing while she was bathing. She immediately gestured for him to get out, her face full of anger and embarrassment. He took several more steps inside, his eyes sly as he smirked and said that it was his home, so how could she possibly chase him out? Anger rose in Ruoshi's heart, and indignation filled her eyes. In a cold voice, she said that this was his true purpose all along, not the promises he had made before. He smiled maliciously, satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he saw her cornered. Then, in a contemptuous voice, he said that if she did not like it, why did she think anyone would casually take in a wandering woman like her? He continued that he had kindly taken her in, but nobody did things for free. He had only been willing to help her because she was still intact and had not been disfigured. He continued pulling at the door. Although Li Ruoshi was desperately trying to hold it shut, his eyes were filled with mockery and brutality. In a contemptuous tone, he said that apart from her body, she seemed to have nothing to offer him. Only by obediently cooperating with him could she survive in this era. In utter panic, Li Ruoshi screamed for help, but her cries seemed to be swallowed by the suffocating silence. He sneered as though he had achieved his goal, his gaze full of triumph and disdain. He continued taunting her, saying that a violent storm was raging outside, and even if Li Ruoshi screamed herself hoarse, no one would come to save her. His words cut deeply into her heart when he emphasized that only zombies could save her, but that was certainly not an option she wanted. In that moment, she felt all her hope extinguish. Suddenly, the sound of a window shattering rang out. A frigid gust rushed into the room, making the atmosphere even more tense and startling them both. The man angrily turned around and demanded to know what the hell had flown in at the very moment he was getting excited. His eyes were full of irritation as he failed to understand what had just happened. Then his eyes widened in shock. He could not believe what he was seeing, and terror gradually rose in his heart as he realized the situation was nothing like he had imagined. In panic, Li Ruoshi grabbed a towel and wrapped it tightly around herself. Helplessness and fear filled her heart. Her trembling hands tried to conceal her shame and anxiety in the face of the situation. She peeked through the doorway, her gaze filled with worry as she tried to catch every movement outside. Her heart pounded wildly, and every second felt like a trial. The sight before her was horrifying. A huge monster with rough, mottled skin was lifting the man into the air. His body was covered in blood, his eyes wide with terror, while the monster stared at him intently as if it wanted to crush him in its hand. Outside, everything was in ruins, with wreckage scattered everywhere. Heavy rain continued to pour down, its deafening roar forming a gloomy veil over the cold, despairing world. Powerful gusts tore through the silence, intensifying the sense of devastation in this world. The monster violently hurled the man into the wall, making the whole room shake. The impact boomed like thunder as fragments of the wall scattered in every direction, creating a chaotic scene. Li Ruoshi recoiled in fright, her eyes wide with confusion. Her heart pounded as she witnessed the terrifying sight before her. The monster noticed her. Its fierce eyes burned like fire, radiating such terror that Li Ruoxi could not escape her fear. Her heart seemed to stop, her limbs turned ice cold, and she could not move even a single step. Every sound around her seemed swallowed by a heavy silence. She let out a piercing scream, the sound echoing through the room as though it could tear the air apart. Hearing it, the monster panted heavily. Each breath rumbled like a growl from deep in its throat, its body shaking with every inhale while its eyes remained fixed on her. It looked at her with pain and despair in its eyes, then spoke in a weak, hoarse voice, insisting that it was not a monster. But immediately afterward, its body seemed to lose all strength and collapse to the ground. It stared at its own body, its eyes rolling back in confusion and agony, unable to understand why it had transformed into such a state. It slammed its fists into the ground, each blow seeming to want to tear everything apart. The ground shook violently, sending debris flying into the air. Li Ruoxi trembled all over as she looked at it in panic, trying to stay calm even though her rapid breathing could not hide her fear. She asked what it was and why it had become like this. The monster's eyes bulged as it panted and roared in indescribable pain. It hissed that it had been shot and felt that it could not survive. But before dying, it had risked swallowing a black gold energy bead. It never expected that bead to transform its body completely. Its internal organs felt as though they had been turned upside down. It was no longer itself. Still frightened, Li Ruoxi trembled as she asked whether it had become like this because it had eaten that black gold bead and transformed into a monster. It said it was called black gold energy. A male student named Yi Bei had said that it was a bead extracted from a zombie skull. At that time, its life had been hanging by a thread, so it thought swallowing the black gold energy bead would save its life. Upon hearing Yi Bei's name, Li Ruoxi became unsettled, an indescribable sense of worry rising within her. That name clearly made her feel that something was wrong. She ran toward the monster and anxiously asked if it knew Yi Bei. But at that moment, the towel wrapped around her body suddenly fell away, leaving her completely exposed. Unable to restrain her anger, Li Ruoxi grabbed the monster by the hair and yanked it hard toward her, demanding to know when it had met Yi Bei and where he was now. The monster stammered in a trembling voice that not long ago Yi Bei had used a sword with bizarre power to kill everyone in the building. Its eyes were filled with panic as it recalled the scene. After pausing for a moment, it continued, saying that Yi Bei probably had not gone far and was still nearby. Li Ruoxi's eyes burned with hatred. In a cold voice, she ordered the monster to take her there because she wanted to cut Yi Bei into 100 pieces to avenge herself. The monster fearfully took a step back, its voice full of worry. It said that was impossible because Yi Bei was extremely powerful and it could not contend with someone like him. It looked at Li Ruoxi suspiciously and asked whether she had some relationship with Yi Bei. Li Ruoxi glared at the monster, her eyes filled with resentment. In a cold voice, she said that Yi Bei was the one who had driven her into this life of wandering, forcing her to live as prey, constantly hunted. She and Yi Bei were irreconcilable enemies. Every thought of him only made the hatred in her heart grow stronger. Hearing this, Li Ruoxi folded her arms and stood watching, her gaze cold and defiant. She no longer seemed to care about the monster before her. All she could think about was Yi Bei and how to take revenge on him. Li Ruoxi said, "Aren't you powerful too? You just killed that coward right in front of me." The monster remained silent, its eyes full of conflict and confusion. The monster said it did not know why, but its body seemed to contain surging energy that it could not fully control. It felt like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Its eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. Looking at Li Ruoxi in surprise and concern, it asked whether she was not afraid of it. It was a transformed creature, no different from monster. Li Ruoxi burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the silent space without a trace of fear. Li Ruoxi laughed and lightly touched the monster's body, saying that it looked quite imposing and that she found it very strong. She tenderly stroked the monster's cheek and softly said that she only needed it to help her with one thing. Then she looked at it meaningfully, waiting for its answer. Li Ruoxi took the monster's hand and placed it on her hip, saying that it could make her do anything it wanted. The monster looked at Li Ruoxi expectantly, its eyes lighting up as if it could not believe what it had just heard. Its lips trembled as it excitedly asked whether it was true. Then it picked her up, its gaze full of determination, and gently whispered that it liked her and would help her kill Yi-Bei. Hearing this, Liruashi revealed a satisfied expression and gave a faint but confident smile. Suddenly, the monster let out a scream of agony, its body trembling as though it were being torn apart by unbearable pain. Liruashi looked at it, confusion playing on her face. Her eyes widened anxiously as she moved closer, unable to hide her worry over the intense pain it was suffering. The monster clutched its head tightly, its face twisted in agony. It let out a miserable cry, leaving Liruashi panicked and deeply concerned. The scream echoed throughout the building, spreading like rolling waves, while outside, the torrential rain and violent wind battered everything, creating a tense and chaotic atmosphere. The next morning, faint sunlight filtered through the building's windows. The space was silent and still, as though the tension from the previous night still lingered everywhere. Yi-Bei was carefully putting on his gloves, calmly preparing his weapons and equipment. His sharp eyes reflected his determination and thorough preparation for what lay ahead. Zhao Hang held several items in his hands, looked them over, and said that there was also a bottle of liquor and cigarettes. But upon closer inspection, he found only instant noodles, canned food, and dried rations. Disappointment was plainly written on his face. Yi-Bei slung his sword over his shoulder, his determined gaze, and every step showing that he was ready for any challenge ahead. Then he turned and ordered Zhao Heng to finish packing, saying that the group would leave immediately. The three of them carried the supplies out. Zhao Heng muttered that he had thought those thugs would have guns, but it turned out that only their boss had owned one. Fortunately, thanks to the supplies they had found, they could hold out for another month. Suddenly, Zhao Heng let out a scream that echoed through the area, causing the other two to turn toward him in alarm. He ran toward his car, his eyes wide with shock and confusion, unable to understand how it had ended up in that state. He wondered whether there had been hail last night or if a meteorite had fallen. He cried out in despair that it was his precious car, and now even the doors would not open. Yi-Bei silently wondered whether the heavy rain had been caused by yesterday's battle. His mind was full of questions, and he did not know how to explain the strange events that had occurred. Then he told Zhao Heng to step aside so he could deal with the car. He made several swift slashes with his sword, each cut leaving a clear mark in the metal surface. The car became a convertible, its entire roof completely cut away, leaving only the bare frame. Zhao Heng got in, started it up, and was delighted to find that the engine was still working perfectly with no sign of damage. He then turned to Yi-Bei and asked where they were going now, whether they would continue searching for Yi-Bei's father. Yi-Bei nodded and said yes, then told everyone to get ready to leave. The car sped down the road, its roaring engine cutting through the silence and leaving a hazy trail of dust behind it. Zhao Heng drove the convertible with a broad grin, saying that this felt amazing. He only hoped that zombies would stay far away, because if they got surrounded, this convertible would not keep them out. Then, suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared in the distance. The frenzied monsters charged toward them, their greenish eyes radiating an obvious threat. Zhao Heng and Yi-Bei stared in surprise at the unexpectedly appearing zombies. Tension spread through the air. The students became restless and frightened, screaming in panic as they saw the zombies rushing toward them. The atmosphere turned chaotic and tense. Yi-Bei recognized the zombies as his former classmates. He laughed and remarked sarcastically that they still looked healthy as ever. The students hurried. Chaotic footsteps rang out everywhere, each frantic step pounding against the ground and reflecting the fear that had engulfed them. A young man and woman ran, while crying out for help in panic, their trembling voices mingling with the chaotic sounds of the crowd trying to escape. The zombies gradually closed in, dragging themselves forward step by step without stopping. The distance between them and the fleeing people continued to shrink, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Suddenly, a girl stumbled and fell to the ground. Her terrified eyes stared at the approaching zombies as she desperately tried to stand back up. Trembling, she said that she could not go on anymore, her voice broken with fear. The sight made everyone panic even more, their eyes filled with worry and helplessness as the zombies drew ever closer. The zombies came closer and closer, their vacant faces revealing their bloodlust. The sound of their dragging footsteps grew nearer, making the air feel suffocatingly tense. Yi-Bei appeared and, with a single swing of his sword, sent the zombies' heads flying, leaving everyone stunned. The group stood dumbfounded, eyes wide as they watched Yi-Bei charge into the zombie horde. Every powerful sword stroke was so overwhelming that they could not look away, feeling both admiration and shock. The zombies' heads were severed from their bodies by Yi-Bei's deadly strikes. The students were astonished, their eyes lighting up when they recognized Yi-Bei, their former classmate, fighting the zombies so valiantly. Yi-Bei smiled faintly, looked at the students, and greeted them casually, as though this were an ordinary reunion despite the danger surrounding them. They breathed sighs of relief, feeling as though they had just been saved from death, and thanked Yi-Bei all at once. Gratitude was obvious in their eyes and voices. One male classmate looked at Yi-Bei's sword, his eyes bright with surprise, and asked where he had gotten it. Yi-Bei said that he had made a trip to South City. His classmates seemed to accept that answer, then asked where they planned to go next. The male student replied that they had left the school. They had heard there was a human military camp on Lake Hart Island, so the whole group had decided to head there. However, the journey had not been easy, and several students had been bitten by zombies. Another student pointed at the convertible Yi-Bei had driven over in, his eyes full of hope as he asked whether they could get a ride. Everyone around him looked longingly at the vehicle, as if it were their only means of salvation. A female student in the group looked at Yi-Bei, her face weary and anxious, and asked whether he had anything to eat, because they had not eaten since yesterday. Hesitantly, she asked whether he could spare them some food, her eyes full of hope. Inside the car, Ngani said that Yi-Bei's classmates seemed to be in trouble. Zhao Hang looked at them and said that they kept staring in their direction, probably because they thought his car looked cool. Hearing his classmates talking over one another, Yi-Bei said irritably that if everyone spoke at once, it would drive him to death. He said the car did not have much fuel left and could not carry many people. He could share some food, but they would have to help him do something. They looked at Yi-Bei pleadingly, their faces full of worry and hope, as if they had no other choice. Every one of them longed for a chance to survive. Yi-Bei gave a faint smile, seemingly satisfied by their resolve. A determined look flashed through his eyes, as though he already had a clear plan for everything. Yi-Bei looked at Zhao Hang and told him to explain it to them. His tone was calm, but sharp, as though every detail had already been planned out. Zhao Hang climbed out of the car, stretched, and laughed, asking if it was his turn now. His tone was somewhat humorous, but he was clearly ready for the task ahead. Yi-Bei turned to the students and said that there was a group of zombies ahead. He would use a sword strike to deal with them, while the students would handle the remaining zombies on the ground. The students looked at one another in confusion and asked whether they could really clear them all out. Zhao Hang called them over to watch his demonstration. He took a shovel and cut into the neck of a zombie lying on the ground, his movements swift, clean, and precise, as if he were already accustomed to this. Then he smashed the zombie's head with the shovel until it burst apart. He took out the black bead lodged in its brain. Holding the black bead in his hand, Zhao Hang spoke with a serious expression. He said that they had to retrieve this thing, his tone resolute, as though it were the key condition for their survival. The students were shocked, and some could not believe their eyes. One girl in the group fainted from fear, her face deathly pale and her body going limp, as though she could not bear the sight before her. Ngani picked up a bead, her expression relatively calm. She said they did not need to be afraid, because zombie brains were soft, making the beads easy to remove. Her voice was confident, as though this were perfectly ordinary. They watched her in astonishment. They asked one another what that little girl had gone through, their eyes full of bewilderment and disbelief. They could not imagine a young girl being so calm and practiced in such a dangerous situation. Zhao Hang then handed them shovels and reminded them to be careful not to get bitten by zombies. He spoke seriously and vigilantly, as though any carelessness could lead to disaster. A male student looked toward Yi-Bei, who was still fighting, and wondered why zombie brains contained these beads and what Yi-Bei needed them for. His eyes were full of curiosity. Yi-Bei continued fighting decisively, each strike of his sword accurate and powerful, without the slightest hesitation. While the students continued collecting the black beads, each using a shovel to carefully remove them from the brains of the defeated zombies. The atmosphere remained tense and urgent. 2 hours later, Zhao Heng held a bag full of black beads. His face showed obvious delight, as though he had completed an important mission. His eyes shone with satisfaction at having gathered these valuable items amid such chaos. Zhao Heng remarked with a smile that there really were a lot of people. Yi Bei then told him to distribute food to them, ensuring that everyone would have enough strength for the journey ahead. Hearing this, Zhao Heng angrily demanded to know why Yi Bei was giving their food away to the students without permission. He could not understand why Yi Bei would so casually hand out such precious supplies without consulting him first. Seeing their looks, Zhao Heng felt as though needles were piercing his heart. He thought to himself that anything else was negotiable, but he absolutely did not want to share the food. Then, a monster suddenly lunged down from above and landed near Yi Bei. A powerful gust of wind sent dirt and stones flying everywhere. The resounding impact made the atmosphere even more tense. Everyone was panicked, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety at the appearance of the enormous monster. It had a muscular body, and its furious eyes were fixed on Yi Bei as though it could attack at any moment. Yi Bei was startled to realize that it was a mutant. Its appearance left him confused, wondering why it was here. Yi Bei shouted for everyone to get away quickly. His voice was resolute yet worried. He could not allow anyone to be hurt with danger so close. The monster charged forward with terrifying force, swinging its huge hand directly at Yi Bei. Yi Bei raised his sword and slashed hard at the monster. The sharp blade cut through the air, but the monster swiftly retreated and dodged the attack. Over on the other side, Li Ruoxi watched intently. She clapped happily when she saw the monster fighting Yi Bei. The confrontation pleased her, as though everything were unfolding according to her plan. Yi Bei was stunned to see that Li Ruoxi, his class monitor, was still alive. His classmates were equally surprised to find her in this situation. Li Ruoxi gave a sinister smile and said that she had stayed alive for one purpose only, to witness Yi Bei's death. With that, she ordered the monster to charge in and kill Yi Bei. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Bei angrily realized that Li Ruoxi and this monster were on the same side. It was utterly unexpected. The monster immediately rushed at Yi Bei, but he had already gripped his sword, prepared to face the fierce attack. Nguni and Zhao Heng watched anxiously from afar, growing increasingly uneasy as Yi Bei faced the monster. Neither knew whether he could escape its assault. A loud explosion rang out, and flames suddenly erupted, forming a barrier between Yi Bei and the monster. The fire prevented them from colliding, making the situation all the more tense and uncertain. Everyone looked up toward the roof. There, they saw a flaming monster and asked in shock what it was. On the clear blue lake, an expensive yacht drifted peacefully. Someone was relaxing with a cigar. He cheerfully said that zombies could neither fly nor swim, so nowhere was safer than Lakehart Island. The butler approached with a bottle of wine and praised his master for his foresight. The man glanced at the other ownerless boats and said that, after waiting a little longer, they could seize all the supplies from those vessels and bring them over. That way, they could remain on the water forever. As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby boat suddenly exploded on the lake. Neither of them understood what had happened. They stood up and moved closer to see what was going on. Something with a body engulfed in flames shot directly toward their yacht. It was a mutant. Only at such close range could they see that it was still alive. The two men had no idea what it was. They gaped in shock, utterly terrified. After it landed, its body remained unharmed by the flames. Standing on the roof, it roared as if trying to draw everyone's attention. This mutant had a truly bizarre body. It had a pair of horns on its head, and although it was covered in fur, the fire did not burn it. It successfully caught the attention of everyone fighting on the ground, who were all astonished. Yi Bei had not expected another mutant to appear, much less one with fire powers. Li Ruoxi thought it was simply a monster covered in flames. She asked her own mutant whether the fire creature over there was his friend. After looking at it, he said that he did not know either. The fire mutant grabbed the roof for leverage, then launched itself into the air trailing flames around its body. Strangely, it did not hesitate at all before flying straight toward Lee Ruashi's mutant. The fire mutant immediately attacked Lee Ruashi's mutant. Neither Yi-Bei nor Lee Ruashi understood why this was happening. The fire mutant did not say a word. It simply charged in and attacked. Its opponent was equally confused and kept asking, "Who are you? Why did you come at me?" The fire mutant pinned him down with its hand, refusing to let him move, until Lee Ruashi's mutant kicked it away. That kick sent the fire mutant flying straight toward a car. It seemed to have become enraged, so it spat flames to attack. No one at the scene dared move, afraid of drawing the attention of those two powerful mutants. Zhao Heng cried as his beloved car, along with the food supplies he had painstakingly hoarded, was about to burn up. Yi-Bei told everyone not to worry about that. The urgent thing was to leave at once. Everyone immediately obeyed and ran. Lee Ruashi was irritated that Yi-Bei was about to escape again. She vented her anger on her mutant, calling him utterly useless. Yi-Bei is about to get away. What are you still doing there? He replied that he was being held back by the enemy and could not split himself in two. The fire mutant had its face restrained and accidentally sent an attack off course. A fireball shot straight toward the fleeing Guni. A thunderous explosion erupted in a blinding flash, affecting even the people running ahead. Guni lay trembling on the ground in terror. Fortunately, Yi-Bei had moved faster and saved her. The attack had struck the tree beside them instead. He helped Nguni up. Zhao Heng had the misfortune of getting flames on his clothes. No one knew what to do, and they called out to Yi-Bei. He told them not to stand there stupidly and ordered them to find somewhere to hide. The burning tree trunks split the group in two, but those in front immediately followed Yi-Bei's command. After putting out the flames on his clothes, Zhao Heng asked Yi-Bei where they should run now. Yi-Bei did not know how to answer. He looked around, searching for shelter. Fortunately, there was a garage in front of them. Yi-Bei told everyone to hide there first, and they immediately ran toward it. The sky was gray and overcast. After struggling against each other for some time, both sides were exhausted. The gray mutant told his opponent that they could talk things over calmly now. He asked whether the other had also eaten a black gold bead and turned into this form as a result. At the mention of the black bead, the fire mutant trembled in fear. It clutched its head, rolled onto the ground, and cried out in agony, "No, I don't want to eat it." Terrifying memories from the past resurfaced. Those filthy rich men had defiled its body. Not only that, they had forced it to swallow the black gold bead. Unable to resist, it had ended up like this. It called them a pack of lunatics. Enraged, the fire mutant spewed flames into the air and roared, "I'll take those rich bastards' lives and burn them to ashes." The gray mutant comforted it. "Brother, I had no choice but to eat black gold too. I'm just like you. I understand." Lee Ruashi could wait no longer. She asked whether the two had talked enough already. Since they shared the same plight, had they suddenly found kindred spirits after meeting too late? Impatiently, she asked whether they could hurry up and kill Yi-Bei. By now, she had no idea where he had run off to. The gray mutant told Lee Ruashi not to worry. He would go immediately, and he could track Yi-Bei by his scent. The fire mutant asked whether they were looking for someone. He replied that it was a person named Yi-Bei. Since Yi-Bei seemed to know a great deal about black gold beads, he might have a way to turn them back into humans. Hearing that it might be able to become human again, the fire mutant was moved. It immediately changed its mind and wanted to go with them. Down in the garage, there was not a sound. Everything was eerily quiet as Yi-Bei's group continued fleeing. Zhao Heng asked whether there seemed to be no movement outside and if the others had already left. Before Yi-Bei could answer, a car came flying toward them. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and pulled everyone aside before they could be crushed beneath it. The gray mutant had followed Yi-Bei's scent and was the one who threw the car. Having found Yi-Bei, he laughed joyfully. "Found you. Our battle isn't over yet." In the garage, the gray mutant had found Yi-Bei's group. He laughed wildly. "Yi-Bei, before I finish you off, you still need to tell me every secret about black gold. This time, I won't let you play any tricks." Yi-Bei was extremely worried, unsure how to deal with him. Moreover, he still had two companions to protect. He told Zhao Heng to take Ngani and leave first, while he stayed behind to hold the monster off. Zhao Heng immediately led the girl away. As they searched for a place to hide, the fire mutant unfortunately blocked their path. Facing it directly, they could see how horrifying and grotesque the fire mutant looked. Zhao Heng immediately informed Yi-Bei that they had been trapped in a pincer attack. Both escape routes had been blocked. Lee Ruashi let out a mocking laugh, delighted that she could finally catch eBay. Sitting atop a car, she told him, "Don't think you can escape my grasp. Now, these two mutants want her life, so why don't you obediently stand still and surrender it?" eBay was furious when he saw her. He glared and gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his anger as Lee Ruashi's name echoed endlessly in his mind. He told Zhao Heng and Nguni to hide off to the side and stay away from him. The two did not delay and immediately did as he said. The moment Lee Ruashi ordered them to take eBay's life, the gray mutant shot forward like a rocket. eBay did not hesitate either. He drew his sword and prepared to fight the two monsters. The gray monster swiped its claws at him, but eBay bent backward to evade the strike. He swiftly pulled out the gun hanging from his chest and cocked it. Though his current stance made aiming difficult, he still tried to hit his target. A gunshot rang through the garage. No one knew who he had shot. Unexpectedly, rather than targeting the mutants, eBay shot Lee Ruashi in the shoulder. "Bitch, one shot is far from enough. I'll put a few more into you," she screamed as pain surged through her and toppled backward. The gray monster was also surprised that eBay had targeted Lee Ruashi instead of it. It turned around, exposing a weakness that eBay seized immediately. eBay promptly fired another bullet at Lee Ruashi, as though his patience had reached its limit. The second bullet hit her in the waist. The gray mutant immediately rushed over and used his hand to block any further bullets from reaching Lee Ruashi. He shouted, "You are not allowed to hurt her." eBay could not be bothered to respond. He swung his sword powerfully at them. Lee Ruashi was lucky that the gray mutant carried her away before the sword strike reached her. The fire mutant leaped down from above, intending to capture eBay, but he saw it coming. Thanks to his quick reflexes and agile body, he dodged the fire mutant's pounce. It once again spat flames to attack eBay. He used his sword like a shield, blocking the monster's fire. Nearby, Zhao Heng and Nguni were hiding behind a pillar. They anxiously wondered how they could help eBay. The girl looked at him with deep concern, not knowing how to get him out of danger. Nguni slowly reached behind her and took an axe from her cute rabbit backpack. She immediately hurled it straight at the fire monster. But given the axe's speed and size, instead of hurting it, she only succeeded in drawing its attention. By the time Zhao Heng realized what Nguni had done, it was too late. The monster had discovered their hiding place. eBay did not want anything to happen to his companions, so he swung his sword to draw the monster's attention and make it forget about them. But his strike did not wound the monster. Instead, it accidentally cut through a nearby water pipe. Water began pouring from the pipe in an endless stream. It splashed directly onto the fire monster, causing it to howl in pain. At that moment, eBay realized this was his only chance. He rushed in to attack once more. This time, he did not fail. With one slash, he successfully severed one of the fire monster's arms from its body. Seeing that it had lost an arm, it howled and roared in unbearable pain. eBay showed it no mercy at all. He raised his sword, intending to finish the monster off. Fortunately for the fire monster, it managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, that attack would certainly have killed it. Frightened by Yi Bei's strength, it immediately fled. The gray monster, carrying Lee Ruashi in its arms, slowly turned back to look at Yi Bei and his companions. It told Yi Bei that he had gotten lucky this time, but it would come back to settle the score. The two monsters and Lee Ruashi quickly left, lest Yi Bei take their lives. That bitch Lee Ruashi was truly blessed by fate. As for Yi Bei, he did not relax his guard. He remained in a fighting stance, watching their retreating footsteps. Once they had left, he planted his sword in the ground. Seeing that the situation was safe, Zhao Heng and Nguni ran over to check on him. When Nguni saw Yi Bei kneeling on the ground, she worriedly asked if he was injured. Yi Bei said no. He was only taking a moment to relax. Facing two mutants at once was something he had never expected. At the mention of mutants, Zhao Heng anxiously asked whether Yi Bei knew their origins. Yi Bei did not answer at once. He remained silent and pondered for a long time before explaining that mutants were created when humans consumed black gold energy. In most cases, people who consumed black gold would become zombies. Only a very small number could fuse with black gold and become mutants with tremendous power. Therefore, individuals like them, who could retain their consciousness, were exceptionally rare. After hearing this, Zhao Heng wondered how Yi Bei knew such things. Yi Bei said nothing and remained silent. This is not the time. I'll tell you later. What we should consider now is where to go next. Thinking about his food, Zhao Heng was worried and wanted to go back to see what had happened to it. Ngani also had something she wanted to ask, but she stayed quiet and merely followed Yi Bei. Yi Bei felt that something about this world had changed. He sensed that the apocalypse was accelerating. Before the situation became even worse, he had to make sure something stronger emerged. Outside, the sky was dark with heavy clouds, and thick raindrops began to fall. Zhao Heng wept over his car. After inspecting it, he found that it was beyond repair. Crying, he hugged the food and supplies, repeatedly saying that the car could not be saved and that they could only take all the food and supplies with them. Let's go. Zhao Heng also felt it was a great pity that the garage entrance had been blocked off. There were good cars inside that they could have used for transportation. He handed 2 tarps to Yi Bei and Guni. Since they had no umbrellas, they could only use these to shield themselves from the rain. Right now, they needed to find shelter from the rain first. They also had to find a vehicle that still worked so they could continue on their way. Yi Bei turned to Guni and asked how she was doing. Guni said that she had actually been here before. One of her father's friends lived nearby. She pointed toward the mountain and explained that her father had brought her to visit that uncle before. If they kept going straight toward that mountain, they would reach his place. Zhao Heng asked skeptically, "Your father's friend? What kind of person is he? Do you think he's still alive?" Ngani replied that although the man was rather strange, he was a good person. She only hoped that nothing had happened to him. Ngani added that his house was very large, with very high walls, so zombies definitely could not get inside. There were also many computers inside. Yi Bei seemed to realize something. When Zhao Heng heard there were lots of computers, he guessed, could he run an internet cafe? Compared with an internet cafe, they needed a supermarket more. However, Yi Bei said they should go and take a look. He told Ngani to lead the way quickly. Perhaps her father might be there as well. Suddenly, a zombie appeared out of nowhere in the pouring rain, and it was not alone. Many more were coming toward them. Zhao Heng could not understand why zombies were attacking them at a time like this. Yi Bei immediately assigned their roles. One group kills while the other keeps moving forward. Elsewhere, a zombie's head was being torn into several pieces. It was the Gray Mutant. He was attacking other prey. After escaping from Yi Bei, he looked at the results of his hunt on the ground and slowly walked over, as though searching for something. Inside the zombies' corpses were the black gold beads he was looking for. But this small amount of black gold was not enough for him. The Gray Mutant immediately turned around and ran away. The rain continued to pour, growing heavier and heavier, while the clouds overhead showed no sign of clearing. The Fire Mutant heard him and turned to see who it was. It was the Gray Mutant who had brought the black gold back. The moment he returned, he hurried to find Li Ruoshi. After being shot, Li Ruoshi was struggling to endure the pain. She lay trembling on the bed, her face pale. The Gray Mutant approached her softly and said, "I brought the black gold you needed." Li Ruoshi struggled to open her eyes and said, "Give them all to me. Hurry." The Gray Mutant opened his hand, revealing 8 black gold beads. He asked her again, "Have you decided to eat them?" Li Ruoshi angrily ordered him to hand over every black gold bead at once and get out immediately. Seeing there was no way to persuade her, the Gray Mutant said nothing more. He obeyed Li Ruoshi like a dog and silently walked out. The Fire Mutant did not know whether she had already eaten them. The Gray Mutant replied that she still seemed hesitant. After thinking for a moment, the fire monster said that it had once seen someone forced to consume one of those black beads. The result had been terrifying. The person had not died, but had turned into a monster like them. The Gray Mutant said that he did not want to lose Li Ruoshi. The Fire Mutant said that although it had cauterized her wounds, without professional medical treatment, there was a very high chance that she would die. Hearing that, the Gray Monster fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is eating black gold the only option?" The Fire Mutant comforted him. "If Li Ruoshi successfully mutates and becomes one of us, that would not be bad. She would no longer fear zombies, nor would she need to fear anyone else." It believed that this would allow them to kill as they pleased and take revenge everywhere. The Gray Mutant said thoughtfully, but there are people like eBay. His hand seems incapable of regenerating. The Fire Mutant then recalled eBay. It believed eBay was too powerful and that his weapon could even block its flames. The Gray Mutant felt they should work together, find a way to subdue him, and force the secret of the black gold out of him, especially whether there was a way to become human again. The Fire Mutant agreed. Only then did they introduce themselves. The Fire Mutant was named Jubo, while the Gray Mutant was named Wang Sheng. They shook hands and agreed to cooperate. The scene shifted to another area, likely nearby, since the rain was still pouring down. A zombie wearing a pink bikini had been cut in half. Ibe had no idea how many zombies he had taken care of by now. Perhaps exhausted from fighting continuously in the relentless rain, he was gasping for breath. Zhao Hang sensed that something was wrong and rushed over to ask if he was all right. Ye Bai's complexion looked terrible. Zhao Hang suggested that they find a place to rest first. Ye Bai told him not to worry about him, then turned to Gani and asked, "Is your father's friend's house still far away?" She pointed toward the tunnel and replied, "We only need to pass through this tunnel and go over one more slope." But the problem was that the tunnel was completely flooded. The water also appeared quite deep. Could the drainage system have clogged? Ibe did not know what to do with all that water, so he looked around for something that could help them. Ibe spotted a piece of wood nearby. He told Ngani to sit on it while he and Zhao Hang pushed her along. Ngani obediently followed his instructions and immediately climbed onto the wooden board. The three of them slowly entered the tunnel. Ibe pushed Ngani while Zhao Hang carried their belongings. The deeper they went, the darker and more frightening the tunnel became. Zhao Hang felt extremely uneasy and thought to himself, surely zombies cannot dive, can they? Ngani, sitting on the board, noticed something unusual about Yi Bei and turned back to ask him about it. Yi Bei said they were almost there, but his face was clearly filled with exhaustion, and he could no longer hold himself up. Yi Bei immediately collapsed into the deep, dark tunnel. Ngani was frightened and worried. She kept calling his name. Zhao Hang and Ngu Ni repeatedly tried to wake Yi Bei, but his strength and endurance had been exhausted. He slowly sank beneath the water. The rain still showed no sign of stopping, and darkness surrounded everything. Wang Sheng looked at the sky and saw that the rain still had not eased. Zhubo felt the same way. The streets were already flooded with rainwater. Sensing that the situation was not right, Wang Xing entered the room to find Li Ruoxi. He wanted to discuss it with her. Li Ruoxi had apparently eaten the black gold bead and was now lying on the floor, suffering in pain. Wang Sheng had not expected that she would actually dare to eat it. Standing outside, he called Li Ruoxi's name. Her pupils had turned green, and bulging veins covered her body. Intense pain radiated from the wounds Yi Bei had inflicted on her. Zhubo entered the room and asked Wang Sheng what was happening. Suddenly, the house exploded, the windows shattered, and purple rays of light burst out from inside the building. Those rays gradually faded into the darkness. On the other side, Yi Bei seemed to awaken underwater. He slowly opened his eyes, but could see nothing except blackness. As he tried again to see his surroundings, Yi Bei noticed light and bubbles. A hand gripped his head and pulled him above the water. Under someone's watchful gaze, he realized it was none other than Li Ruoxi. She asked Yi Bei where his companion, the mechanist, was hiding. Seeing that he was trying to remain silent, Li Ruoxi repeated herself and called his name. Though his body was bruised and battered, Yi Bei did not reveal a single detail. He cursed Li Ruoxi as a filthy woman and told her to stay the hell away from him. Li Ruoxi was annoyed by Yi Bei's arrogance. She thought he did not know what was good for him and ordered her subordinate to force Yi Bei's head underwater. Because his body was already covered in injuries, Yi Bei could not breathe after being suddenly submerged. He struggled desperately, but they would not let him go. Gradually, he slipped into unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes, he saw what looked like the ceiling of a hospital. He stared quietly into space. Perhaps that dream had been a nightmare that flashed through his mind. Once Yi Bei regained his bearings, he realized it had only been a dream. Everything was different from the past now. He tried to sit up, but it was still difficult, likely because his body had endured too much strain. Only then did Yi Bei notice someone sitting beside him. It was none other than kind little Guni. She had most likely taken care of him while he was ill and had fallen asleep without realizing it. Yibei's movement as he sat up woke Nguni. She slowly opened her eyes in confusion, then was overjoyed when she saw that Yibei was awake. "You're awake?" she asked. Yibei replied, "Yes," though he still looked very tired. Yibei looked around and asked Nguni where they were. She replied that this was the home of her father's friend. At the same time, Zhao Hang entered carrying food and medicine. He was delighted to see Yibei awake, because Yibei had been unconscious for a full day and night. Seeing Zhao Hang, Yibei did not understand why he was still here. Zhao Hang told him not to be so cold, since the two of them had worked extremely hard to carry him back. Yibei also wondered how Zhao Hang and Gu Ni had managed to bring him there through such heavy rain and wind. A man slowly walked into the room. He said that he, too, was confused about how those two had managed to reach the place. He was a large, elderly man wearing protective clothing. He said that a student, a chubby boy, and a little girl had actually walked through hordes of zombies. If he had not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. When Guni saw the man, she happily called him Uncle Zhang, while Yi Bei remained silent. Guni began recounting everything that had happened. After Yi Bei fainted, she and Zhao Hang had pulled him out of the water, but they had not known what to do next. Fortunately, Uncle Zhang had spotted them through the surveillance cameras. Since he recognized Nguni, he drove out to pick them up. Nguni said that thanks to him, the whole group had arrived safely. Yibei asked whether Uncle Zhang had seen everything. Uncle Zhang said, "Of course, I saw you cutting down zombies as easily as chopping vegetables. It was incredible. Where on earth did that weapon of yours come from?" Hearing this, Yibei hurriedly got out of the hospital bed. Though it was still difficult for him, he said, "Thank you for saving us. But I cannot tell you about the weapon. Please return that sword to me immediately. Otherwise, before he could finish, he collapsed to the floor because his body was still too weak. Nguni immediately ran over to support him. Uncle Zhang believed that wielding that sword must have consumed a great deal of Yi Bei's stamina, leaving everyone in the room astonished. Only then did Uncle Zhang apologize, saying that he had forgotten to introduce himself. Spreading his arms cheerfully, he introduced himself as Zhang Han. Everyone could call him Dr. Zhang. This place was his research facility, and ever since the zombie virus outbreak, he had been living here. Yibei felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar. He repeated the name, Dr. Zhang Han. Only then did he remember. This was Dr. Zhang Han, the famous zombie scholar, the first person to study and name black gold energy. Thinking back on the past, Yibei felt that to a mechanist, Dr. Zhang was practically a saintly figure. Yet now he was standing right in front of him. Yibei still found it hard to believe and asked, "Are you really Dr. Zhang?" Dr. Zhang rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. "It is rather embarrassing to say, but I gave myself the title of doctor. I only do miscellaneous work in this research facility." Yibei was puzzled. Could they merely share the same name? What a waste of his excitement. Dr. Zhang added that he was genuinely very curious about Yibei's weapon. For the sake of humanity's future, he asked to borrow it for research. After considering it, Yibei regarded this as a test. If this man truly was the Dr. Zhang Han he knew, then that would be ideal. Yibei agreed to Dr. Zhang's request, "But I have something even better for you to study." Hearing this, Dr. Zhang hurriedly asked what it was. Yibei slowly replied, "A living zombie." Dr. Zhang was utterly shocked. A thick iron door slowly opened. Dr. Zhang led Yibei to see where he stored his weapons, while the others followed behind. He said that he had only scanned it briefly to check it, and had not done anything reckless with it. Watching Yibei wield the sword with such ease, Dr. Zhang exclaimed in amazement. "As expected, only you can lift it so easily. I nearly threw my back out carrying it here." Yibei looked around and felt that Dr. Zhang's working environment was truly excellent. With the equipment here, they could certainly make some even more powerful gear. Hearing the word make, Dr. Zhang was stunned and slowly asked, "Could it be that you made this weapon yourself?" Yibei answered, "That's right." Seeing such a talented young man before him, Dr. Zhang eagerly wanted to witness it for himself. "You're amazing. Hurry and show me how you do it." But Yibei refused. "The entire crafting process must remain confidential. Otherwise, I will not let you study the zombie." Dr. Zhang protested, jumping about and accusing Yibei of bullying an old man. Yi Bei made another deal. If you give me some food every day, I can consider it. Dr. Zhang called him shameless and thick-skinned. Yet on Dr. Zhang's computer were two familiar images, Yi Bei's personal information. He was 18 years old, a senior student in class 12A from its city. As for Zhao Hang, they had not yet found any information about him. No one knew how much time had passed, but the rain still showed no sign of stopping. The roads below were completely flooded, with only zombies still wandering outside. Zombies with green eyes paced ceaselessly around the house. In another room, filled with countless computers, Nguni was operating the surveillance cameras. She used the keyboard skillfully. Beside her was a board filled with various pieces of information. This Nguni was completely different from the adorable girl she normally was. She stared at the screens with unwavering focus, not blinking at all. Perhaps she was too focused to notice Dr. Zhang entering the room. He held 2 cups of warm water in his hands. "Just as I thought, you're here," he said. Nguni said that she wanted to do what she could. Dr. Zhang asked whether she was looking for living people outside, adding that she had been working very hard. He also said that there was still no news of Nguni's father. The surveillance cameras here only covered the riverside area, and there were no zombies surrounding this place at all. Nguni happily said that Uncle Zhang was a good person, and her father was a good person too, so she believed that her father would be fine. Seeing her adorable expression, Dr. Zhang could only smile. Then he quietly asked Nguni, "But are the 2 people you brought here really all right?" Dr. Zhang felt that Yi Bei was not an ordinary person. Despite being such a young student, he was able to master advanced technology. At that moment, Yi Bei was in the weapon crafting room. Moreover, whenever Dr. Zhang looked into Yi Bei's eyes, he felt they were far too fierce, like those of a killer. Meanwhile, Yi Bei was happily nearing completion on a new creation. Dr. Zhang continued quietly, "And that chubby boy seems fairly normal, but I feel that he has some secret he cannot tell anyone." He was so absorbed in gossiping that he failed to notice Zhao Heng standing right behind him. Having heard everything, Zhao Heng spoke loudly. "Uncle Zhang, it's not good to speak ill of people behind their backs." Dr. Zhang jumped in fright. Zhao Heng pointed at him and said that Dr. Zhang was the strangest one of all. Such a huge research facility, yet he lived there all alone. There was an airstrip above, a garage below, rooms filled with raw materials, and even solar panels. There were also several large storerooms full of food and clothes, as well as mountains of daily supplies. Because of all this, Zhao Heng felt that Dr. Zhang was the most suspicious person here. This time, Dr. Zhang became angry and said that Zhao Heng did not understand anything. He had foreseen that the world would one day come to an end, which was why he had begun preparing so early. Yet every one of them had treated him as a madman and a fool. Dr. Zhang pointed straight at Zhao Heng and said, "You eat my food and live in my house, yet you still have the nerve to criticize me? My goal is to save all of humanity." Zhao Heng did not understand. Why save all humanity when you hacked every surveillance camera near the Riverside district, violating everyone's privacy? Dr. Zhang angrily retorted, "If those cameras were no longer operational, who would save them?" Nguni tried to stop the argument, but she could not compete with the strength of 2 men. Suddenly, someone inserted a needle into Zhao Heng's arm and drew blood while he was not paying attention. Startled, he turned around and saw that it was Yi Bei. Yi Bei told him not to move. It turned out not to be an injection, but a blood-drawing tube. After collecting a sufficient amount, Yi Bei removed it from Zhao Heng's arm. Zhao Heng turned to Yi Bei and asked what he had injected into him. Yi Bei said it was not an injection. He had merely borrowed some blood for the time being. Before leaving, Yi Bei warned them that the zombies were about to mutate to an even higher level. They did not have much time left. He said that an even greater disaster was approaching, so everyone had to prepare well for the future. The people in the room stood frozen, unable to understand what was happening. Dr. Zhang could hardly believe his ears when he heard that the zombies would mutate. On another surveillance feed, several suspicious scenes had been captured. Because the rain had continued without stopping, the entire city was flooded. Several of Yi Bei's classmates looked down from above and saw floodwater everywhere, with zombies surrounding them as well. Faced with the situation, they had no idea what to do. Suddenly, a zombie stared directly at them. Terrified, one of them squeezed his eyes shut and hurried back inside. A phone went inside and told everyone, "This place has been surrounded by zombies. We can't get out anymore." Upon hearing this, no one knew what to do. The rain was pouring down, the roads were flooded, and the brown-haired girl covered her face and cried helplessly. Another student was crying beside his friend, Xiao Zi, who was still unconscious. No one knew where Yi Bei had gone. There was no food left in the building, so the chances of them dying there were very high. After thinking for a while, a Feng said there was still one other way. He opened his hand, revealing 4 black gold beads. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to understand why he had kept those 4 beads. A Feng explained that while helping Yi Bei clear out the zombies, he had secretly hidden them. He said he had previously heard that monster growl that had become a monster after eating several black gold beads. He thought that if he ate one of these beads, perhaps he could. Everyone thought Afong had gone a little crazy. Did he really intend to eat one of those beads? Afong believed that if they gained power like the monsters, they could survive and break through the encirclement. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon outside drew everyone's attention. Not far away, a black tornado had formed, surrounded by purple lightning. Everyone was bewildered, as it was the first time they had ever seen such a bizarre tornado. Because Dr. Zhang had prepared thoroughly, his facility had not been affected by the rain. Yi Bei continued creating new equipment in preparation for the future. He spoke to no one and focused solely on research and invention. Zhao Heng saw that Yi Bei had been busy in the workshop for several days and had no idea what he was repeatedly making. Dr. Zhang recalled Yi Bei's earlier words. He wanted to build new equipment to fight mutated zombies. Could every zombie mutate into creatures like the Black Spine mutant and the Fire mutant they had encountered before? Zhao Heng said he did not know, but if they all mutated like that, they would be completely finished. He asked Dr. Zhang how they were supposed to fight when the facility did not even have weapons. Dr. Zhang said he wanted to create a refuge, not become some mountain king. So why would there be weapons? Zhao Heng argued that a refuge without weapons was nothing more than meat on a chopping block. What nonsense! Where's Nguni? Just then, Nguni rushed in anxiously, repeatedly calling for Dr. Zhang. She said that she had seen her father on the surveillance cameras. Both Dr. Zhang and Zhao Heng were shocked by Nguni's panicked announcement. Zhao Heng quickly asked whether she had really seen him on the surveillance feed. Dr. Zhang was more direct. Did that mean her father had arrived in the Newater district? The 3 of them immediately went to the CCTV monitoring room. Nguni said she had seen her father on the commercial street in the Western District. Being cautious, she had saved the footage just in case. The 2 men watched intently as the CCTV recording played, showing dozens of monsters amid the chaotic rainstorm. Then the image of a man believed to be Nguni's father appeared. Hidden beneath a tattered cloak, he was moving among the zombie monsters. Dr. Zhang watched his old friend's movements in alarm. It seemed that he had not yet turned into a zombie. Zhao Heng also confirmed that Uncle had not been attacked by any zombies. Nguni's father was trying to evade the zombies by blending in among them. In the end, he managed to escape the dangerous area. Nguni was both moved and deeply worried, and could only whisper, "Dad." Zhao Heng comforted her. Though they did not know how her father had managed to hide among the zombies, at least he was still alive. That alone was fortunate. Hearing this, Nguni felt somewhat reassured. Dr. Zhang analyzed the footage. It looks like he smeared himself with blood and attached zombie body parts to himself. So that is enough to hide among the zombies? Could it be that zombies hunt people by smell? This is truly worth researching. Nguni became worried upon hearing him say that. Realizing that he had misspoken, Dr. Zhang apologized. It is just an old habit. He also advised Nguni that although he knew she desperately wanted to rescue her father, the weather was truly terrible. The rain would not stop, and the road to the Western District was completely flooded. There was no way to drive there. Nguni understood and obediently accepted it. Zhao Heng suggested asking Brother Yi. Perhaps Yi Bei had finished making some powerful equipment. Nguni also hoped so, but contrary to her hopes, Yi Bei reacted with anger. He refused. He had far too much work to do, and her constant requests were making him extremely irritated. His work was not finished yet, and her impatience would not help anything. Nguni could only remain silent as Brother Yi reprimanded her. He repeated that, aside from mealtimes, she was absolutely not to disturb him. Zhao Heng was displeased with Yi Bei's attitude and scolded him for going too far. Even if he could not help, he should at least offer the girl a few comforting words. Rather than argue, Yi Bei simply said, "Then you go in my place." Zhao Heng hesitated upon hearing that. The situation outside was dangerous, and going out now was truly unwise. Putting that aside, Zhao Heng began looking over the weapons, knives and guns, until his eyes landed on a sword. Could this be? Yi Bai explained, I added your blood to these two weapons. You can use them now. Hearing that, Zhao Heng immediately picked them up to test them. Surprised by how light the blade was, Zhao Heng asked whether it was the same as Yi Bei's. Yi Bei explained, when you swing the sword, imagine channeling your strength into the weapon. You can release sword light. You must control your power carefully or you could easily lose a limb. Zhao Heng was now focused only on the wonderful weapon and casually said that he would be careful. Turning to the gun, he wondered whether it had been modified from something Yi Bei had found. Yi Bei did not deny it. Before firing, turn on the power. The energy in the chamber will be fired out along with the bullet. Its power is considerable, but the ammunition is limited, so aim carefully before shooting. Zhao Heng was ecstatic. Whoa, it really is an electromagnetic gun. This is absolutely incredible. As he spoke, he grabbed the weapons and left. He could not wait any longer. He wanted to practice immediately. Despite his bulky body, Zhao Heng ran outside swiftly, ignoring the stormy weather. He activated the gun for the first time and fired a shot straight into the sky. A terrifyingly powerful blue beam burst from the barrel and shot directly into the heavens. The sight was so shocking that he could only cry out in amazement. Zhao Heng could not help but admire it. The weapon was truly formidable. He laughed triumphantly, then turned to the sword, whose power source glowed with an equally terrifying blue light. He swung the sword through the air, and blue light erupted in flashes. It really could unleash sword light. He did not stop at one slash, testing it with many more swings. The CCTV cameras captured everything. Dr. Zhang anxiously warned Zhao Heng not to test swords and guns right outside the entrance. Thrilled to have two top-tier weapons, Zhao Heng considered himself invincible. Without further hesitation, he put on a raincoat and boots, ready to set out. Zombies, ability users, come at me. Let's see whether old Zhao kills you one by one. Through the cameras, Zhao Heng told Nguni that he would definitely bring her father back safely, so she should wait there with Dr. Zhang. Nguni was worried. Big brother Zhao, will you be all right? Dr. Zhang had no intention of stopping him. Let us see how long that smugness lasts. The facility's system informed him through artificial intelligence that the road to the western district was flooded. He could only take a detour around the western hill. There were no cameras on the mountain road, and quite a few zombies were outside. It advised him not to take unnecessary risks. Zhao Heng angrily complained, that old man is so annoying. Have Nguni guide me instead. Dr. Zhang inwardly cursed that damned fat man. Zhao Heng, nevertheless, continued onward, and the moment he reached the foot of the hill, he was shocked to find a horde of zombies that had climbed all the way up. Their grotesque bodies and vicious eyes approached him, but Zhao Heng was not afraid with divine weapons in hand. He swung his blade. A flash of light sliced straight through the monsters' bodies. Seeing that it worked, Zhao Heng smugly exclaimed, "It really is unbelievably powerful." But he suddenly sobered when he saw a strange purple glow in the sky beyond the hill. Outside, the rain was falling harder and harder, and howls mixed with the endless sound of rain. Another zombie was cut in half by the blade of light. Zhao Heng continued his enthusiastic monster-killing spree, sweeping his sword toward them. Once the area around him was temporarily clear, Zhao Heng contacted the facility. He repeatedly called out to Dr. Zhang and Nguni, asking whether they could see everything. He reported that the rain outside was growing even heavier, and that there was even a purple tornado to the west. It looked incredibly terrifying. The two inside had also received the information. The rain outside was torrential, and the cameras had limited visibility. Dr. Zhang said that he could feel the wind had already reached force 6. He advised Zhao Heng to return, as it was truly too dangerous outside. Even Zhao Heng's confidence faltered. No matter how good the equipment was, it could not defy nature. He apologized to Nguni and said they could only wait for a better opportunity to rescue her father. Dr. Zhang also comforted her, saying that her father was a very lucky man. If he could hide from zombies, then he would surely be able to avoid this terrible weather as well. Nguni felt somewhat reassured. Zhao Heng began returning to the facility through the pouring rain. Suddenly, as he turned back, the alarm began blaring. Dr. Zhang was stunned and immediately asked Zhao Heng whether he had led zombies back with him. But that had been Zhao Hang's purpose all along. He was the one who had done it. Although he had originally planned to rescue Nguni's father, he could not go now, so he could only complete the next task instead, bringing back a live zombie. It was something Brother Yi had asked him to do. Dr. Zhang was still extremely worried. Why they need to bring a live zombie back? To stop Zhao Hang from doing something foolish, Dr. Zhang told him to wait there while he came over. At the entrance to the facility where Zhao Hang was waiting, he had chopped the zombie into a stump to stop it from running around. Dr. Zhang was astonished. It was still bouncing about energetically, with such tenacious life force. What exactly was supplying it with energy? Dr. Zhang was deeply grateful. This time, Fat Zhao has truly done a great service. It seems you really are dependable. Zhao Heng beamed at the praise. Nguni was happy to see Dr. Zhang and Big Brother Zhao getting along. In the research room, Yi Bei was still conducting meticulous research, testing many different methods. Outside, the rain gradually began to stop. The dark clouds slowly drifted away, allowing an unfamiliar light to filter through. That strange light began shining down on the writhing zombies below. Strangely, they did not fear the light. They all raised their heads to meet it. Then something bizarre began to happen. The sunlight tore apart the outer layers of their skin, exposing their grotesque bodies beneath. They had now officially become true monsters. More and more hideous creatures appeared, their eyes changing from blue to blazing red. The monsters had evolved in unimaginable ways. Previously, they could only move along the ground, but now they could leap great distances. A boy standing on a balcony was praising the beauty of the shining sun above when a monster's arm suddenly reached the railing, and it slowly climbed up in front of the poor, innocent boy. Hearing a strange noise, the man inside panicked and ran out to find his wife and son. But it seemed to be too late. The monsters had truly climbed up there. One family, after another living high above, was reached by the creatures. Screams rang out everywhere. Those hiding on upper floors who had carelessly left their doors unlocked were visited by monsters as well. There was nowhere the creatures did not go. Even at a school, students scattered in panic at the sight of the monsters. One girl seemed about to be attacked, but something else suddenly stopped the creature with a single grab. That figure did not hesitate to drive straight into the monster's eye, leaving the students horrified by the sight. The monster was subdued. The white creature pulled a red bead out of its eye. Then it turned back toward the students, its eyes glowing blue. They all seemed to recognize it as a phone. Elsewhere, where the monsters had not yet transformed, there were still many zombies wandering the streets, their bodies grotesque and their blue eyes vicious. From high above, Li Ruoxi and her two subordinates watched every movement. The monster beside her sounded somewhat impressed. Amazing. There are so many zombies, yet they move in such orderly formation, like a school of fish. Li Ruoxi smilat smugli. All the torment she had endured these past days had not been in vain. She then asked for Yi Bei's location. The other monster said that he had found him. Yi Bei was in a house resembling a research institute on that hill. If he went in alone, he could assassinate Yi Bei. However, Li Ruoxi did not like that suggestion at all and flatly refused it. How could I let Yi Bei die without knowing why? If I did not kill him with my own hands, how could I possibly ease the resentment in my heart? Li Ruoxi intended to make him slowly experience the approach of despair. On the hill where the research facility stood, Zhao Heng was preparing to take Nguni to find her father when the alarm suddenly began blaring nonstop again. He immediately called Dr. Zhang. They were about to head out, so why had a warning suddenly appeared? Old Zhang was also extremely tense and urged them not to go outside now. There was major trouble. They had to bring Nguni back to the laboratory immediately. He said that city cameras showed a massive horde of zombies gathering. They were heading toward them. Zhao Heng was utterly horrified after hearing this. What? How many zombies are in a horde like that? Dr. Zhang estimated that there were probably more than 1,000 of them. Zhao Heng was even more terrified upon hearing that. Zhao Heng was confused. What exactly was going on? Could it be because they were the last survivors? Or had they offended something? Even Dr. Zhang was at a loss. He did not know what they had provoked outside, but they had better inform Yi Bei. Zhao Heng hurried to Yi Bei's laboratory and repeatedly knocked on the door. Brother Yi, this is bad. Over 1,000 zombies are charging toward us. What should we do? Yi Bei had already received the information inside. Dr. Zhang had informed him earlier. Zhao Hang felt somewhat relieved upon hearing that. So what now? Are you ready to go out and wipe them out? But Yi Bei was not ready yet. Zhao Hang panicked again. How can that be? Do you want me to face more than 1,000 zombies alone? Yi Bei said that he should have prepared sooner. Events were progressing much faster than he had anticipated, and these sudden developments were beyond his calculations. For now, they could only rely on everyone else. If that man really was Dr. Zhang, he would surely be able to resolve the crisis before them. Zhao Hang nearly went mad. Brother Yi, what exactly are you thinking? This is no longer the time to play guessing games. Yet Yi Bei remained silent in the face of his objections. Zhao Hang left in anger. Damn it, Yi Bei was giving him the silent treatment at a time like this. At this point, he could only rely on himself. As he spoke, he climbed the research facility's watchtower. Upon reaching the top and looking down, Zhao Hang was alarmed by the overwhelming number of zombies. Oh my god, he cried in panic. There were so many zombies that even the research facility's sturdy walls might not be able to hold them back. He turned and ran toward a vehicle. We absolutely cannot let them breach the walls. Watching through the surveillance cameras, Dr. Zhang was puzzled by Zhao Hang's actions. Why is he driving? Zhao Hang called for them to open the gate. He would go outside and hold them off while the doctor came up with a solution. If I don't return, all of you run. Nguni was deeply worried about Zhao Hang. Big brother Zhao. As soon as she spoke, the vehicle sped out. Zhao Hang reassured her, don't worry, I'm not going to die that easily. He stopped his vehicle before the thousands of zombies. He drew his gun and began aiming. Then he fired a shot, infusing it with his soul. The blast of energy struck, killing hundreds of zombies. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Hang was exhilarated. Shooting without even needing to aim felt incredible. Turn to ash, all of you, he cursed at the zombies, firing another shot, and then another. The horde quickly began to thin. Watching from above, Li Ruoshi was far from pleased. That monster! I didn't expect them to have such powerful weapons. It seems Mistress will have a hard time dealing with them. Li Ruoshi was unwilling to accept it. She wanted to see just how long they could hold out. In the forest, Zhao Hang was still fighting the endless swarm of zombies from inside his vehicle, firing shot after shot. The shots were still effective, but there were simply too many zombies, and they were gradually closing in. Zhao Hang cursed under his breath. Damn it, why won't they ever run out? Suddenly, a strange burst of fire shot out from somewhere and headed straight for his vehicle. Zhao Hang had no time to react before the vehicle was hit. Nguni and Dr. Zhang watched anxiously from the observation room as the vehicle overturned onto its side. Zhao Hang hurriedly escaped and looked toward where the flames had come from. There stood a monster whose body was covered in flames. Its head was studded with horns, and its face was hideous. Zhao Hang was furious. Damn it, you dare ambush me. He aimed his gun directly at the monster. I'm not afraid of you this time. Eat lead. But this monster was far more agile. It dodged before the bullet reached it, then immediately spewed another huge torrent of flames. The fire headed straight for Zhao Hang's vehicle, forcing him to leap away. Of course, he managed to fire another bullet at the monster in time. Yet it escaped again with astonishing speed. Enraged, Zhao Hang shouted, "You coward! Don't run if you've got guts." Ignoring the disruptive monster, he turned to see that the zombies had already charged toward him. He quickly fired a shot into the hideous horde. Dr. Zhang saw how urgent the situation was and told Zhao Hang to return. Once the zombies surrounded him, he would not be able to escape. This time, Zhao Hang could no longer remain confident. He had realized that this was a trap. Another ferocious monster appeared. It lunged at Zhao Hang and slashed at him. Fortunately, Zhao Hang ducked in time. Otherwise, he would have been dead. For protection, he aimed his gun at the monster, but it swiftly evaded the shot with its incredible speed. This time, Zhao Hang drew his sword for close combat. He slashed once, then again. Although the monster dodged, it was quite surprised that this fat man was even more agile than Yi Bei. That gave a pause. In the end, Zhao Hang finished with another gunshot. The monster immediately retreated. Zhao Hang Gerins Muli. I told you, I'm not afraid of you anymore. Standing atop the tall tower, Li Ruoshi witnessed everything. Her eyes glowed purple as dark power gathered in her hand. The zombies had drawn closer than ever. Zhao Hang was horrified. Why are these things suddenly charging over here so fast? Their speed was increasing. Zhao Hang swung his sword, severing one zombie's head after another. But after assessing the situation, he knew it would not work. They were charging too quickly, and he would never make it in time. When the time came, running away would be the wisest choice. He immediately fled at full speed. Suddenly, a zombie fell from the sky directly in front of Zhao Hang, frightening him stiff. Why are zombies falling from the sky? Then more and more zombies came plummeting down. It turned out the other mutant was behind it. From the rear, it grabbed zombies one by one and hurled them at Zhao Hang. Zhao Hang was thrown into complete chaos and quickly raised his gun to defend himself. Yet the zombies seemed to be growing far more ferocious. Zhao Hang hurriedly fled for his life. What do I do? Help! But zombies continued diving down from the sky, and one of them landed on him, grabbing Zhao Hang's leg and terrifying him. Before it could bite him, Zhao Hang swiftly ended it with a slash. He was frightened to the point of helplessness, though he had to admit that having a sword was a good thing. But the sight before him was truly terrifying. Thousands of zombies were charging at him. He cursed inwardly. At such close range, firing his gun might blow him up as well, and he no longer had the strength to keep swinging his sword. Suddenly, an enormous force swept past Zhao Hang. It obliterated the zombies, leaving him utterly stunned. The force was so powerful that Zhao Hang had to dodge quickly to avoid being burned alive. The two mutants in the distance were equally shocked. What kind of power is that? It advanced while killing zombies one after another, then rapidly headed toward them. The blazing energy incinerated every zombie it touched. It came from a metallic arm. Looking closer, it was Yi Bei. He had entered the battle wearing an enormous suit of armor, with two massive mechanical arms. Every component had been carefully crafted. Its legs and hands could discharge electricity. Yi Bei had finally completed his preparations. Seeing Brother Yi, Zhao Hang beamed with joy. You finally came. Nguni and Dr. Zhang were also delighted inside. Wonderful. Big Brother Yi arrived just in time. This kid is unbelievably powerful. Zhao Hang was astonished by the armor. Is this the ultimate weapon you spent the last few days building? It's incredible. So cool. Yi Bei warned him, stop talking. The enemy is nearby. He began assigning tasks. Zhao Hang, you still have the stamina, so deal with the zombies on the left. I'll handle the right. Make sure no zombie gets near the walls. Zhao Hang immediately accepted the task. As long as Brother Yi is here, everything will be fine. Leave it to me to clear this place out. He began firing at the zombies. Yi Bei also sprang into action, using the armor's power to fly high into a favorable position. He unleashed a massive surge of energy and then punched down at the zombies. They were blown to pieces. Yi Bei quickly followed with another attack to the left. The zombies were eliminated one after another. Zhao Hang was filled with admiration. Brother Yi was truly domineering. After this battle, they could collect more than 1,000 black gold beads from the zombies. Perhaps Yi Bei might even make him a new suit of combat armor. Meanwhile, Zhao Hang cut down even more zombies. From above, Li Ruoshi watched as the mutant said, Yi Bei has made an even more formidable weapon. With that power, we can't even get close to him. Li Ruoshi was furious. You think that pile of scrap metal can save your life? Yi Bei, just wait. Continuing his assault, Yi Bei used his metal arms to scoop zombies high into the air. His other hand grabbed 2 or 3 at once without any difficulty. Finally, he brought both arms together, creating a flash of light that burned the entire zombie horde to ashes. In the observation room, Dr. Zhang and Nguni continued watching the battle live. Dr. Zhang analyzed. Yi Bei's mech armor should be called an exoskeleton. It's truly far too powerful. It doesn't feel like technology from this era at all. It's hard to imagine that he made it from a few old parts. Nguni explained that Big Brother Ye's equipment was actually made using the black gold beads in zombie brains. Dr. Zhang was greatly surprised. There are black gold beads in zombie brains? What are they made of? Which part are they located in? Dr. Zhang asked question after question, but Nguni's knowledge was limited. She said that they resembled metal and were probably near the pituitary gland. The more Dr. Zhang heard, the more confused he became. Crystals in zombie brains can be used as weapons? Why did Yi Bei hide this from me? How strange. As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Zhang hurried away, asking Nguni to keep watching the surveillance cameras while he went to examine the zombie that Zhao Hang had brought back to the laboratory. Nguni could only obey. Back on the hill, there were still zombies left to deal with. From above, Li Ruoshi used her power to control the zombies and attack Yi Bei and Zhao Hang. She commanded them to rush forward and fight with all their strength. Empowered by her, the zombies became increasingly crazed and charged in. Zhao Hang was stunned. Another wave of zombies is coming? It's like an earthquake. Yibei was not the least bit flustered. Kill as many as come. Don't overthink it. However, he had not expected the newly empowered zombies to be so formidable. 2 or 3 leaped at him at once, their vicious eyes seeming ready to devour him alive. Li Ruoxi added more power, causing the zombies to explode when they got near Yibei. It was extremely dangerous. This forced Yibei to watch his surroundings carefully. But Li Ruoxi was still dissatisfied. She wanted him reduced to ashes. The frequency of exploding zombies approaching him grew even greater. More and more exploding zombies rushed toward him. Only then did Yi Bei reconsider. Zombies could self-destruct? Watching the fierce battle from afar, Li Ruoxi's 2 subordinates did not dare approach. The fire mutant said, "I don't dare charge in there. It's like a battle between gods. There's nothing we can do to help." The other mutant said that Li Ruoxi had consumed 7 black gold beads to become what she was now. Over the past few days, her body had constantly split apart and reformed. Only someone extraordinary could endure that kind of pain. Her hatred for Yi Bei was truly intense. The fire mutant added, "She ate 7 black gold beads, yet not only did she not turn into a monster, her power is several times greater than ours. Does that mean the more black gold beads one eats, the better?" But the other mutant did not know the real principle. It had no desire to experience such torture. Maybe she is no longer herself. Meanwhile, Li Ruoxi was still determined to defeat Yibei. She continued causing the zombies to explode, releasing that deadly poison. Yibei lost control of the situation and began preparing to retreat. He realized that someone was controlling these zombies. He abruptly turned around and spotted the person behind it. Yibei activated his armor's power and fired straight at the top of the hill. Li Ruoxi was unexpectedly hit and fell before she could react. The gray mutant cried out in alarm, "Li Ruoxi!" Li Ruoxi fell freely, but thanks to her superior power, she managed to control herself and land safely. Yet while she was falling, Yibei had swiftly wiped out every last evil zombie. Now, he was ready to deal with Li Ruoxi. Yibei gathered his power, preparing for a decisive battle. Li Ruoxi panicked and desperately gathered all the zombies to shield herself. Although they formed an endless line, Yi Bei's power was immense. It burned through the bodies one by one. Li Ruoxi struggled to withstand it. After blocking one blast from behind the zombies, she planned to counterattack immediately. But things did not go as she expected. Yi Bei flew over before she could react and launched a powerful blow at Li Ruoxi. Fortunately, she dodged it. A closely matched battle then began as Yi Bei unleashed his power. Li Ruoxi was no weaker, gathering her own energy. The 2 forces collided with devastating power. But Li Ruoxi's desperate struggle still could not help her defeat Yi Bei. In an instant, he used his metal hand to seize her small body. Li Ruoxi was completely defeated by Yi Bei's mercilessness. She lay sprawled out, her body no larger than one of the armor's hands. Yi Bei angrily interrogated her. "A full magazine didn't kill you that day. Tell me, how many black gold beads have you eaten?" Li Ruoxi was forced into a corner. Though furious, she cannot move. She tried to make one last stand by gathering power in her hand. But Yi Bei immediately noticed. He struck her down with a crushing blow, mercilessly stomping Li Ruoxi's hand to pieces. Pain surged through her, and Li Ruoxi screamed in utter agony. Yi Bei warned her, "In my previous life, you caused me to lose an arm. Today, you'll pay blood for blood." Suddenly, loud footsteps came rushing from afar. Yi Bei looked back warily. It was the gray mutant who had rushed over to save Li Ruoxi. It roared like a mad creature, demanding that Yi Bei release Li Ruoxi at once. Without waiting for the enemy to get closer, Yi Bei launched an attack with his other arm. The blast struck directly at the mutant, but it used its speed to dodge in time. A barrage of attacks followed, targeting the gray mutant as it continued fleeing. Refusing to submit, the mutant lunged toward Yi Bei, but Yi Bei seemed to be one step ahead. Without showing the slightest mercy to the girl held in his mechanical hand, he raised her up as a shield. And so, the clash began. But the monster stood no chance against that battle armor. After blocking the blow, Yi Bei followed up with a finishing strike. The gray mutant took the hit head-on, without deviating from its path. The powerful blow sent him flying far away. Seeing this, the the fire mutant could not help but panic. Even the gray mutant had been beaten so badly. That mech was truly terrifying. Looking at the few zombies left, he knew they could not win and began wondering whether he should run. After enduring the relentless attacks until she groaned in pain, Lee Ruashi was warned once again by Yi Bei. She had eaten a black gold bead and returned to human form. Could she truly be one chosen by heaven? But her existence was far too dangerous. He was determined to kill her. As he spoke, his hand tightened around her throat, making it difficult for Lee Ruashi to breathe. But the remaining zombies suddenly began acting strangely. They transformed into ferocious monsters. This was beyond Yi Bei's expectations and caught him off guard. Nearby, the monsters bared their fangs. Watching the scene, Nguni noticed that something was wrong. She reported that more and more zombies were appearing outside, while Zhao Hang was struggling to hold the line below. But zombies had already begun flooding over the wall. Seeing the situation turn around, Lee Ruashi grinned. Not a single one of you will survive. Hurry up and become zombies. Become my slaves. Furious at the arrogant, wicked woman before him, Yi Bei said nothing. He decided to finish it by throwing her toward the monsters, which immediately swarmed in to tear apart their prey. Then he unleashed a blast of power to put an end to these nuisances. Its tremendous force was like Yi Bei's wrath itself. It burned everything away. Immediately afterward, he activated the armor's power and flew back to the base. At the base, Zhao Hang was doing everything he could to stop the vicious zombies. Suddenly, his gun ran out of ammunition. At such a critical moment, he nearly cursed aloud. The zombies were closing in closer than ever. This place had been completely surrounded. As he spoke, Zhao Hang kept cutting them down with his blade. One of the transformed monsters suddenly leaped at him. What the hell was this thing? Could it be a new mutant ability? Zhao Hang quickly regained his footing and counterattacked. But his slash did not affect it at all as it would an ordinary zombie. Zhao Hang panicked even more. Could his lightsaber not cut through it? When he turned around, other zombies had already appeared behind him. Zhao Hang was now surrounded by countless vicious zombies. The base had been completely encircled by zombies. Nearly 10,000 were advancing on them. They were not merely ordinary zombies, but evolved monsters with far greater strength. Zhao Hang continued to resist with increasingly futile slashes. In the end, he decided that running was the wiser option. What was going on with these monsters? Even slashing them with the lightsaber could not knock them back in the slightest. Could this be the first stage mutation Yi Bei had mentioned? Nguni anxiously kept asking whether Brother Zhao was all right. The situation was critical. Zombies had already broken into the research facility. Dr. Zhang was busy in the research room and had no idea what was happening outside. Nguni told Zhao Hang to hurry back to the laboratory, but he was exhausted. He wanted to, yet the research facility was surrounded by zombies, and he simply could not get inside. Then their savior appeared. Yi Bei arrived just in time and swiftly grabbed Zhao Hang, lifting him into the air. Overjoyed that Yi Bei had come, Zhao Hang asked whether Yi Bei could help him fly again. Yi Bei snapped him back to reality. Fly my ass. I'll get you into the research room. You deal with the zombies that get inside. The two successfully landed inside the research facility. Yi Bei explained that some zombies had undergone a first-stage mutation. Their skin was a little tougher, but a few slashes could still take them down. They were more agile than ordinary zombies, so they could not be underestimated. Zhao Hang sat down, exhausted and panting. You saved my life. I can finally sit down and catch my breath. I'll leave the zombies outside to you, Yi Bei. With that, Yi Bei flew back outside. Ready to fight the relentless zombies, he began attacking them with a massive beam of light. However, a gap opened in the defense, and some zombies slipped into the research facility. Zhao Hang had not noticed yet, and was even asking Guni for some water, saying he was dying of thirst. But a zombie suddenly roared, making Zhao Hang immediately wary. It was incredibly fast, and had already rushed toward Zhao Hang. Still, he managed to raise his blade in time and thrust it directly into the grotesque monster. It was brought down and pinned to the floor. Afraid that it might recover, Zhao Hang continued driving the blade in with all his strength. The power of that sword was certainly no joke. Zhao Hang once again channeled his inner strength and gave it another slash. The monster was struck from the top of its head and let out a howl. Following Yi Bei's instructions, Zhao Hang repeatedly slashed the evolved zombie. Sneaking up on me. Huh? You dare interrupt my rest? Let's see how many strikes it takes to split your brains open. Nguni obediently brought water, as Brother Zhao had asked. The girl also asked whether he was all right. After observing it for a while, she said she had seen that zombie on the surveillance cameras. It looked completely different from the others. Zhao Heng, meanwhile, tried to pry a black gold bead out of it. He was delighted. There really is one, and it's red. Over on the other side, Dr. Zhang had also found a black, pearl-like bead. It did not appear transparent, yet it emitted a dark blue glow. Was this the black gold substance that turned humans into zombies? Or was it something that formed after a person became a zombie? Outside, Yi Bei was still holding the line, using his power to wipe out the monsters. Some had their heads crushed by giant mechanical hands. Others were trampled to death. Yi Bei fought with everything he had. With one final attack, he blew up the remaining monsters in a devastating blast. From outside, Yi Bei informed Zhao Heng that all the zombies had been eliminated and that they could come out to collect the beads. Yi Bei strode inside in his mech. Zhao Heng praised him, saying, "As expected of Yi Bei, your efficiency is truly incredible." Yi Bei replied that the mech was not yet complete, so its efficiency was still lacking. Zhao Heng quickly went outside to inspect the scene and could not help exclaiming, "Zombie corpses were piled as high as mountains. When will we ever finish dealing with all this?" Zhao Heng then asked whether Yi Bei would make him a suit of battle armor after he collected enough beads. Yi Bei refused. He was exhausted and said they could discuss it after he woke up. Then Dr. Zhang suddenly appeared, wanting to ask Yi Bei something. He showed Yi Bei the bead he had found and asked when Yi Bei would tell him the secret of this black gold substance. Though his secret had been discovered, Yi Bei seemed rather pleased. Outside the research facility, zombie corpses lay everywhere like heaps of garbage. But they were not useless. Using a shovel to crack open their skulls, Zhao Heng dug black gold beads out of their brains. He was exhausted, since thousands more heads were still waiting to be opened. Fortunately for Zhao Heng, the zombies had all been char black, which made the work less strenuous. Still, with such an enormous number and only him to do it, the job was truly miserable. Thanks to Yi Bei's protection, the research facility's barricades had not suffered any damage. After all the zombies outside had been dealt with, Yi Bei neatly put away his metal armor. Having learned the secret, Dr. Zhang was shocked that black gold beads were truly the source of the zombies' power. Yi Bei nodded and explained, "That's right. Once someone is infected with the zombie virus, this black bead forms in the zombie's brain. Zombies use a photosynthesis-like ability to absorb sunlight and gather more energy within the black gold bead." Dr. Zhang understood at once. Zombies can perform photosynthesis? This bead gives off blue light, but I found no chlorophyll or corresponding enzymes on its surface. I also detected several components I've never seen before. Dr. Zhang felt that the bead was made of a kind of active metal. It reacted strongly to both light and heat, and it also had powerful interactions with fresh blood and metal. Yi Bei added that it reacted especially strongly with human samples. He further explained that the zombie virus spread through human bodies faster than through other animals and plants, which was why humans were the most easily turned into zombies. And after absorbing light for a long time, zombies would undergo a first-stage mutation. Dr. Zhang finally understood. The zombies seen on the surveillance footage had been ferocious at night, but during the day, they wandered around sluggishly or even stood still. So they had been performing photosynthesis, accumulating energy for their first-stage mutation. He also wondered why the zombies had gone mad in broad daylight today. Yi Bei explained that a mutant had been controlling them from behind the scenes. Dr. Zhang asked, "A mutant, like the fire monster and the black spike monster? Were they the ones who lured the zombies here?" Yi Bei answered, "Those two became mutants after eating black gold beads. But the one controlling the zombies was a high-level mutant, Li Ruoxi, my former class monitor." Dr. Zhang had never expected black gold beads could be eaten. But how could a human body digest metal? Eating such a bead could cause mutation and grant superpowers. Was it some kind of transformation pill? Yi Bei said they were still researching that. For now, they could confirm that mutations caused by eating black gold beads were irreversible. Mutants had always posed a tremendous threat, and they were doing everything possible to eliminate them quickly. Dr. Zhang was still overwhelmed by all the information. Zombies could undergo first-stage mutations. Did that mean there was a second stage as well? People people who ate these beads became mutants, and there were even high-level mutants. There was too much to process at once. Dr. Zhang asked Yi Bei, "Your school certainly didn't teach you any of this. Just where did you learn such things?" Yi Bei said he would tell him when the time was right, though he felt it would be more meaningful if Dr. Zhang researched it himself. Unable to bear the suspense, Dr. Zhang said, "You're still trying to whet my appetite," but that was not important now. He wanted to study Yi Bei's weapons. Drowsily, Yi Bei replied, "I still need the mech. You can study anything else you want." Then he wearily lay down to rest and reminded him, "Please don't wake me while I'm sleeping." Having received permission, Dr. Zhang happily ran off to conduct his research. Only Nguni remained, glancing at Yi Bei. Looking at Yi Bei's sleeping face, Nguni seemed to want to say something. She truly wanted to ask him to take her to find her father, but Yi Bei had fought all day and was exhausted. She was such a considerate little girl. Nguni took out a blanket and covered Yi Bei with it so he could sleep more soundly. Then she sat curled up beside him alone. She missed her father terribly and worried about him, but everyone was exhausted, and she could not rescue him by herself. All she could do was sit there and cry. At some point, dusk had fallen. It looked so gentle, completely unlike the world as it was now. Zhao Hang threw aside his shovel. After a long day of grueling work, he was utterly exhausted and lay down on the ground. "No, I really can't dig out any more brains. I wish there were an automatic zombie brain-extracting machine," Zhao Hang muttered to himself. But thinking about Yi Bei possibly making him a mech lifted his spirits. If he wanted that battle armor, he had better work hard at losing weight. The Lunar New Year was coming soon, so readers should follow Zhao Hang's example. Lost in his excitement, he failed to notice the fire mutant standing right behind him. The fire mutant scratched his head in frustration. It's all over. Thousands of zombies were wiped out in a single day. He had been hiding in the bushes and watching. Now that the gray mutant and Li Ruashi were dead, what was he supposed to do? Should he surrender to them? But the fire mutant changed his mind. No, they would surely kill him without hesitation. Monsters like him probably would not be accepted by them. Then he remembered that some zombies had suddenly changed, turning red. Not only had they refused to obey Li Ruashi's control, they had even rushed over and bitten him. He believed he had needed to use all his firepower just to burn them to ashes. If zombies themselves could mutate and become increasingly savage and difficult to handle, what should he do now? The fire mutant came up with a solution. He needed to dig out more black gold beads and make himself stronger. Perhaps he might even be able to turn back into a human. The fire mutant sensed someone behind him. He turned around to see who it was and spotted another mutant sitting in a tree. No, it was not someone else. It was a foam. But why had he come all the way here? The fire mutant did not know who the other man was and asked him. A foam raised a hand in a gesture that seemed to signal something, then leaped away, leaving the fire mutant confused. He immediately ran after him, calling out as night fell and moonlight illuminated the sky. Perhaps because she had cried too much, Nguni had fallen asleep. Someone had covered her with a blanket. After a hard day of work, Zhao Hang had also collapsed in his sleep to regain his strength. But Zhao Hang's snoring woke Nguni. It seemed that Yi Bei was the one who had covered her with the blanket. Nguni sat up groggily and looked around the room. The place where Yi Bei had been resting was now empty. He had apparently woken up. The lights in the garage were on. As soon as Yi Bei awoke, he had thrown himself back into work. He was welding together the frame of some enormous object. Let's see what it is. The next day, the sun rose and cast its light everywhere. On the streets, buildings and road signs looked like ruins, while corpses were scattered everywhere. Nguni's father was still searching for his daughter. He arrived at her convenience store and, not wanting to alert the zombies, softly called her name. Nguni. Nguni's father carefully opened the door and entered the store. When he checked the cashier's counter, he found a notebook. Inside was a message Nguni had left for him. "Dad, I went to look for you." He looked at the words in anguish and wondered. "Nguni, where are you now?" Outside the store, zombies had begun approaching. Nguni's father stepped outside and saw a group of them, but his flawless disguise kept them from noticing him. Thanks to that, he could slowly blend in with them as he continued searching for his daughter. Meanwhile, the shelter remained peaceful. After staying up all night and working without rest, Yi Bei had created an incredible vehicle. It was covered in extremely sturdy armor plating and fitted with enormous bolts. It was also equipped with massive, rugged tires. Seeing such an amazing vehicle, Zhao Hang was overjoyed, making an expression like an octopus. Zhao Hang excitedly jumped all around the vehicle. What is this? A tank? An armored car? It doesn't look like it was simply made by piecing together a few cars. It's so cool. I love it. Zhao Hang asked Yi Bei whether it had been made with the beads he had dug out. Can this vehicle transform into a mech too? Yi Bei said Zhao Hang was overthinking it. It was only a car. Compared with building him a mech, he was better suited to driving. Besides, the car had been fused with 2,117 black gold beads, along with 12 red black gold beads from mutated zombies. Its power was tremendous. Yi Bei told him to drive carefully. Zhao Hang was overjoyed. He said Brother Yi truly understood him. Yi Bei was practically his god. He wanted to get in and try it out right away. Yi Bei said it was not much different from an ordinary car, so Zhao Hang should be able to get used to it quickly. They might have to leave immediately. Zhao Hang asked if they were leaving to find Nguni's father. Nguni told everyone to wait. Carrying her pink rabbit backpack, she said she wanted to go too. Yi Bei said no. Outside was now the territory of first-stage mutated zombies. Going out now was practically seeking death, and the two of them would have no time to look after her. Nguni tried to persuade Yi Bei. He told her to wait obediently for a few days. She had listened to him before. Her father was someone she had to find herself. Yi Bei raised his voice because he was worried about Nguni. He said no meant no. If she kept being willful, he would have Dr. Zhang lock her in the laboratory. Nguni did not know what to do. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried, "Dad." Seeing Nguni cry, Zhao Hang asked Yi Bei why he had made her cry again. Even if he was not her real brother, he should not treat her that way. At that moment, Dr. Zhang appeared like a savior, dispelling the tense atmosphere. With a kindly expression, he told Nguni not to cry. Dr. Zhang picked up a drone and told her to look. He had fixed it. Nguni asked what it was. Dr. Zhang explained that the drone had been damaged before, but he had repaired it using the beads. Originally, its battery limited how far it could fly, but after using the beads, its continuous flight time had increased greatly, and it could maintain stable real-time signal transmission. Nguni wiped away her tears and thanked him. Dr. Zhang said that now she could sit in the surveillance room and help them search. Yi Bei felt that Dr. Zhang had figured out how to use the beads in such a short time. Dr. Zhang proudly said that although he was not a formally certified doctor, he still had some skill. Yi Bei placed the mech behind the car. Once everything was ready, he called to Zhao Hang. "All right, let's get going." Zhao Hang announced that everything was ready. Invincible Iron Bull, start. Before leaving, Yi Bei instructed Nguni to keep an eye on the central surveillance feed and maintain contact at all times. Nguni obediently agreed. She said she would keep watching them and told them to be careful too. Zhao Hang could no longer hold back his excitement. "Let's go." He stomped down hard, and the engine roared like a beast. The car shot out of the garage like a rocket. The moment it emerged, it seemed to take flight. Zhao Hang found it exhilarating. This car was truly unbeatable. Its speed was terrifying, and its equipment could smash through anything that blocked its path. Zhao Hang felt that driving it down the mountain was as easy as walking on level ground. Its performance was incredible. Within just a few minutes, they had gone from the mountain to the highway. This new car was truly amazing. Even when it rammed other cars head-on, it did not receive a single scratch. Zhao Hang laughed inside the vehicle. Crashing into those cars is like crashing into tofu. This feels great. Thanks to that, they were able to pass through the bridge blocked by cars. Please do not imitate that behavior, Yi Bei said. According to the previous surveillance records, Nguni's father went to Newater District. We just need to search along that area. The car rumbled through the silent city. Zhao Hang also found it strange. There was not a single zombie left here. Had they all been lured to the research facility and wiped out? As soon as he finished speaking, first stage evolved zombies spotted them. They had been watching from the tops of buildings. Countless red-eyed zombies lunged toward their car. Zhao Hang said, "I just mentioned them," and they showed up right away. The zombies swarmed all over Yi Bei's car, their claws scraping non-stop across every surface. Before long, one of them blocked the windshield. Zhao Hang angrily shouted, "Damn it, how dare you block my view?" He worriedly turned to Yi Bei and asked whether the car had any weapons installed. Yi Bei replied, "No traditional firearms. Those things are completely useless against today's zombies." As he spoke, he pressed the car's control panel. But there is something much better. A blue electric wave burst out, covering the entire vehicle. It struck the zombies in the face, making them bare their teeth in pain and howl loudly. The powerful electric shock easily blasted the entire group away from the car. Zhao Heng was astonished by the weapon system. All the zombies had been reduced to dust by it. Yi Bei coldly ordered, "Leave this place quickly. Since first-stage mutated zombies have appeared here, there definitely won't be any survivors in this area." The fat man agreed and immediately drove the supercar away at an angle. Yet they had no idea that someone in the distance was secretly observing every move they made. He stared at the departing car, a sinister smile curling across his lips. He kept muttering, "Interesting, very interesting." Before long, Yi Bei and Zhao Heng arrived somewhere else. This was where Nguni had seen her father on the surveillance cameras. The area was quiet, so Yi Bei ordered the drone to be deployed. He said Nguni would control it and search from above. Nguni immediately accepted the task, her hands moving swiftly over the controls. The drone rose steadily into the air and headed toward the high-rise buildings. Through the drone, Nguni inspected a room high above. There were signs that someone had once lived there, but it was empty now. She remembered that her father had gone in this direction, but she did not know whether he had stopped there. Zhao Heng turned to Yi Bei and asked what they should do. Yi Bei rested his arms behind his head. "If you have nothing better to do, search the rooms on the lower floors yourself. I'm tired. I've been up for days, so I need to catch up on sleep." At the thought of searching, Zhao Heng chuckled. Staying in the car still felt safer. Then he got an idea. He could drive while honking. If Nguni's father heard it, he might run outside. He immediately began driving around while repeatedly blaring the horn. The piercing horn drew the attention of nearby zombies. Through the surveillance drone, Nguni saw them and quickly warned the two men that zombies were heading toward them. Zhao Heng finally started to panic. He had not expected zombies to be here too, but then again, this was perfect. He could test all the weapons on the car at once. No sooner said than done. He began pressing every button on the control panel. When he pressed one button, small spikes emerged beneath the wheels. Zhao Heng was ecstatic. He drove toward the zombies, shouting nonstop, "Come on, come on." The zombies were ripped apart by the spikes under the wheels, blood splattering everywhere. Zhao Heng became even happier and pressed another button on the control panel. A red laser flashed out and fired at the zombie horde, causing an enormous explosion. Even Zhao Heng could not believe it. The blast was that terrifying. Nguni became worried and reminded Zhao Heng to be careful, since her father might be in one of those buildings. He agreed that he should take it easy, but his hand pressed another button anyway, hoping it would not cause another massive explosion. A gear appeared on top of the car and spun at the speed of light. It ground up every zombie it hit. Not a single zombie remained intact. The zombies were mutilated horribly, blood spraying everywhere as they screamed without end. Their helpless expressions were almost pitiful. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded inside the car. "Haki, one has collected 10. Zhao Heng had not expected that what he had activated was an automatic zombie extraction device. He happily threw himself at Yi Bei. "Brother Yi, my true friend, you understand me so well." He no longer paid attention to driving, letting the car weave all over the road while declaring that he would love Yi Bei forever. Nguni saw how lively things were on their side, so she assumed nothing was wrong. Suddenly, her eyes widened as though she had discovered something. Nguni shouted to the two men, who were still fighting, that she had found it. She had found her father's car. She sent them an image. The car was around 500 meters away. Zhao Heng asked Nguni to guide him and accelerated toward it. From what Nguni could see, nobody was inside the car. Its doors and front end were damaged. Her father had probably been driving home after collecting supplies when he met with an accident. Yi Bei told Nguni to check whether her father had left any message in the car. In such a short time, he could not have gotten very far. Nguni was extremely worried. She kept calling for her father while trying to focus on searching. In the end, she could not endure it any longer and collapsed over the desk. Dr. Zhang anxiously rushed over and panicked as he asked what had happened to her. Meanwhile, Yi Bei and Zhao Heng arrived at the location of Nguni's father's car. Zhao Heng got out and walked over to inspect the car and the surrounding area. Yi Bei worriedly asked Dr. Zhang about Nguni's condition. Dr. Zhang said she had fainted. It seemed that her illness was acting up again. Whenever Nguni became distracted, she forgot to take her medicine. Fortunately, he still had some medication left. She was a pitiful child. Her father had been constantly worried while trying to save her. Treating leukemia was not Dr. Zhang's specialty, and in this apocalypse, finding a doctor was harder than climbing to heaven. Dr. Zhang asked Yi Bei if he knew where in City's Universal Love Hospital was. He told him to bring back medical equipment and medicine from there, so he could save Nguni. At the same time, Zhao Heng finished examining the car, but he found no message. It seemed that after the collision, Nguni's father had fled in a hurry, leaving even the supplies in the car behind. Zhao Heng also found several strange items. There were many boxes in the car, all wrapped in pure black packaging without even a logo or description. They seemed to contain candy or medicine. Did Nguni's family store sell this kind of strange food too? Yi Bei guessed that they were probably some kind of special medicine, so this should bring them back for Dr. Zhang to examine. Zhao Heng agreed, but he did not know where they should go next to find her father. Yi Bei said they would make a trip to Universal Love Hospital first. Dr. Zhang had already sent him a list of medicines needed to treat Nguni. After overhearing their conversation, Dr. Zhang said he still had to care for Nguni and monitor Hockey's experimental progress, so he could not continue operating the drone to observe for them. However, they could still communicate through their earpieces. Zhao Heng began muttering that Nguni had leukemia, which explained why she had suddenly fainted before. It also explained why Yi Bei would not let her come with them. Before Zhao Heng could continue, Yi Bei cut him off and told him to focus on driving. Yi Bei thought to himself that in another 2 years, all the supplies in the city would disappear completely. The city would be entirely occupied by zombies and become a dead city. Given the current situation, that process might be even faster. He probably could not change anything at all. Rather than let Nguni live in an even more tragic world, it would be better to, inside a high-rise building, a hand injected a strange medicine into the severed arm of the fire envoy. The severed arm began to regrow in an astonishingly miraculous way. The grotesque creature laughed gleefully as its hand grew back. Flames blazed over its entire body. It felt as though its power had finally returned. Tongbin held the syringe and asked, "Are you the fire envoy?" It bowed to him in gratitude and asked what organization he came from. Tongbin introduced them as a specialized team that recruited ability users, whose goal was to create a new world where ability users could live happily. The fire envoy was delighted to hear that. It had not expected such a good opportunity and curiously asked whether Tongbin was an ability user too. Tongbin said yes, and there were quite a few people like him. The fire envoy shyly asked whether it could become like Tongbin as well. Tongbin smeed "Of course, for our new world, where everyone can live happily and free of worries." Meanwhile, Yi Bei and Zhao Heng arrived at Universal Love Hospital, but Zhao Heng was startled by the words written on a pillar, "Private Restricted Area." "Dongji, keep out," he shouted. "Damn, this hospital has been occupied by someone." Yi Bei replied that it was a strategically important location, so it was not surprising. They needed to go in, take what they needed, and leave. As he spoke, Yi Bei smashed through the glass door and entered the hospital. The two men walked forward one behind the other. Zhao Heng found it strange. The place was unusually quiet. There was not a single person around, not even a zombie. Had everyone escaped? Or was there some sort of trap? Yi Bei instructed them to split up. He would get the medicine, while Zhao Heng would retrieve the medical equipment. They were to contact each other through their earpieces if anything happened. As Zhao Heng walked, he complained that hospitals were the second most detestable place in his life. The smell of disinfectant alone made his liver tremble. As he spoke, he began using his keen nose to sniff the air around him, but he suddenly realized it was not the smell of disinfectant. The scent was somewhat like sweet fruit. As he spoke, his eyes slowly closed. Then he collapsed unconscious onto the floor. Yi Bei began to worry because Zhao Heng did not answer no matter how many times he called through the earpiece. He wondered where Zhao Heng had wandered off to again, but then he too discovered something strange. This scent, it's familiar. Yi Bei realized its true purpose, so he quickly put on a gas mask. Then he fiercely charged toward the source of that disgusting scent. Yi Bei surveyed the situation and realized what was happening here. He shouted through the earpiece that the hospital was a trap and told Zhao Heng to leave immediately. As he ran, he caught sight of a figure standing there and staring at him. He directed his robotic hand toward the figure. It was a young nurse. Though attacked, she remained where she was, neither afraid nor attempting to dodge. Yi Bei did not attack her again. He stood there and watched her. Not only was she unafraid, she even reached out and playfully touched Yi Bei's armored hand. She marveled at the mech. Amazing. If I'm not mistaken, this mech was made using the beads from zombie brains, right? If you can let me meet the person who built it, I would be very grateful. Ibe guessed that the girl before him was also an ability user, though her aura seemed different. He asked who she was. She did not hesitate to introduce herself. She added that she was a genius medical doctor, Duong Duong. Ibe asked Duong Duong whether she had released the poisonous gas in the hospital and whether she had eaten any of those beads. Duong Duong admitted that she had released the poison gas. It could drive away zombies and sedate intruders. But as for the beads and zombie brains, she had not known they could be eaten. Ibe did not answer that question. He asked if she was alone here. Duong Duong put on the manner of a sheltered young lady. That's right. In this free castle, there is only one princess, me. Or perhaps you could be a demon king and abduct me. Ibe widened his eyes. Aren't you afraid of dying? Why would you do that? Duong Duong calmly adjusted her glasses. To me, death is as tempting as candy in a sweet shop. If I die for my love, I will have no regrets. Ibe had not expected to meet such a madwoman, but when he heard that she was a medical doctor, he asked about her specialty. Duong Duong confidently answered that, naturally, her specialty was poison. Having gotten his answer, Ibe suddenly thought of something and continued questioning Duong Duong. Why did you discover the bead in the zombie's brain? Did you use that bead to make poison? Annoyed by his pestering, Duong Duong pointed at Ibe. You keep asking questions, but you still haven't answered mine. Can I meet the person who made your mech armor or not? Ibe fell into thought. After considering it for a while, he agreed. The person who made his mech armor was at the research facility in Newater District. If she wanted to meet him, Ibe would take her there. However, Duong Duong had one small request, and Ibe had to agree to it. Meanwhile, on an unfamiliar road, no one knew where they were or why Zhao Heng had appeared there. He was calling Akuin, asking whether she had arrived. Akuin replied that she had. A young lady like her did not like being late. Xiao Qi was delighted, since this was the last job they had to complete. Once it was done, he could go home and marry Akuin. Just as the three of them were chatting, they spotted a car approaching. Sure enough, it arrived at exactly the time old Xiao had mentioned. They only needed to proceed according to the plan. Xiao Qi said that old Xiao had sent the signal, and they began moving toward the spot where the car had just arrived. Zhao Heng was surprised by Xiao Qi's announcement. Old Xiao had not sent any signal yet, so why had he started? As a result, Akuin's car collided with that vehicle. Xiao Qi panicked. Something's wrong. We have to get out of here. Zhao Heng had not yet understood what was happening when an unfamiliar car appeared behind his vehicle. Terrified, he turned the wheel and fled. He could not understand how their plan had been exposed. He drove wildly, desperately trying to escape the pursuing car as he kept shouting. He kept screaming, only to realize it had all been a dream. Zhao Heng finally woke up after inhaling poison gas. Ibe and Duong Duong were standing in front of him. Zhao Heng was startled to see them. Before he had fully recovered from his delirium, Ibe asked, "Have you slept enough? Time to get up and get back to work." Zhao Heng still did not understand what had happened. "What just happened to me?" Duong Duong mischievously replied, "You inhaled the poison gas I made. If you don't inject the antidote within 3 hours, you'll turn into a puddle of blood." Ibe told Zhao Heng to stop yelling and quickly help him load the jars into the car. But Zhao Heng insisted that Ibe explain himself. Duong Duong pleaded with Zhao Heng to help move her specimens, saying they were very important to her. Then, while begging him, she switched to threatening him. "If you break even one, I'll put you inside it." Zhao Heng then began carrying Duong Duong's strange jars into the vehicle. Duong Duong stood nearby, cheering Ibe and Zhao Heng on without lifting a finger herself. Ibe, meanwhile, kept thinking about her identity. The poison gas she had made felt extremely familiar to him. During the apocalypse, gang leaders often used this lethal gas to prevent zombie attacks and ward off enemies. It was dense cloud poison gas, something that inspired both reassurance and fear. Could Duong Duong be the inventor of this poison gas? If she was like Dr. Zhang, one of the predecessors of mech engineers, then he had to protect her well. At the very least, he could not let her fall into the hands of people like the Shadow Organization. After much effort, Ibe and Zhao Heng finally moved all the jars. Duong Duong looked at the car and sighed. Was this car made using black gold too? It's so adorable. She kept praising the vehicle, while Zhao Heng still could not believe Ibe was really allowing her come with them. He thought there was something wrong with her head. Ibe answered, We have found enough medicine and equipment, and now we have a doctor too. Ngani should be able to receive treatment. While they were talking, something appeared on the roof of the hospital building. A strange monster appeared. It opened its vicious mouth, filled with sharp fangs capable of biting people to death, and lunged at them. Compared to this bizarre beast, the three of them looked tiny. Zhao Hang could not even tell whether it was a dog or a bear, or whether it might be some new ability user. Yibei finally spoke up, shouting for everyone to stop standing around and get into the car immediately. The vicious monster, larger than the building itself, began charging down. Yibei used his mech armor to fire a blue electric beam at it. The strike hit the monster's right hand directly. However, it still easily charged at Yibei, and it even knew to avoid the car. Zhao Hang and Duong fortunately managed to get into the car quickly. Outside, Yibei was facing the monster head-on, struggling to hold its hand in place. He shouted for Zhao Hang to take Duong back first while he stayed behind to deal with this hateful beast. He controlled his mech armor and punched the monster hard. Then he fired electric beams at it repeatedly, catching it off guard. Zhao Hang could not help wondering what kind of creature could grow so large. Duong calmly said, "That dog has been lurking around the hospital for days. It has kept people from getting outside." Zhao Hang was stunned. He could not believe that she had known there was a monster outside, but had not told them earlier. Duong, however, thought that since they had come from outside, they should naturally have known. Curious, she said their equipment looked so advanced that they should have no problem handling it. She guessed they were some kind of apocalypse rescue team, the last hope of humanity. Hearing Zhao Hang tell her not to joke around, Duong stuck out her tongue. "Fine, I won't talk nonsense. I have thoroughly researched the zombie virus spreading across the world. The fact that we are still alive means we are children chosen by heaven." Zhao Hang was surprised by what she had said. On the other side, Yibei was still giving everything he had to destroy the monster. After taking a string of attacks from him, it furiously retaliated. Yibei analyzed it. This was a monster that should not have appeared at this point in time, an ability beast. It was not an ordinary domestic animal or wild animal infected by the zombie virus. It had been created through advanced genetic engineering, infused with the zombie virus. It was definitely not a product of this era. Then the beast fired an electric beam as well. It started firing at Yibei. It seemed Yibei had finally figured out what this was all about. He easily dodged its attack and continued firing electric beams at it. Though huge and fat, the beast moved slowly and did not dodge Yibei's attacks. So those attacks were no longer strong enough to injure it. Yibei understood. Sure enough, it could deflect his energy beams. It pounced at him again like a beast that had been starving for years, raising its paw to claw at Yibei. But he easily evaded it. He grabbed the mane that emitted electric light and used it to climb onto the beast's body, refusing to let go. It struggled violently, trying to shake Yibei off, but he tore its mane clean off. Blood splattered everywhere, and the injured monster collapsed. Yibei stood there gripping its mane and staring at it, but apparently still had strength left, glaring viciously at him. Then it forcefully rose to its feet and charged at him once more. Yibei easily blocked its attack with his mech armor. Yibei Laokit. That trick isn't so easy to use, huh? Haha, my turn now. He prepared to deliver a fatal strike with all the power of his mech armor. He shot into the air at incredible speed, striking a cool pose before crashing down from above onto the monster's head, flattening it. Then he viciously raised his arm and punched it again, smashing its face beyond recognition. At last, it was completely defeated, lying motionless and unable to move. Yibei ruthlessly pulled out one of its enormous eyes to inspect what was inside. Inside was a very strange blue light. He removed the blue object from its eye and stood there examining it for a long time. Yibei stared at the item in his mech armor's hand. This was black gold, the core of an ability beast, transformed after black gold had been implanted into its body. Yibei Zeit. With this, the next step will be much easier. Tong Bin was once again observing everything that had happened from above. He had not expected Yibei to kill the monster so quickly. This gave him quite a headache. At Universal Love Hospital, after taking care of the beast, Yibei called Zhao Hang. But they seemed to have driven quite far away, and the signal had been cut off, so he could not contact them. He could only drag his exhausted body back on his own. But this mech armor had an amazing function. It could actually fly. As he flew back, something caught Yi Bei's attention. He saw Tong Bin standing there, and Tong Bin had no intention of avoiding him. He even cheerfully greeted Yi Bei. Just as he was about to introduce himself, Yi Bei fired an electric beam at him. Yi Bei did not hesitate to launch a lethal attack at Tong Bin. Tong Bin sighed, "Oh dear, why you look so tense?" It turned out Tong Bin had dodged the attack. He told Yi Bei not to act rashly. Yi Bei might have prejudices against ability users, but Tong Bin bore him no ill will. Yi Bei ignored him and continued attacking. Tong Bin smiled and repeated himself. He truly had no hostile intentions toward Yi Bei. He easily jumped onto Yi Bei's mech armor arm. He had only come to deliver a message and did not intend to waste too much of Yi Bei's time. Filled with hatred, Yi Bei used the mech armor's hand to tightly crush Tong Bin's body. Tong Bin did not argue further. "If you like this position, then I will indulge you." He smiled smugly. "You must already know who we are, but I should still introduce myself. I am Tong Bin of the Shadow Organization. By order of the Convergence Organization's technical advisor, we invite you to the Northern Industrial Park as our guest." He had originally wanted to invite the doctor as well, but before he could continue, Yi Bei crushed him until blood sprayed out. Yi Bei looked at the mech armor's blood-covered hand, but there was no corpse. He actually possessed the blood corpse substitute ability. It was not very threatening, but it was troublesome. Yi Bei had not expected the Shadow Organization to have already formed. Though he did not want to think in that direction, he could only prepare for the worst. 55 years after the apocalypse, the strongest organization in the world was the Shadow Organization. It possessed elite personnel from everywhere, including several mech engineering sages. They used the most advanced technology to transform powerful ability users, intending to establish a world ruled by abilities. The ability beast from earlier had surely been created by them. Moreover, they had probably been watching Yi Bei for a long time. The zombie virus had only just broken out, yet the Shadow Organization had already formed. There could be only one explanation. Someone from the Shadow Organization had also traveled here from the future. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng drove Duong to the research facility. Duong looked around. "This is your research facility? It looks rather ordinary. Were your car and mech armor really made here?" Zhao Heng had not expected Duong to be so open-minded. Yi Bei had not explained anything to her, yet she had willingly followed them here. But Duong said she was a good judge of character. After all, they had even helped her move all those jars. Dr. Zhang came out. He had not expected them to actually bring back a doctor. Duong happily greeted him. "So you're the doctor who created the mech armor and armored vehicle?" She shook hands with him and introduced herself as a doctor too, saying she was delighted to meet him. Dr. Zhang introduced himself in return. He wondered how she knew he had made those things. Duong playfully said that although he was dressed sloppily, he could not hide the aura of a mad scientist. Dr. Zhang blushed awkwardly. "Dr. Duong, right? I know of you, the youngest genius virologist ever featured in a scientific journal." Duong became both happy and shy. "Oh, you're making me blush, but I'm deeply honored." Seeing her expression, Dr. Zhang could not believe she had managed to survive outside alone. At last, Duong seriously got to the point. She wanted to cooperate with Dr. Zhang in researching the black gold bead inside zombie brains. Since you can use black gold to make such cool mech armor, you must understand it very well, right? Dr. Zhang had not expected Duong to possess black gold, yet she did not even know that it was called black gold. Dr. Zhang thought to himself, "Should I tell her I'm not actually a doctor?" It seems she knew quite a lot about black gold. Since Yi Bei did not want to reveal all of black gold's secrets to him anyway, perhaps he should research it with Dr. Duong. Having decided that, he pretended to be delighted. "When it comes to black gold, of course I welcome the opportunity. I have made quite a few new discoveries about it as well. But before that, Dr. Zhang needs your help with something." A short while later, in the ward where Ngun Ni was recovering, Duong examined the girl and began recording her medical chart. Then she removed her mask, and sadness appeared on her face for the first time. She asked Dr. Zhang whether Ngun Ni was his granddaughter, and said there was only one thing she could tell him. Seeing her make an okay sign with her fingers, Dr. Zhang could not hide his joy, but it meant something else. He guessed, could it be that Nguni only has 3 years left to live? Duong solemnly answered, 3 months. Nguni only has 3 months left. She had examined this kind of illness countless times. She was not trying to frighten him. She did not even know how the girl had managed to hold on until now. Nguni's current physical condition could no longer withstand higher doses of chemotherapy. Moreover, she had been affected by the abnormal virus. Conventional methods simply could not remove the tumor. Hearing this, Dr. Zhang became extremely anxious and did not know what to do next. Duong took out some black gold. Unless we use this, there may still be a chance. In a quiet hospital room, Nguni lay on the bed. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. Outside the ward, a man stared wide-eyed and asked Dr. Duong in astonishment, "Are you planning to make Nguni eat that bead?" Duong frowned in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Duong gave a faint smile and explained, "This metal bead cannot be digested, but I am researching how to use black gold to create a new medicine to replace chemotherapy." The man anxiously asked whether that would be safe. Duong stared intently at the black gold bead in her hand. Her confident gaze mixed with curiosity as she explained that under special conditions, the black gold bead could be activated to release abnormal energy, helping surrounding cells regenerate and even form new structures. The man looked at Duong anxiously and said in a grave tone, "Isn't this just like those ability users who consumed black gold and mutated? We absolutely can't take that risk with Nguni." Duong was startled at the mention of ability users. With a puzzled look, she asked, "Who would be stupid enough to swallow that black pellet?" The man replied that he had personally witnessed several people who not only survived after consuming black gold, but also gained powerful supernatural abilities. Duong pondered for a moment, then said this was something new and that she wanted to hear the details. She stressed that unless the energy was properly regulated, it would be extremely unstable. Other than their bodies exploding and killing them, she could not imagine any other outcome. Duong continued, "That is exactly the problem we are facing. I will finish formulating the medicine as soon as possible, but throughout the process, I will need Dr. Zhang's assistance. He has to help me." Dr. Zhang said he needed to be careful because he did not want to turn Nguni into a monster. Duong replied that they had to make the most of their time. They had no other choice. Nguni, in the room, seemed to have heard everything. The scene shifted to a vast chamber lined with zombie corpses stored in glass containers. Each tank held an incomplete body. Dim light shone over them, making the room feel heavy and cold. The silence made the space even more gloomy. Zhao Heng wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. It was finally done. He looked around at the sealed containers, their corpses still lying quietly inside as though nothing had ever happened. Looking at the severed parts of the zombie bodies, Zhao Heng wondered whether they had any value. Even though they were only fragments, in their current circumstances, every little thing could be useful. Duong entered just then. She looked tired but grateful as she smiled and said, "You've worked hard, Fatty. Thanks to all of you, I was able to meet Dr. Zhang." Her voice was gentle, though it carried a serious undertone. Zhao Heng worriedly asked about Nguni's condition, a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. Duong answered calmly but firmly that if everything went smoothly, there was a very good chance Nguni could be cured. Her eyes shone with faith in what she was doing, even though she knew the road ahead would still be full of hardships. Zhao Heng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Duong say that Nguni could be cured. Nodding, he said that as long as Nguni would be all right, that was enough. Now he had to go check on Yibei. Duong smiled reassuringly and told him that he could trust Yibei. Yibei was very strong, so he should be fine. Duong explained that Dr. Zhang had told her they had gone out to look for Nguni's father. Zhao Heng nodded in confirmation, his face grave and determined. Duong added that if possible, they should bring him back safely as soon as they could, because he would be a great help in treating the girl. The sky was bright and clear, white clouds drifting across the deep blue expanse. The gentle morning sunlight filled the peaceful surroundings with life. On the roof of a building stood Yibei, clad in a bulky outfit. Protective armor covered his entire body, making him look powerful and imposing. Yibei felt uncomfortable in the heavy armor, which made him swelter. Sweat seeped out beneath the morning sun, making the suit even more stuffy and unbearable. Annoyed, Yi Bei inwardly complained that they had come so far. Yet Zhao Hang still had not driven back for him, leaving him to endure the scorching sun in this heavy outfit. Yi Bei thought that he needed to find some water to quench his thirst. He decided to fly upward, hoping to find somewhere with cool water to drive away the heat surrounding him. Hovering in the air and looking down, Yi Bei discovered a large market below. Yi Bei crashed through the market's glass wall. His body cut through the air like a powerful gust of wind, producing a sharp crash as the glass shattered. He landed on the ground amid glass shards scattered everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Yi Bei frowned and sighed, irritation rising in his heart. He walked into a swimming pool and looked around, surprised to find that it was not the place he had expected. His thirst still bothered him, but the sight of water in the pool gave him hope. Suddenly, a sound caught Yi Bei's attention. He turned around, his eyes vigilant as he scanned the area. Hearing another unexpected noise, he frowned, unable to help wondering where it had come from. Yi Bei looked toward a dark corner and saw something moving. A vague shape slowly emerged, making him even more alert. Without hesitation, Yi Bei immediately used his power and unleashed a fierce attack at the corner where the object was moving. The entire space seemed to tremble under the force of his attack. Blue light from Yi Bei's power flared up, illuminating the entire area. At the same time, a powerful burst of energy erupted, shattering everything around it and sending fragments flying in all directions. Suddenly, an ability user charged out of the debris at lightning speed, rushing straight at Yi Bei. The ability user opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth as if it wanted to swallow Yi Bei whole. Yi Bei used all his strength to force apart the monster's sharp jaws. Pain shot through his hands, but he stubbornly held on. As he faced the monster, he could not help wondering why an ability user had appeared in a place like this. Without hesitation, Yi Bei immediately attacked the ability user's mouth. Blue light flashed through its open maw, and the monster howled in agony. In pain, it immediately spat Yi Bei out, its body staggering. Yi Bei was hurled far away, flying through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Anger flashed in his eyes. He let out a roar, charged at the ability user with all his strength, and hissed, "Die!" Yi Bei's power was so overwhelming that it blasted apart everything around him. The surrounding space seemed to crack, debris scattering in every direction as the sounds of destruction echoed through the area. Yi Bei kicked off the wall, and the force of the push made it split apart and crumble into pieces. Bricks and stones fell around him as he charged forward with unstoppable speed and strength. Yi Bei gathered all his strength and rushed straight at the ability user without hesitation. His eyes blazed with determination and rage. He kept throwing heavy punches, each blow landing on the ability user in rapid succession and forcing it back in pain. Every powerful strike slammed into its body. Yi Bei's strength seemed intent on crushing every part of the ability user, making it writhe in agony. Yi Bei could clearly feel the soreness creeping through his muscles, his strength nearly drained by the ability user's terrifying power, but he gritted his teeth and poured his will into every punch. The ability user's massive body suddenly lashed out, creating a shockwave that forced Yi Bei to retreat and struggle to keep his balance so that he would not be thrown away. Yi Bei poured all his remaining strength into one final attack, delivering a powerful strike directly at the ability user's weak point in the hope of finishing it off. In that decisive instant, the blow hit its target. The ability user roared in pain, its body shaking violently as it was clearly overwhelmed by Yi Bei's crushing power. Yi Bei concentrated all his strength into his final blow, aiming directly at the ability user's neck. The strike landed, making it writhe as its huge body trembled in extreme pain. At that moment, a bizarre, human-shaped entity emerged from the ability user's head. Its body twisted grotesquely, like a distorted version of a human figure, leaving Yi Bei shocked and wary. It had the body of a woman, with long, matted hair. Its hideous appearance made Yi Bei shudder. The body writhed in an unnatural manner, radiating dark and terrifying power. Yi Bei was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Its presence made the air around him feel heavy and dark. Zhao Hang's vehicle stopped in the middle of a deserted stretch of land. There was no one in sight and no sound. Silence blanketed the area. As Zhao Hang drove along the empty road, he wondered whether Yi Bei had already killed that monster. Suddenly, the car's speaker crackled to life, shattering the silence and startling him. Nguni's voice came through the speaker, weak but clear, asking whether Zhao Hang could hear her. Startled, Zhao Hang hurriedly asked whether Nguni had awakened. Nguni said she had. She said she was feeling better and asked whether they were outside. She explained that no matter how hard she tried, she could not sleep. Perhaps she would feel more at ease if she went searching with them, but Zhao Hang advised her to rest and leave the search to them. Zhao Hang agreed, but told her not to push herself too hard. He assigned the aerial reconnaissance mission to Nguni. The girl replied that she understood, and the camera on the vehicle quietly flew outside. The aerial reconnaissance mission began. Nguni stared at the screen in surprise, her eyes wide as the camera transmitted images of the surrounding area. Hearing concern in Nguni's voice, Zhao Hang asked if she could see Yi Bei. His eyes clearly showed both worry and hope. Nguni shook her head, then suddenly noticed a group of zombies gathered around a construction site. Watching the images on the screen with alert eyes, Nguni suddenly spotted someone surrounded by zombies. She immediately became anxious, her heart racing as she realized how dangerous the situation was. It was a girl standing on top of a construction site container, panic in her eyes as she looked at the zombies surrounding her. She could clearly feel the despair of her situation. Zhao Heng looked at the screen in confusion, wondering why it was her, while the situation grew increasingly dangerous. Nguni asked Zhao Heng in surprise whether he knew that girl. She sensed that there was something strange about his reaction. Zhao Heng said that she was the woman who had been imprisoned by those thugs in the large building before. After the thugs had been defeated by them, she had disappeared. He had not expected her to run all the way here. Through the camera, Nguni pleaded with Zhao Heng in a weak but determined voice, asking him to help the girl. Without hesitation, Zhao Heng said that of course he would. He even smiled confidently and said that playing the hero who saved a beautiful woman was his specialty. Without delaying, Zhao Heng gripped the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight into the zombie horde. The vehicle sent the undead flying to either side as it forced a path toward its target. Seeing this, the girl's face filled with alarm as she watched Zhao Heng drive into the middle of the zombies. The drone hovered overhead and broadcast Nguni's voice, guiding the girl to wait for the right moment before jumping onto the vehicle. Zhao Heng's car charged through the zombie horde with tremendous force, crushing zombies beneath its wheels as heavy noises echoed throughout the area. At that moment, Nguni urged the girl to jump onto the vehicle quickly. The girl waited for the right instant, then leaped accurately onto the back of the car. Once she saw that the girl was safely aboard, Nguni immediately urged Zhao Heng to leave quickly. The girl climbed into the car, stared at Zhao Heng warily, and asked who they were and why they had come to save her. Zhao Heng grinned smugly and replied, "We are the unrivaled Apocalypse Rescue Squad. No one can match us." The scene shifted back to where Yi Bei was fighting the ability user. Its massive tail suddenly lashed violently against Yi Bei, sending him flying far away. The force of the blow hurled him through the air, and his body slammed into the surrounding obstacles with a resounding crash. The ability user stared at Yi Bei with hideous blue eyes filled with resentment and hostility, as if it wanted to devour him. Its eyes emitted a blue light that seemed capable of piercing through anything, making it look terrifying. At the same time, 3 grotesque mouths on its body opened wide, each revealing razor-sharp teeth ready to tear everything apart. Yi Bei had to shut his eyes tightly because the blue light from the ability user's eyes was too dazzling for him to look at directly. Yi Bei suddenly remembered that the visor on his mask had been damaged in the previous battle and could no longer be removed. The ability user was still staring at him, its eyes radiating blinding blue light that Yi Bei could not face directly. A powerful force surged out from the ability user's throat and rushed toward Yi Bei, making the air around them heavy and tense. Yi Bei quickly gathered his strength and counterattacked, sending a powerful stream of energy flying toward the ability user. But it swiftly dodged, its agile body moving aside to evade Yi Bei's attack. Its enormous tail then swept toward Yi Bei. The terrible force sent him flying away, leaving him utterly shaken. Yi Bei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, thinking that he had been careless and that the situation was becoming more difficult than ever. It forcefully shoved Yi Bei into the pool, sending him plunging rapidly into the water. Yi Bei panicked, gritting his teeth as he struggled in the icy water. The ability user glared at Yi Bei with cold, hostile eyes. Its gaze filled Yi Bei with unease. Yi Bei looked directly into the ability user's eyes, and his body suddenly stiffened. He could not move. Yi Bei wondered whether he was really going to die like this. Despair engulfed him as he found himself unable to do anything. Just then, a loud noise rang out, breaking the silence. Something crashed through the glass doors with a thunderous roar, making the entire area shake. A violent force shot straight at the ability user, forcing it to retreat several steps. Its grotesque body shuddered under the unexpected attack. Zhao Hang's vehicle had charged in, breaking the stillness. Zhao Hang drove into the area and asked Yi Bei if he was all right. "The Apocalypse Rescue Squad has arrived," he announced. The ability user was startled by the vehicle's sudden appearance. Unease filled its eyes. Suddenly, Yi Bei reached out from beneath the water and grabbed the ability user's tail tightly. His strength was like a powerful jolt, making the ability user clearly feel the threat. Gripping its tail with determination in his eyes, Yi Bei gritted his teeth and said, "Don't even think about running." Yi Bei concentrated all his strength into a punch aimed directly at the ability user. With every bit of strength he had left, he unleashed a powerful blow at it. Yi Bei turned to Zhao Hang and told him to prepare the laser. If the monster turned its gaze toward him, Zhao Hang was to fire. Zhao Hang stammered his agreement, his face full of tension. Yi Bei gathered his strength, and green light burst from his hands, shooting straight toward the monster. His powerful strike hit it directly in the neck, making it stagger and hiss in pain. The monster staggered back under the sudden attack, overwhelmed by intense pain. Green light flared in its eyes with rage as it shone directly at Yi Bei, threatening and savage. Yi Bei swung his hand decisively and pressed the monster's head down hard, catching it off guard before it could react. As he pinned its head down, Yi Bei angrily wondered why this mongrel ability user was here. He suspected furiously that the Shadow Organization had sent it to kill him. Yi Bei clenched his fists, his eyes cold as he glared at the ability user in anger. His threat rang out menacingly. If it did not answer, he would end its life with a single blow. At the mention of the Shadow Organization, the ability user's expression changed. Panic and fear appeared in its eyes. Clearly, Yi Bei's words had made it feel deeply threatened. The ability user hurriedly shook its head and stammered that it did not want to go back, begging them not to take it back. Zhao Hang watched from the vehicle and asked Yi Bei why the big dog he had just beaten had turned into a snake monster. The monster looked toward the vehicle. Its surprised gaze settled on the girl inside, and it recognized her as Lena. The monster reached toward Lena, its eyes full of longing, as if begging for rescue, and repeatedly called her name. Hearing it call out, Yi Bei shouted angrily that if it kept making noise, he would smash it to death. Hearing the monster call her name, Lena hurriedly got out of the vehicle and ran toward it, calling Ani. She called it her older sister. Lena rushed toward the monster in panic. It kept calling her name, and she could not stand still any longer. Filled with worry and confusion over what was happening, she rushed closer. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hang could not help wondering whether the monster was the girl's older sister, and whether she was an ability user who had mutated after consuming black gold. Lena looked at the monster with anguish in her eyes, and asked why her sister had become like this, while the monster continued to cry, tears mingling with despair. The monster stammered that this was an experiment of the Shadow Organization. She was in terrible pain. Every word carried numb despair and confusion, as though she were struggling against her own mutation. Seeing how much pain the monster was in, Yi Bei asked whether she had finished speaking so he could put her out of her misery. His tone was cold and impatient. When Yi Bei prepared to strike, Lena pleaded painfully, saying that although she did not know who had turned her sister into a monster, she was still her sister, and Lena did not want him to hurt her. Yi Bei looked at Nguni and coldly told her to step aside and stop interfering. With the situation still tense, Yi Bei coldly explained that she had been transformed into an ability beast fusion. She no longer possessed a normal mind, was a threat, and had to be eliminated immediately. At this moment, the two sisters were still embracing and crying, paying no attention to Yibei's warning. Nguni anxiously pleaded over the line for Yibei to let Lena and her sister speak for a while. Before Nguni could finish, Yibei angrily said that this thing had nearly killed him earlier, so he could not simply spare her. Zhao Heng asked Yibei whether he would already have been killed if Nguni had not discovered that the monster had dragged him underwater and directed Zhao Heng here. Yibei sighed at that and reluctantly withdrew his hand from the monster's head as she lay on the ground. Angrily, he said that they were all idiots who did not understand the danger right before them. The monster asked, "You are not from the Shadow Organization?" "Of course not," Nguni replied. "They are survivors who came here to search the city." Groaning, the monster explained that she had escaped from the Shadow Organization, only to be pursued all the way here by a huge dog reeking of killing intent. Nguni asked the monster whether she had mistaken Yibei for someone from the Shadow Organization and attacked him only in self-defense. The monster stammered that she was afraid and could not be sure of anything anymore. Looking fearfully at Lena, she stuttered that she did not want to hurt anyone as long as Lena was safe. Lena painfully called out her sister's name. Over the line, Nguni cheerfully suggested that the two of them leave with her and the others, so they would not have to keep fighting in such danger. Her gentle voice was full of hope as she explained that their research facility had extensive research programs. Though they did not have many people, the team of doctors was studying zombies as well, and they might have a way to help Lena's sister. The two sisters looked at each other hopefully and asked whether they could truly help. Nguni happily answered that she was glad to be able to help others. Then she looked toward the vehicle and added that their car simply could not carry Lena's sister. The monster looked at Lena with unwavering determination and refused to leave, saying that wherever Lena went, she would follow. Zhao Heng looked at Nguni suspiciously and asked whether she really intended to invite that female beast back with them. Yet Nguni answered resolutely that as long as the two sisters were together, she did not think there would be any danger. Seeing that Nguni seemed about to say more, Zhao Heng turned to look at Yibei, who was seated beside him, to gauge his reaction. His expression was stiff yet thoughtful, as though awaiting an important decision. Then he said, "Since Brother Yi has said nothing, let's go." This showed that Yibei had agreed. The vehicle began moving toward the research facility. The car went ahead, the monster followed behind, and Nguni's drone hovered overhead, monitoring every movement below. Seeing the monster's speed, Zhao Heng remarked in admiration, "She is quite fast." Lena looked sorrowfully at her sister, Anna, her eyes full of worry and heartache. At last, after a long journey, they arrived at the research facility, where there was hope that Lena's sister could return to how she used to be. Dr. Zhang and Duong stood outside the gates of the facility, looking up in astonishment. They seemed surprised by the group's arrival, especially when they saw the enormous monster standing before them. Dr. Zhang and Duong were both stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The bizarre fusion of a human and a wild beast left them shocked and uneasy. They looked toward Yibei with suspicion and concern, then asked, "What exactly is going on?" The girl stepped forward and introduced herself as Lena from the Western District of City. When the outbreak began, she and her older sister had driven south in hopes of finding safety. At this moment, the monster lowered her head in greeting. The gesture made the atmosphere strangely awkward. It showed respect, yet pain remained hidden in her eyes. Lena introduced her as Anna, her older sister. During their escape, they had been captured by an organization called the Shadow Organization, which transformed Anna into this monster. Duong said the monster was adorable, while Dr. Zhang wondered what kind of organization could possibly have the ability to transform a person into such a monster. Duong ran toward the monster and gently asked, "Can I touch you for a moment? Don't be afraid." But the monster suddenly ran away, startling Duong. Before she could understand what was happening, the huge monster had fled in a hurry. Those around them had no time to react, leaving only the echo of heavy footsteps. The monster plunged into a nearby lake, splashing water everywhere and sending powerful waves outward. The atmosphere became strangely tense and silent. Duong wondered why the monster was so afraid of strangers. Was she embarrassed, or did she truly fear the outside world, where she had once been a creature altered by cruel experiments? Zhao Heng asked Lena why she had hidden in that construction site building. There was neither water nor food there, and she had been all alone. Could she really have survived there for long? Lena replied that, at first, someone had taken her into hiding among the zombies. However, he left halfway through, leaving her at the construction site and telling her to stay there and wait. Zhao Heng asked whether that person had returned. Lena merely nodded silently. Seeing this, Zhao Heng angrily said that the man had actually brought her to a city filled with zombies, then immediately asked who he was. Lena explained that he had given her a blood-soaked cloak and said it was covered in zombie blood. If she wore it, it would conceal her presence so the zombies would not notice her. Hearing this, Zhao Heng seemed to realize something, and his eyes suddenly turned grave. Nguni hurried over, breathlessly calling Lena's name. Startled by the girl's urgency, Lena turned around with worry in her eyes. Still weak, Nguni stepped out and asked Lena whether the person she had traveled with was a short-haired man named Du Hai. Lena confirmed that it was him, then looked at Nguni and asked whether she was that person's daughter. Nguni stammered that he was her father. Her eyes were filled with shock and concern. Then, trembling, she lost her balance. She collapsed unconscious onto the ground, making everyone rush over in alarm. Duong supported Nguni and worriedly said, "You silly girl, why did you run out from your hospital bed?" Dr. Zhang hurriedly asked whether she was all right. Zhao Heng turned to Yi Bei with a grave expression and suggested that they search for Nguni's father. His voice carried worry as he considered the current situation. Yi Bei stood with his arms folded and his head lowered. Cold but decisive, he said that it was getting late. Conditions outside would become even more dangerous. The mech armor needed repairs, and the defenses around the research facility also had to be strengthened. Dr. Zhang strode quickly toward Yi Bei, his face red with anger. Tense, he asked whether Yi Bei should not be the one explaining things to them. Had Yi Bei known everything all along and still remained silent? Dr. Zhang looked at him suspiciously and sighed, saying that he did not understand why Yi Bei insisted on keeping these secrets, nor what exactly he was dealing with. Although he did not wish to interfere, he could not set his mind at ease. Zhao Heng nodded in agreement with Dr. Zhang. He said that if Yi Bei encountered another unexpected situation and they were unable to help him, it would surely lead to serious trouble. Yi Bei thought for a moment and decided that it was time to tell everyone. He looked at them with a solemn expression and spoke decisively. As Duong, Dr. Zhang, and Zhao Heng listened in silence, Yi Bei stood before them with a steady gaze and said, "I came back from 55 years in the future." Zhao Heng raised his brows in surprise and said that he had always felt Yi Bei was no ordinary person. Dr. Zhang was bewildered, doubt visible in his eyes. Time travel? Does such technology really exist? What kind of time travel is it? Physical travel, or only the transfer of consciousness? Duong asked in astonishment. How could humans possibly survive for another 55 years? That is incredible. Holding the black gold bead in his hand, Yi Bei said coldly, "This is the source of everything and the key to scientific advancement." He explained that through their research into black gold, they had developed resistance to the zombie virus. Their newest achievement was a time machine, which could transmit consciousness across time and space within the radiation range of black gold energy. Dr. Zhang was utterly astonished, disbelief filling his eyes. Yi Bei continued that although they could return to the past, they could not stop the zombie virus from spreading. They could only send their consciousness back to the period when the virus first broke out. Yi Bei told Dr. Zhang that he had also studied the composition of black gold and found that it did not resemble any element from Earth's surface. Since so much information and research material had been lost, they suspected that it was most likely an object from beyond the sky. Zhao Heng asked in confusion, "Could aliens have invaded?" Yi Bei said that perhaps they had, but if that were the case, the aliens might already have won completely. During the 55 years in which the virus swept across the globe, there were barely any humans left in the world. Meanwhile, Lena remained seated beside Nguni's hospital bed. Yi Bei continued that even so, humanity had never stopped fighting and slaughtering one another over resources. All the senior members of his organization had been killed. In the end, Yi Bei could only be assigned the organization's final mission, return to the past and rebuild the organization. Hearing this, Zhao Heng finally understood why Yi Bei had always been searching for black gold. He then asked whether Yi Bei was already more than 50 years old. Yi Bei said that he was perhaps already over 70. However, no matter what, his consciousness could only return to the moment when he had first seen zombies at school. He continued that they had reached a critical point and no longer had time for further experiments. After escorting him, his teammates had also been responsible for detonating the laboratory and destroying the time machine. Yi Bei lowered his head and said sadly that he did not know how they had verified the results of the experiment. Zhao Heng said that this was the first time he had heard Yi Bei speak so much. This story could be turned into a long novel. Duong added that now that Yi Bei had revealed his background to them, they would be his teammates in the future. Yi Bei said he was not sure, but he hoped so. Zhao Heng asked, "What do you mean? You said the future would change." "It already has," Yi Bei replied. He turned to Dr. Duong and asked whether she had studied the properties of the zombie virus. Did she know? Duong answered that she had. She had said before that their survival was a miracle. The zombie virus was truly not simple. Infection did not occur only after being bitten by zombies. Duong continued. In fact, this virus is airborne. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhang and Zhao Heng both rose to their feet, their faces filled with alarm as they stared at Duong in disbelief. Duong said that this was why they were people chosen by heaven. The antibodies in their bodies had prevented the virus from spreading. It was truly miraculous. However, she could not guarantee that they would not mutate after being bitten. Zhao Heng looked deeply disturbed. Yi Bei agreed, saying that their bodies had long since been infected with the zombie virus. Normally, even if they were not bitten by zombies, they would sooner or later become zombies. They could resist the airborne virus, but they were not completely safe. Zhao Heng said this was terrifying, and that no wonder Yi Bei had said nothing. Yi Bei replied that he had always harbored doubts, but what happened today had proven them. Frowning, Yi Bei said that he had discovered someone was accelerating the spread of the zombie virus and everyone's mutation. Everyone looked at him in shock, their eyes filled with worry and confusion, and urgently asked, "Who is it?" "The Shadow Organization," he said in a firm, grave tone. His gaze swept across the faces awaiting his answer, with no hesitation at all, as though the name itself carried an undeniable threat. Yi Bei recalled the moment when his arms and other parts of his body had gradually changed. Trembling, he stammered, "I'm starting to change back." Fear appeared in his eyes, as if he were facing an inescapable nightmare. Then he suddenly sat upright in surprise. "My body has really changed back into a human." Joy and astonishment shone in his eyes, yet he could scarcely believe the miracle that had just occurred. Tong Bin stood before him, his face radiant at having achieved his goal. He said that from now on, he had officially become a member of the Shadow Organization. His voice was filled with satisfaction. The man thanked him repeatedly, his face brimming with excitement as he kept saying, "This is wonderful." It was as though he had finally attained something he had long desired, his gleaming eyes unable to conceal his exhilaration. At that time, a girl stood quietly by the window, looking outside as though she were watching something. Outside, a horde of zombies wandered forward step by slow step, their vacant eyes and twisted faces resembling terrifying ghosts encircling the world. Returning to the present, Yi Bei said that in his original timeline, although the zombie virus could spread through the air, only a small proportion of infected people mutated. Most became infected after being bitten by zombies. However, zombies were now absorbing sunlight to undergo first-stage mutation. This process, which used to take several weeks, had been reduced to only a few days. The rate at which ordinary people became ability users was also higher. Yi Bei was certain that the Shadow Organization had also sent people back from the future. He did not know whether they had repaired the destroyed time machine or whether. He stopped there, his gaze thoughtful, as though considering something important that he could not yet say. Zhao Heng asked Yi Bei that if the Shadow Organization possessed a way to control the zombie virus and had a time machine, why did it not return to save humanity? His question was full of doubt. He could not understand why the organization would not intervene in the past and change the situation. Yi Bei said regretfully that the Shadow Organization did everything except save humanity. They believed ability users were a higher form of human existence, and they were trying to establish a world ruled by ability users, no longer caring about the fate fate of ordinary people. Then he said coldly, "The Shadow Organization's goal is to destroy humanity." It was a cruel plan concealed beneath the appearance of progress and power. Zhao Heng and Duong looked at each other and both said, "Insane." They could not believe an organization could possess such a cruel purpose, leaving them shaken by Yi Bei's revelation. Dr. Zhang seemed to think of something. His expression turned serious, his eyes sharp, as though the final pieces of a great puzzle had just connected. After pondering for a moment, he spoke as if he had realized something important. Dr. Zhang said that he had taken some of the medicine from the black boxes Zhao Heng had previously brought back for testing, and had found that its composition was similar to black gold. The black gold in the medicinal solution was also quite active. This might be the crucial factor allowing the Shadow Organization to control the zombie virus and develop ability users. He said that this substance seemed like a catalyst for black gold and could be a key factor in amplifying its power. Dr. Zhang asked Yi Bei whether the Shadow Organization had been secretly giving everyone this medicine. Yi Bei confirmed it, saying that they could put the medicine into water and drinks, gradually affecting those who consumed it without their knowledge. Zhao Heng suddenly mentioned that this medicine had been found in Nguni's father's vehicle, making the atmosphere in the room turn tense. After hearing this, Yi Bei made an immediate decision without hesitation. They had to go out and investigate at once. He knew that if the Shadow Organization continued to exist, humanity would not survive another 5 years, perhaps not even that long. Everyone gathered together. Yi Bei looked at them, then spoke to Dr. Zhang about arranging defensive barriers around the research facility, stressing that they would also need to use the poison gas developed by Dr. Duong. Meanwhile, Dr. Duong would continue working to treat Nguni. Duong looked at Yi Bei with sparkling eyes. Somewhat hesitant and curious, she asked whether he was Nguni's older brother. Yi Bei looked at her in confusion and asked what had happened, sounding surprised and concerned. Duong smiled and gently said it was nothing, merely a medical matter. Yet Yi Bei was still puzzled, unable to understand what she meant. He said there was no more time to talk. They needed to establish their defenses quickly. He then ordered Zhao Heng to withdraw as well, unable to let the situation outside remain so tense. Outside the research facility, night had fallen. Darkness enveloped everything, creating a heavy and tense atmosphere. Nguni lay on the hospital bed, weak and frail, but her eyes slowly opened. The faint light from the ceiling lamp shone on her as she gradually woke up. Her mind was still hazy. She struggled to sit up, her body still weak, every movement difficult. Her trembling hands braced against the bed, and her face was pale with exhaustion. Turning her head, she saw Lena dozing beside her bed. Seeing Lena's face, Nguni sensed her deep exhaustion. Lena's eyes were tightly shut, her brows furrowed as though she were fighting desperately against sleep. Nguni got out of bed and slowly slipped on her slippers. She glanced at the sleeping Lena, covered her with a blanket, and quietly walked toward the door, taking every step with care. Not wanting to disturb the sleeping girl, Nguni walked through the dark corridor. Dim lights cast a faint glow across her face, and her soft footsteps echoed through the silent space. She arrived at the door of her room. She gently placed her hand on the doorknob, feeling the cold metal against her palm, then eased the door open to reveal a dark, quiet room. Inside, Duong sat at a table, staring intently at the glass of liquor in her hand. She quietly said, "That little brother doesn't seem to be telling the truth. Perhaps your judgment was correct." She raised the glass and drank, her gaze still fixed on the empty space before her. Each sip brought warmth, but also deep contemplation. Duong slumped over the table and sighed wearily. In broken breaths, she said that she had hoped coming here would solve some problems, but instead, the problems had only multiplied. Difficulties kept arriving one after another, as though there were no way out. Suddenly, Duong startled and turned to see Nguni silently standing there, watching her. The girl's eyes were full of curiosity, but also a hint of unease. Seeing Nguni at the doorway, Duong was confused as to why she had left her hospital bed on her own. She immediately turned back and worriedly told the girl to return to her room. Nguni stood still, looking tired but determined. She said she could not sleep and wanted to come outside for a while. Duong sighed, her eyes full of worry. She knew Nguni missed her father terribly, but the girl could not neglect her own health. Softly, she explained that Dr. Zhang's team had already gone to rest and would continue trying to help Nguni tomorrow. Nguni said she had heard Duong talking to someone, so she assumed everyone was here. Duong gave an embarrassed smile. Nguni had discovered that she was speaking to someone, something Duong had thought no one would notice. Duong touched the container holding a zombie's head. Her expression complicated and said, "It's him." Nguni's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the zombie in the container. She could hardly believe what she was seeing, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. Duong looked at the zombie head and smiled faintly. Her eyes filled with affection. She said, "He was my childhood sweetheart, a complete idiot." Nguni was bewildered by Duong's words. Surprise and concern showed clearly on her face. She could not understand why Duong could speak of someone like that with such an unusual expression, and she felt as if everything was becoming increasingly confusing. Duong recalled her childhood friend, a very kind man, but foolish, weak, and incapable of judging his own limits. He clearly did not want to be a doctor, yet he kept taking the exams. He was rejected again and again, but never gave up. Like a stubborn stray dog, he followed her every step and never once let go. Choking back tears, Duong said that throughout all that time, he had been the only person who always stood by her side. No matter how the world changed, he remained her strongest support, the one loyal friend who never left. Those old men at the hospital wanted to steal the credit for her research, and he was the only one who dared to speak up for her. He feared no danger and cared nothing for personal gain. He only wanted to protect what she had contributed and what she rightfully deserved. Even when disaster struck and they faced the zombies, he protected Duong without hesitation. Though he knew perfectly well that he would be in danger, he still threw himself into harm's way just to keep her safe. Hearing this, Nguni empathized with her. He truly was an exasperatingly kind person, someone who kept giving his sincerity and protecting others, no matter how often he was hurt. Duong spoke painfully of how, during the poison gas testing, he had thrown himself into danger so she could escape. He had been surrounded by zombies. Even after becoming infected, he kept fighting and refused to give up until the zombies bit him and tore his body into pieces. Duong's voice choked with emotion, as though every word cut into her heart. She touched each piece of a zombie's body stored in separate containers, her hands trembling as she said that when she saw the corpse fragments scattered all over the ground, she could no longer tell which pieces had belonged to him. Those fragments were like the shattered memories of her childhood friend. Now, only pain and regret remained in her heart. Duong said she had always wondered whether he might still be alive after risking his life like that. The question left Nguni at a loss for how to respond. At the table, Duong realized she had spoken out of turn and immediately apologized. Just kidding. It wouldn't be funny if a zombie came back to life. Duong felt embarrassed for carelessly saying such things to Nguni. Shyly, Nguni asked if she really liked him. Duong did not deny it. Yes, it really is a cursed bond. When it comes to an idiot like him, I just can't help myself. Then Duong told Nguni to go back and rest. She said she would wait a while longer before diving down to keep Anna company. At the vast lake, countless solar panels had been installed. Nguni did not listen to Duong and return to bed. Instead, she wandered out there. Anna's enormous shadow moved beneath the water, her eyes glowing blood red. After a while, Anna surfaced. She was unbelievably huge. Nguni greeted Anna, though she was a little shy since they had only just met. Anna greeted Nguni in return. In Anna's eyes, Nguni was a kind little sister. After introducing herself, Nguni asked with concern whether Anna was feeling all right. Anna had to stay hidden now and could not let those cruel people discover her. The Shadow Organization had done terrible things to her. Having a body like this made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Still, she had gradually grown accustomed to it. Yet whenever she recalled the past, she still felt afraid. Nguni felt sad for Anna and gently stroked her body. Through that touch, Anna could sense Nguni's pain. The girl had been suffering all along, believing that if she simply endured it, she would eventually get used to the pain. Anna could still feel that pain within her. Indeed, no matter what form they became, they were human from beginning to end. After saying that, Nguni ran out of strength and fainted. Anna immediately caught her with her fin. Nguni cried out weakly in pain, her groans growing softer and softer. Anna wrapped herself around Nguni's body and slowly moved toward the house. Fortunately, Duong came outside and discovered them in time. She panicked so badly that she broke into a cold sweat, calling out Nguni's name. Duong had already told her to return to her room and rest. Yet she could not understand why the girl had stubbornly come out here again. If Nguni kept behaving like this, Duong truly would not be able to treat her anymore. Nguni realized she had been wrong and apologized, but she had one request. She begged Duong to help her complete the surgery. Meanwhile, in the fabrication room, Yi Bei was still diligently working on the mech armor, while Zhao Heng snored soundly. Yi Bei said nothing and remained focused on his task. Night had covered the high-rise buildings. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and the scene was dark and bleak. Amid this landscape, someone was tirelessly searching for the girl, surnamed Xiao. A Bang wondered where she had gone and why this place had been attacked by zombies. Logically, zombies should not detect anyone unless they were bleeding. Yet there were tracks from large wheels on the road. Someone had passed through here. A ferocious red hand suddenly appeared against the black sky. Its abrupt appearance startled a Bang. Terrified, he curled himself up and did not even dare breathe, hiding in a corner to avoid the monster. It flew around, searching everywhere. When it found nothing, it left. Only then did a Bang dare to breathe again. He had been scared stiff. But then another sinister old man discovered him. He looked utterly terrifying. At the research facility, dawn was breaking. Nguni had begun her surgery under Dr. Duong. Duong stood beside her, continuously monitoring the girl's condition. Outside, Yi Bei and Dr. Zhang watched the situation inside anxiously. Dr. Zhang felt extremely uneasy. He could not believe they truly had to use black gold to treat Nguni. Yi Bei folded his arms. Dr. Duong has prepared a specialized chemotherapy drug. For now, it can only stabilize her condition. Nguni needs a certain amount of time to adapt to the energy of the black gold. Yi Bei had fused an ability beast's core nucleus with red black gold. Duong would conduct the operation based on the formula he provided. As long as the chain reaction did not exceed the threshold, Nguni's life would not be in danger. Dr. Zhang could not believe it. They had experimented with this method in the future, and Yi Bei had even participated in creating ability users. Yi Bei denied it. This method merely produced byproducts of ability users. A few fools had treated it as an immortality drug and offered it to privileged elites for medical treatment. It did have some effect, but Yi Bei did not know whether it could truly grant immortality. If this protective treatment failed, they would have no other choice but to find Nguni's father. Therefore, Yi Bei told Zhao Heng to resume searching with the armored vehicle, eliminating every zombie they encountered along the way. While concentrating on driving, Zhao Heng told Lena that there were quite a few ordinary zombies in this area, so she should search to the left. They had already gotten very close to the construction site where they had met her. Lena accepted the assignment and guided the drone to the left to search. However, since she was new, she was not familiar with operating the drone and did not understand computers very well. Analyzing so many surveillance feeds at once was difficult. She could not understand how Nguni had managed it. She was truly impressive. Zhao Heng guessed that Nguni's father was no ordinary person. He might even have been able to spot them. After observing for a while, Lena seemed to see a Bang. He's running down this road. Zhao Heng was surprised that she had found him so quickly. A Bang was using every ounce of strength in his legs to run as fast as he could. He was desperately trying to escape something. A group of Tier 1 zombies was fiercely chasing after him. Thinking quickly, a Bang threw his jacket toward them. The entire group froze at the sight of the jacket. It had been fitted with numerous bombs, and then, boom! Every one of them was caught in the blast. A violent explosion shook the area, but it had no effect on the Tier 1 zombies. They were still alive. Even the roaring flames could not destroy them. Since they were Tier 1 zombies, special weapons were needed. The armored vehicle arrived just in time and fired a special blue beam. Only this beam could eliminate them. Once struck by it, they were certain to die. They had no chance of surviving. The armored vehicle charged toward them again. It crushed them once more, just to make sure, then stopped heroically before Nguni's father, who stared in stunned disbelief. Zhao Heng opened the vehicle hatch and asked whether he was Nguni's father. Seeing that a Bang was still too stunned to answer, Zhao Heng urged him to get in. He had no time to explain. Only then did a Bang climb into the vehicle. He desperately wanted to see his daughter, Nguni. The armored vehicle sped away at an astonishing speed. The search for Nguni's father was finally over. The blue-haired man watched everything from above once again. Baba was also a member of the Shadow Organization. He asked Tong Bin, "Are we just going to let them leave like that?" Tong Bin replied, "They are subjects of special concern from the advisors. We must deal with them seriously." Baba was dissatisfied. Wouldn't it be better to rush in and take them down directly? These petty maneuvers don't suit our style. Tong Bin rejected the suggestion. That would not suit Baba's style either, and our intelligence on them is insufficient. Not long ago, a little girl mutated into a high-level ability user and controlled several thousand zombies to besiege them, yet she still failed. We arrived too late and could not keep her. Baba was surprised. A high-level ability user who could control several thousand zombies? That is quite a serious loss. Tongbin admitted that even with fewer zombies, it would have been a permanent loss. Not long afterward, Zhao Heng brought Nguni's father back to the research facility. When Dr. Zhang saw him, he could not believe the man was truly still alive. Abang himself could hardly believe he had made it back. He was overjoyed to return and felt that he had caused everyone a great deal of trouble. But Dr. Zhang was delighted. He did not know whether to thank the heavens or say that Abang had an extraordinarily lucky fate. Without wasting any more time, Dr. Zhang told Abang to wash up, disinfect himself, and then go see Nguni. After cleaning and disinfecting himself, Abang arrived outside the room where Nguni was undergoing surgery. He could not believe his daughter had to endure such pain. What a tragic life she had. Dr. Zhang explained that when Zhao Heng brought Nguni here, she had been stable, but her condition had worsened recently. She had been constantly busy searching for survivors and trying to find news of her father. Hearing this, Abang was overwhelmed with guilt. He called himself an idiot. If he had returned sooner, things would not have turned out this way. Dr. Zhang comforted him, saying that Abang had also suffered greatly. However, he still had many things he wanted to ask Abang. He took out the pitch-black package that Yi Bei and Zhao Heng had found in Nguni's father's vehicle and asked Abang where he had gotten it. Abang replied that, to be honest, he did not know what it was or what it was used for. The Shadow Organization had given it to him. At first, he had thought they were a charitable social organization. He had helped them transport and distribute this medicine, and they had even promised to treat Nguni. Dr. Zhang could not believe it. You joined them? Do you know what this medicine is for? Abang replied, I only know that the zombies appearing in the city are connected to this medicine. It was precisely because he understood how terrifying that organization was that he had wanted to withdraw. Abang pretended to continue transporting goods so that he could return and take Nguni away. Unfortunately, zombies blocked his path, and by the time he made it back, it was already too late. He had called her and told her to lock up the store tightly and not go outside, but now she was suffering through her illness over there. Abang trembled. Is this retribution? I always told Nguni that there are many good people in this world and that we should do more good deeds. Yet I help bad people do evil. I'm not worthy of being her father. Duong appeared and said that Nguni was still alive, but she needed a few drops of Abang's blood. She hoped more than anything that he was Nguni's biological father. None of their blood types were compatible with Nguni's. Otherwise, they would have cured her long ago. Now, Abang was their only hope. Upon hearing this, Abang immediately agreed. Take as much blood as you need, as long as you can save Nguni. Duong was delighted. Fortunately, Abang was here, or she would have had to use black gold to save Nguni. Hearing the words black gold, Abang hurriedly stopped her. Black gold absolutely could not be used. Duong did not understand why. Could black gold not be used? Did Abang know something about it? Abang did not know how to explain it. But in short, the Shadow Organization wanted to use black gold for a large-scale experiment. Its scope covered the entire city, and many people would die. Duong did not understand. Everyone in this district had already turned into zombies, so what difference did death make? But Abang still insisted that black gold could not be used. The Shadow Organization seemed to have said that anything connected to black gold would be affected. Dr. Zhang said they only used black gold to fight. Without it, they had no way forward. Abang panicked and grabbed Dr. Zhang tightly. They had to leave. No matter how far they had to go, they had to leave. Then he insistently demanded to take Nguni away, but Dr. Zhang stopped him. Nguni could not leave the treatment chamber right now. but then a bang was struck hard in the back of the neck with a wrench. It was eBay. Keep it down. You're driving us crazy. One person lay sprawled on the floor while the other three stared at one another. Ebai told them to hurry up with the blood draw and surgery. There was no need to waste any more time. Heavy rain fell over the dark, gloomy world. At a rather upscale bar that was still operating amid this chaotic world, Basi wondered why everyone had joined the Shadow Organization. Baba said it was because his teammates had died, leaving him all alone. Du Feng said it was because he had to protect his teammates. Basi noted that he could understand their reasons. It was truly wonderful that they could become new teammates. Still, he guessed that many more people would join them. Baba happily added, of course, there were more and more people scattered across the world, so everyone should help recruit members. While playing darts, Du Feng curiously wondered what kind of society ability users could ultimately become. They no longer needed food, could freely alter their combat forms, and no longer feared zombies. Yet he did not think they would be a force that could easily unite. Baba advised Du Feng. That is the advisor's problem to think about. For now, we just need to listen to her. But Du Feng still doubted whether it was truly all right to obey someone from the future. Basi recalled that the advisor had once mentioned Du Feng, saying that he got along very well with everyone in the future. Only those who fit in could become good ability users. Du Feng had another question. Ebai was also from the future, so why did he not want to become an ability user? Baba cheerfully answered that eBay simply could not fit in. Du Feng and eBay seemed to have been classmates, right? eBay was weak and useless, yet could not stand seeing others live better lives than him. So he wanted to use the time machine to return and defy fate. Du Feng had also met eBay. He had indeed changed greatly from before. Everyone who had once offended eBay now wanted revenge. Naturally, the advisor from the future wanted to remove the thorn in their side, that was eBay, allowing ability users to become the rulers of the world. Tongbin appeared and applauded Baba. Well said. The world eBay pursues is different from ours. We truly need to get rid of him. But at this stage, we still need to win eBay over. He has always been bound by outdated ideas. We must make him understand our new way of thinking. Tongbin declared that they lived for black gold. Black gold was the entire meaning of their existence. They had abandoned their old bodies and seized new lives. Baba completely agreed. They had to conduct deeper research into black gold and make themselves stronger. They had to become the strongest species on Earth, even in the universe. Then all four of them shouted in unison, "The Shadow Organization shall exist forever." Outside, the rain had not stopped. At the research facility, the storm might have been even fiercer. Zhao Heng was becoming sleepy again, yawning repeatedly, while Yi Bei remained focused on repairing and upgrading the armored vehicle. Zhao Heng suddenly asked Yi Bei where his future teammates were now. He guessed they must all be very young. Would it not be awkward if they failed to recognize Yi Bei? Yi Bei replied, "I already said that the present and future have changed. I do not even know whether they are alive or dead. They may not even be found in the places where I first met them." Zhao Heng wondered what they should do and how Yi Bei planned to rebuild his organization. Yi Bei replied boldly, "My teammates do not necessarily have to be a fixed group of people. There are people who believe in the same ideal." The same ideal? Zhao Heng was hearing that for the first time. What was it? The shared ideal is to eliminate all black gold and all ability users in the world, restoring human society to its proper order. It sounded simple enough, but it also felt like an incredibly distant ideal. That was also why Yi Bei's organization had so few members. After all, no matter how great the danger or where the people of the future came from, they ultimately could not escape their dependence on black gold. To keep obtaining black gold, human cities regularly escorted criminals, rebels, and abandoned civilians to zombie concentration camps. Yet even under such brutal rule, humans silently obeyed in order to survive, and there were fewer and fewer rebels. Zhao Heng also did not understand. If Yi Bei wanted to destroy black gold, why was he so skilled at using it? Of course I am. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If I want to destroy it, I naturally need to understand it. Once our enemies are completely eliminated, we will be responsible for destroying every black gold weapon in our hands. Zhao Heng greatly admired them for persevering with such an ideal. However, Yi Bei did not possess the same unwavering resolve as his teammates. Without those people, he might already have given up. If they had not once saved his life, then to Yi Bei, they would merely be a group of hopelessly stubborn fools. Bang finally woke up after being knocked unconscious and having his blood drawn. The sky had been gloomy for days, but thankfully, the rain had finally stopped. Bang was devastated. Had they truly failed to escape after all? eBay had already said that the Shadow Organization's experiment targeted the entire world. No matter where they ran, it would be useless. Even so, Nguni had apparently never considered running away. But Bang denied it, saying that she was simply too innocent and did not understand evil well enough, though that was the result of how he had raised her. Dr. Zhang disagreed. Nguni knew everything. She had experienced plenty on the way here, had seen it all, and had formed her own thoughts. Perhaps Nguni was even stronger than they imagined. After all, she was the one who had asked Dr. Duong to perform the surgery. Even so, as her father, Bang could not possibly feel at ease. In the past, Dr. Zhang had also controlled his child too strictly out of concern, and their disagreements had eventually created a rift between them. Unfortunately, even after the boy was no longer around, they still could not forgive each other. Bang was surprised and asked Dr. Zhang whether his son had not returned yet. Dr. Zhang did not know either, but if his son did return, he probably would not want to see him. They should stop talking about the past. They needed to unite and overcome this disaster together. Meanwhile, after many days of research, Yi Bei had produced an outstanding set of mech armor. Zhao Heng was astonished by its imposing appearance. Was this the fully completed mech armor? It looked incredibly powerful and durable. Yi Bei said that if the Shadow Organization's advisor wanted to meet him, then he would grant her wish. If he came all this way and did not tear apart their nest, he would feel sorry about it. As he spoke, he sealed himself inside the mech armor, covering his entire body so that not even his face was exposed. Yi Bei ordered Zhao Heng to protect the research work. If any ability users invaded, kill them on sight. Zhao Heng eagerly accepted the task. Let them come. This place will give them a warm welcome. Yi Bei also reminded him to take good care of Nguni. With everything arranged, Yi Bei activated every engine on the mech armor and rose into the sky, ready to flatten the ability user's nest. Seeing what the mech armor could do, Zhao Heng could not help exclaiming at how impressive it was. Before long, Yi Bei and the mech armor had traveled quite far, for ability users were already waiting for him. They had not expected him to build a flying machine in such a short time. Tong Bin became even more certain that the advisor had judged correctly. Now the plan could proceed smoothly. He turned and asked the other three whether everything was ready. Ba Ba could no longer wait, so he was sent in to attack first. He quickly transformed. His fangs slowly lengthened, his ears grew longer, and his whiskers extended. His limbs also became much larger than before. A terrifying beast-like form emerged, hideous beyond belief. Baba beat his wings hard and flew toward Yi Bei. He kept flying forward, filled with fiery determination to destroy everything. At the research facility, Duong was once again immersed in her research. She focused completely on observing everything beneath the microscope. Dr. Zhang informed Bang that the test results were in. His blood type was compatible with Nguni's, and the stem cell transplant surgery could proceed normally. Bang was overjoyed. In the past, even all the money he could earn in a lifetime would not have been enough to pay for such an operation. He did not know how to repay everyone. Dr. Zhang refused. All Bang needed to do now was watch the surveillance system and guard against enemy attacks. Dr. Zhang felt fortunate that Bang had taught Nguni how to use computers before. She had helped them tremendously. Then a terrifying beam of light suddenly struck their research facility, causing a violent tremor. Zhao Heng was alarmed and wondered if it was an earthquake, but it was not. Baba had flown to their research facility. He viciously launched another strike at the facility. The building shook violently once more. Only then did Dr. Zhang suspect they were under attack. He asked Bang whether he could see who was attacking the research building. Bang tried, but could not see anyone around the main entrance or the building. Moreover, several cameras seemed to have been damaged. Zhao Heng quickly drove the armored vehicle outside to inspect the situation. He saw a winged monster in the air, throwing fireballs at the building. Its fireballs could even penetrate the defensive force field and strike the facility. If he was not mistaken, it had to be a monster from the Shadow Organization. Zhao Heng told Dr. Zhang to open the door quickly. He would deal with the monster. After he went out, the electric grid and poison gas had to remain activated. Dr. Zhang agreed and reminded Zhao Heng to be careful. The entire research facility's electric grid was activated, along with the poison gas. Zhao Heng sped outside in the armored vehicle, ready to confront the monster. He activated the armored vehicle's advanced weapons, determined not to lose to the monster. Since it dared attack his building, it could have a taste of his black gold railgun. Zhao Heng's black gold railgun appeared, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful beam of energy. Even the monster was startled by the attack. However, it quickly dodged. One attack after another came at it, forcing it to evade repeatedly. Meanwhile, Yi Bei was still flying toward the Shadow Organization's nest when the signal from the research facility was suddenly cut off. He wondered whether he had entered the Shadow Organization's territory. He could only hope the research facility would be all right. He had already done everything he could. Then a beam of light suddenly appeared. In Yi Bei's path, Yi Bei had reached the Shadow Organization's territory and was attacked by several mech armors. The Shadow Organization had mech armor too? Sure enough, one of their engineers had traveled through time to this era. Yi Bei was no pushover, and he immediately counterattacked. But the Shadow Organization's mech armors activated shields that blocked every attack. Yi Bei was surprised that they also possessed shields capable of resisting beam attacks. Their bodies were drones, and their configuration was quite advanced. Yi Bei controlled his mech armor to evade all their attacks, then forcefully struck one of the Shadow Organization's mech armors on the head. Yi Bei kept braking so he would not drift away. The mech armors continued attacking him, but he easily evaded them. Then he channeled all his power into his mech armor's hand and smashed it hard onto a Shadow Organization mech armor's head. They were far smaller than Yi Bei's mech armor. Very quickly, Yi Bei destroyed the mech armors, blocking his path. He surveyed the surrounding area from left to right and from top to bottom, missing nothing. Suddenly, even more Shadow Organization mech armors appeared in the sky. With so many of them, how long had the Shadow Organization been here before Yi Bei arrived? Yi Bei fired a barrage at the mech armors. None of them managed to dodge, and every one of them was struck. They exploded across the sky like fireworks, a dazzling sight. Yet mech armors continued to appear, and Yi Bei continued attacking them with ease. At the same time, unfamiliar vehicles rushed toward the research facility. Tong Bin had left Ba Ba to fight alone, while the others used this chance to sneak into the facility. But the facility was surrounded by an electric grid and poison gas. If they crossed it now, they might lose their minds and be electrocuted to ashes. However, Tong Bin had anticipated this and had prepared a way around it. A Bang sat in the observation room, reporting that Zhao Heng had already suppressed that ability user. Then he asked about Ngun's condition and whether the surgery had been affected. But blood suddenly began to stream from his shoulder. Blood sprayed from a Bang's shoulder in a horrifying scene. A Bang fell from his chair and collapsed to his knees on the floor in pain. Tong Bin had actually infiltrated the research facility through a Bang's body. He remarked that placing a mark on a Bang had taken a great deal of effort. It just so happened to be located where a Bang could control the electric grid. A gun barrel with a barrage of rounds was ready to fire. Zhao Heng, inside the armored vehicle, was furious. He cursed the monster for constantly dodging around, making it impossible to hit. At last, Zhao Heng decided to use black gold tracking rounds to deal with the stubborn monster. Sensing danger behind it, the monster turned around to check. When it turned back, more than 10 rounds were already close behind it. To avoid disaster, it turned around and gathered its power to counterattack. Both forces were so powerful that they collided and exploded in the sky. But unexpectedly, another blue shot was fired from below the armored vehicle. The monster could not dodge in time and was hit. A massive explosion erupted, and the wounded monster fell freely from the sky to the ground. Zhao Heng was pleased with himself. Pretty powerful move, right? After the series of unexpected blows, the monster's body trembled and it struggled to stand. But it had resolved to launch a counterattack. It unleashed a powerful stream of purple energy straight at Zhao Heng's armored vehicle. The vehicle had no time to move and was hit head-on. Zhao Heng was jolted violently inside. Now it was the monster's turn to gloat. Zhao Hang's powerful weapon had given it quite a scare, but this should be the end. With that, the monster charged over and leaped onto the armored vehicle, stomping on it viciously without pause. It was continuing its unfinished attempt to pry open the vehicle, but it would not be that easy. Just as it worked, the hatch opened. Zhao Hang poked his head out and engaged the stubborn monster in close combat. When it finally recovered from the collision, Zhao Hang had already taken aim at it. Zhao Hang shouted, "Go back to hell, you demons!" At such close range, a bullet pierced straight through the monster's shoulder. The blast sent it flying away, sprawling painfully across the ground. Zhao Hang stepped out to face the monster, which suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! So now I finally understand why they call me here." Angered by the monster's carefree attitude, Zhao Hang demanded to know what it found so funny. The monster continued laughing and greeted him. "Hang, it's been a long time." Then it suddenly transformed back into a human. "Don't you recognize me?" Zhao Hang was stunned. "What? Old Xiao? Why are you here?" Back in the dark, desolate research facility, Nguni was still lying weakly and silently inside the laboratory's glass chamber. Duong reassured everyone that fortunately, Nguni was all right. Inside the ruined room, Dr. Zhang said that the previous attack seemed to have cut off the main power supply, and they were now using backup power. Duong confirmed that the situation was dire. The container holding stem cells extracted from a Bang's body had been crushed by debris, so the surgery could no longer proceed normally. Duong suggested calling Nguni's father to donate again. Dr. Zhang considered the proposal when an unfamiliar man suddenly appeared and said that Nguni's father would not be coming. Everyone in the room was puzzled. The stranger introduced himself. "My name is Tong Bin, one of the Shadow Organization's loyal operatives. Please forgive any offense." Dr. Zhang could not understand how he had gotten inside. Had the outer wall's defense system failed? Or had Zhao Hang been defeated? Tongbin told him not to get any ideas. He was merely using a Bang's flesh and blood, which allowed him to teleport freely within a range of 100 meters. Dr. Zhang was horrified. "Did you kill a Bang?" Tongbin smugly replied, "For a human, yes. But before long, he will transform into a zombie. That is not such a bad thing." Dr. Zhang snapped. "You really are a bunch of lunatics, a pack of bloodthirsty murderers." Tongbin reassured him that he would not harm either him or Dr. Duong. He knew who they were, and their advisor had instructed him to protect them well. Dr. Zhang began shouting, telling him to get out and declaring that he would never help them. Tongbin mentioned Yi Bai. "He must have told you quite a lot, but do you really trust him that much?" Tongbin believed Yi Bai was the kind of man who would do anything to survive. Outside, Yi Bai, clad in his mech armor, was still fighting the Iron Men frantically. He burned them down one after another, then suddenly stopped. Yi Bai sensed that someone was there. Another group of robots began moving. Yi Bai rushed forward to attack, while a white-haired girl watched everything from afar. The robots continued their fierce assault on Yi Bai. He created a protective barrier to shield himself from the gunfire. Then came his counterattack. Yi Bai fired flaming round from both sides of his mech armor, relentlessly shooting at every robot fighting outside. The robotic warriors collapsed one after another under Yi Bai's fierce attack. He did not hesitate to mock these clumsy artificial intelligence machines. Their firepower was decent, but they looked like modified construction robots. They were truly too weak. Then, from afar, a mysterious gaze near a doorway caught Yi Bai's attention. Looking closer, he saw another monster emerge, its vicious green eyes glaring at him. Its lower body was huge and muscular like a dinosaur's, while a pair of somewhat withered wings protruded from its sides, their colors bizarrely vivid. The monster's overall appearance was utterly grotesque. It narrowed toward the top with mismatched wings. Yi Bai could barely comment on it. He only thought that the Shadow Organization's sense of aesthetics had never disappointed him. The monster's eyes lit up as it began roaring madly, like a predator awaiting its prey. It raised a huge, powerful forelimb and delivered a crushing blow toward Yi Bai's armor. Yi Bai swiftly dodged it. The real surprise was its wings. They glowed like a tank's missile launchers, and a barrage of energy beams shot continuously toward Yi Bai. The monster attacked fiercely while Yi Bai kept dodging at high speed. But this monster seemed far better equipped than the previous ones. Its eyes emitted a strange light that slowed its opponent's movements. Yi Bai was puzzled. What exactly was this slowing light? Strange, he did not even need to look directly into its eyes for the beam to reduce his speed. Was this the power of a black gold creation? Seizing the opportunity, The monster spewed another blast of energy from its mouth at Yi-Bei. With his speed reduced, it was extremely difficult for him to respond. Yi-Bei knew the situation had become more difficult than ever. The battle continued. Yi-Bei fought the monster while the girl stood above, observing everything. At Zhao Hang's battlefield, he was still bewildered that Old Xiao was alive. Ignoring Zhao Hang's doubts, Old Xiao had something he wanted to ask him. Zhao Hang angrily demanded, "Say what you have to say. Why are you with the Shadow Organization? Did you betray us? Did you get a Khan and Chu Kai killed?" Old Xiao did not deny it. He said it was all because of him, but it had not been entirely intentional. Zhao Hang nearly went mad. Why did you have to hurt them? They always trusted you. They even treated you as their big brother. Old Xiao explained that fate had toyed with them. Their deeds at the border, robbing the rich to help the poor, had drawn the authorities' attention. During their final job, they were trapped by their enemies. The Shadow Organization had helped him escape, but by the time he returned to the others, Akan and Chu Kai had already been severely injured. He had not known what else to do. Zhao Hang asked whether he had taken Akan and Chu Kai to the Shadow Organization and whether they were alive. Old Xiao answered that he had. He then tried to persuade Zhao Hang to join him, saying that the members of their scenic gang could gather together once again. Zhao Hang shouted angrily once more. What kind of joke is this? The Shadow Organization destroys humanity and turns people into monsters. Is that a place fit for humans? You turned yourself into a monster, and now you have dragged Akan and Chu Kai into hell too. What are you talking about? Old Xiao said. Those days when we robbed the rich and helped the poor were glorious, but we could not live like that forever. We had no identities, and our enemies were always hunting us down. The Shadow Organization is different. It can transform us into ability users, beings far beyond ordinary humans. Zhao Hang could take no more and immediately slashed at him. Old Xiao screamed in pain as his tail was severed. Zhao Hang demanded again, "Are Khan and Chu Kai alive or not?" Unable to persuade him, Old Xiao reverted to his monster form. He said Zhao Hang was still as stubborn as ever. The two returned to fighting stances. Old Xiao declared that if Zhao Hang refused to listen, he would send him to meet them. At the infiltrated laboratory, Dr. Zhang argued back. Yi-Bei may have his own reasons, but he risked his life to protect Nguni. That is plain to see. Do not try to drive a wedge between us. Tongbin pretended to ponder. He did not fully understand what they had been through, but how should he describe the current scene? Tongbin said this was a standard ability user transformation process. He added that Yi-Bei wanted to create an ability user who would obey him, which was why he had been cultivating a bond with her. As he spoke, he moved closer. You do not know? It seems Yi-Bei has hidden his identity as a mech engineer quite well. Dr. Zhang was still confused. Tongbin said they were all mech engineers from the future, a group fanatically researching black gold by any means necessary, especially black gold within the human body. Dr. Zhang and Duong worriedly wondered what he intended to do. Tongbin calmly explained that he was only helping Yi-Bei finish the job. Although he was not a mech engineer, he had seen enough to understand. A sinister look appeared on his face. As long as we alter the configuration, we can turn her into an ability user loyal to the Shadow Organization. Press the button, and we gain another ability user. We gain another source of power. Dr. Zhang could no longer tolerate Tongbin's reckless actions. He shouted, "You scum!" Then he picked up an iron bar to subdue the arrogant intruders. However, as soon as he approached, a small flame incinerated the iron bar. Dr. Zhang was stunned. It turned out Baba had slipped inside at some point. He really knew how to provoke people. Tongbin reminded him not to play with fire in a laboratory. I was just a little eager to meet our new teammate. He looked down at Porngu, knee lying in a glass chamber, and boldly claimed that he and the girl shared a small destined connection. Tongbin continued working, asking Baba whether he had disabled all the traps around the research facility. Baba answered that Afong had checked upstairs and he had checked downstairs, so there should be no problem. Baba, what a pity there's nothing left to burn. I have held it in for so long. I really want to burn someone. The helpless girl in the corner became his next target. Baba shamelessly asked whether he could burn her since she had no label on her. Tongbin did not care and told him to take it outside if he wanted to burn something. Baba moved closer with a wicked grin. Wonderful. When I burn you alive, scream nicely for me. The louder, the better. The frightened girl trembled as he approached. but a tremendous sound came from above, drawing his attention. A powerful force struck the ceiling, as though it were about to burst apart. A moment later, it was truly smashed to pieces by Ani, one of the strongest ability users. Both Dr. Zhang and Duong Duong were shocked by her appearance. "Watch out, you vile scum!" Ani's eyes blazed with fury. She released a power that slowed the two shameless men's movements. Tong Bin and Ba Ba were struck down in one blow, their bodies left mutilated. The punishment for those evil men who dared threaten others was a painful death. Dr. Zhang praised Ani's destructive power, then told her to drive those bastards out of the laboratory. Duong Duong hurriedly adjusted the data, but the black gold reaction had already begun, and the energy could no longer be reversed. Hearing this, Ani released more blue energy to slow the reaction occurring within Guni. It worked. Duong Duong was surprised to see that the black gold's activity had weakened. Good. At this rate, we should be able to slow the mutations soon. Bossy Bay said that if anything unexpected happened, we should activate the backup program. Suddenly, a powerful beam swept through the air and struck Ani, who was fighting nearby, causing her to cry out in pain. It came from the arm of a mysterious ability user. He walked in and asked Ani, "Are you the experimental subject the organization has been looking for?" He also reminded her that if they could not bring her back, they were to kill her immediately. As he spoke, a sharp force shot from the blade fused to his arm. Fortunately, Ani's huge body dodged quickly, and the attack pierced the wall instead. To counterattack, Ani opened the enormous, grotesque mouth on her abdomen, drawing out a torrent of water and firing it at the man. But he was no weaker, swiftly evading it. The powerful blast scattered everywhere and slammed into the cell containers. As a result, the materials harvested from living zombies shattered and spilled outside. Beyond the research facility, Yi Bei's battle with the winged monster was still continuing. In the aftermath of the monster's attack, dangerous purple flames burned fiercely. Yi Bei's mech armor was still resisting them to keep the effects from reaching the interior. Inside the armor, Yi Bei was furious that so much energy was being wasted on the defensive shield. Realizing things had gone too far, he decided to concentrate all his strength on destroying the stubborn monster. The mech armor's arm ignited with flames, which then condensed into a massive fireball. Want to compete in firepower? Then I will not lose. Because of its massive size, the monster could not dodge the incoming flames. It had no choice but to use its slowing light to restrain Yi Bei, but he quickly ran away. Next, a barrage of gun barrels extended from its wings and fired continuously at Yi Bei. But this created an opening for him, because the smoke became so thick that the monster could barely move. Seizing that chance, Yi Bei charged out of the smoke. Both of his hands transformed into sharp saw blades. He rushed in and sliced into the monster's flesh, drawing bright red blood. The monster went mad from the agony of the slash. It was severely wounded. The pain made it unable to stand steadily, and it writhed violently. Before it could regain its bearings, Yi Bei appeared above it once more. He drove his heavy metal foot straight into the monster's eye. From above, the mysterious girl watched Yi Bei battle the monster and quietly said, "He meets the standard." The stubborn monster was finally defeated completely, burning to ashes in the blazing fire. Yi Bei sensed someone watching him and immediately became alert. He charged power into his metal arm, and its energy continued growing before shooting directly toward the mysterious figure standing on the roof of the research facility. A massive explosion erupted, nearly shattering an entire rooftop level. The enemy analysis system showed that the target had escaped the blast zone at incredible speed. At some point, the girl had appeared beside him. She said that with Yi Bei's strength, he was worthy of the title of mech engineer. Yi Bei immediately turned and launched an attack, but she vanished in an instant. Like a flash, she had somehow reappeared on the rooftop. It is truly a pity that Yi Bei did not join the Mech Engineer Council. Yi Bei was furious inside. Another person who can teleport? He immediately rushed toward the girl at his fastest speed, but strangely, she restrained him with a mysterious power in her hands. His entire body was abruptly immobilized, something Yi Bei had never expected. His body lost control, and the flow of his energy was rapidly suppressed. In the end, Yi Bei could only stand still and question her. "Who are you?" Are you a traitor from the council? Did you also come from that point in time? The strange girl introduced herself. I am Great Sage Northern Peak of the Mech Engineer Council. I'm sure Yi Bei has heard of me before. With that, she cast another technique with her hand. It made Yi Bei's body feel incomparably heavy. She introduced herself. This is black gold manipulation technology from 1,000 years in the future. There's no need for you to resist so fiercely. Cooperating with the Shadow Organization is the wiser choice. Yi Bei remembered, then laughed loudly. So it's Great Sage Zhang Yu. He had heard that she had either died or disappeared somewhere. Who would have thought she was working as a lackey for the Shadow Organization? Yi Bei rebuked her, saying that her actions brought shame upon her grandfather, Dr. Zhang, the esteemed pioneer, and upon Great Sage Zhang Yu herself. She explained that she had joined the Shadow Organization only to carry out the plan more effectively. Her grandfather had created the theory of black gold. She had merely expanded upon his foundation, turning people into mutated ability users. That is what you call plan. Yi Bei Laokit, you were the one who had the Shadow Organization murder those mech engineers, weren't you? Great Sage Zhang Yu did not care. She had revealed the truth, but very few people believed her. In order to prevent more people from standing in her way, she could only wipe them all out. She warned him that if Yi Bei continued to oppose her, he would end up just like them. Yi Bei sneered. Fine, let's see what brilliant insight you have. Great Sage Zhang Yu asked whether he believed zombies and black gold were the entirety of the apocalypse. Yi Bei replied, aren't they? A meteorite brought the zombie virus to Earth and infected humanity. Through photosynthesis, black gold formed within human bodies. Zhang Yu said that was her theory, though it had never been fully published. To avoid causing widespread panic, the Mech Engineer Council had chosen to suppress it, and in the end, it was all dismissed as urban legend. She had reported it to the council many times, only to receive a gag order. Yi Bei was not particularly surprised. So what enormous secret made you fake your death and slaughter people without hesitation? Great Sage Zhang Yu gave only one answer: the meteorite. The object that brought the zombie virus to Earth decades ago was only a small meteorite, less than 30 meters in diameter. But 100 years from now, another meteorite will come to Earth, 10,000 times larger than the previous one. If they're an extraterrestrial invasion force, then the first was merely a scout, and what follows is the main army. Yi Bei had not expected this. Zhang Yu continued, even if it is an ordinary meteorite, the weapons available on Earth would have difficulty destroying it. Not to mention that it is an asteroid with tremendous speed and radiation energy. With apocalyptic aerospace technology so underdeveloped, and the Mech Engineer Council indifferent in every respect, all I could do was watch helplessly as death drew ever closer. By the time the council finally woke up, it used its few remaining resources to secretly build lifeboats for itself. Yi Bei continued listening. Fortunately, the time machine you people destroyed was excavated and repaired. It can only transmit the consciousnesses of 2 people back in time, but that is enough. Yi Bei was positive. If Earth's destruction is inevitable, what is the point of returning to this point in time? Compared with saving humanity, you seem much more obsessed with turning humans into zombies. Zhang Yu continued, when the meteorite arrives, humanity cannot be saved. Every human must become a zombie, while those resistant to the virus will become ability users. In order to refine black gold, I am merely accelerating the process. To resist the greater catastrophe 100 years from now, I must gather the power of humans and ability users around the entire world. Back at the research facility, Ani and the ability user were still fighting. One kept swinging his blade, while the other resisted and slowed him down. The battle was reducing the surrounding area to rubble. Dr. Zhang lay sprawled beneath a pile of debris, desperately reaching out and calling for Dr. Duong Duong, who was barely clinging to life nearby. Tongbin had returned to normal after being torn apart. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. I always said using defective goods like this was extremely dangerous. He even asked whether everyone nearby was all right. Dr. Zhang was so furious that he called him a beast. Tong Bin replied that it was good enough that the old man was unharmed. He added, someone wants me to protect you well. It's one of the few requests made by your granddaughter. Dr. Zhang was confused. Tong Bin said, your granddaughter is a truly remarkable person. 35 years from now, she will become a great sage of the Mech Engineer Council. 100 years from now, she will become an advisor to the Shadow Organization and lead humanity in conquering more than half of Earth. Dr. Zhang still could not believe it. Zhang Yu, my granddaughter, is a member of the Shadow Organization. She is one of its founders, Tong Bin replied. She's like its matriarch. If her legs had remained intact, perhaps she would have achieved all that even sooner. Even now, Dr. Zhang could not believe his ears. How could that child? Tong Bin continued. 15 years ago, an accident during an experiment caused her to lose both legs. Your estranged son insisted on taking her abroad. From then on, no one ever saw her again. Do you know what conditions are like in the apocalypse? Ordinary people can barely survive, much less someone with a disability. Yet she does not resent you. She still wants to protect you. How moving is that filial devotion? You must miss her terribly, don't you? And you have always felt guilty toward her. Dr. Zhang was left speechless. After all, you feel the same way about Nguni, don't you? Is it because she reminds you of your granddaughter? Tong Bin asked. Then he turned back. Baba, stop sleeping. Hurry and take Dr. Zhang and Dr. Duong away. We need to report the results. Just as Tong Bin and Baba prepared to take Dr. Zhang and Duong away, their powers suddenly became chaotic. A bang inside the body of a zombie abruptly stood in the doorway and blocked their path. Tong Bin asked irritably, "Why have you turned into a zombie, and why are you standing here?" He immediately ordered Baba to drive him away. Yet what Baba saw before him was another horrifying entity, a zombie with a stretched, distorted body covered in repulsive slime. Baba decided to breathe fire and destroy it, but it had no effect whatsoever. What kind of monster is this? Even fire cannot hurt it. Baba panik. Duong gradually awoke from her stupor. Seeing Xiao Cheng transforming into a monster, she could not understand why he was there. Tong Bin seemed to have run out of patience. He kicked a bang hard. At such a critical moment, a bang was ruining everything, and it infuriated him. Dr. Zhang helplessly watched as a bang was beaten to a pulp. What caught his attention even more was that Nguni's glass chamber was suddenly increasing in power. The poor girl hurried to find Ani, who was fighting the ability user. Looking down, she saw Ani sprawled on the ground in agony. Ani had been defeated. The ability user said that Ani should accept her fate. Trying to compete with him in speed was impossible. Ani's body was covered in cuts. Outside, the situation was no better. Zhao Heng had been defeated by Old Xiao. Old Xiao claimed that he had already shown mercy, yet he continued trying to persuade Zhao Heng to become an ability user. Suddenly, a blue light erupted from the research facility, resembling the glow emitted by black gold. It caught Old Zhao's attention. The light grew stronger and stronger. At last, a massive surge of energy descended upon the research facility. In the distance, Yi Bei and Great Sage Zhang, you were still arguing. Yi Bei said, "Stop acting as though you're some righteous little girl. To destroy a meteorite 100 years from now, you want to sacrifice all humanity now? What kind of absurd logic is that?" "Great Sage Zhang, you said, as long as black gold exists, the meteorite can lock onto Earth's coordinates. Under its influence, all life on Earth will be destroyed. Even if we destroy it in high orbit, its radiation will affect humanity for tens of thousands of years. We cannot evade it. Only by becoming ability users can we survive." Zhang Yu stated this firmly. Yi Bei asked, "Then what exactly do you want me to do?" "Help me gather black gold. Help me create ability users." Great Sage Zhang, you did not merely want him to create them. She wanted him to lead them like a king. "Isn't that what you have always wanted?" Yi Bei admitted that it was tempting, but he refused. He had no interest in controlling a group of ticking time bombs. As a mech engineer, even if he was not a council member, he could never coexist with ability users. With that, Yi Bei rose and attacked. His first strike went straight at Great Sage Zhang Yu, but it was swiftly blocked. Then came two streams of fire in rapid succession, like machine gun fire. Being able to switch energy output modes in such a short time, impressive. Great Sage Zhang Yu asked, "Without using black gold, how long can your ordinary energy last?" Her power instantly shattered the ground beneath Yi Bei's feet, leaving him unable to maintain his footing. Under the relentless assault, Yi Bei had to move quickly to avoid being crushed. But Great Sage Zhang Yu was far too fast. With a mere gesture, she severed one of Yi Bei's arms. After several more lethal blows, Yi Bei quickly broke out of her encirclement. He did not forget to counterattack, detonating round after round of ammunition. But Zhang Yu easily evaded them with her protective barrier, while Yi Bei seized the chance to fly upward. He prepared to unleash his maximum power, which somewhat restrained Zhang Yu's ferocity. Yibai laughed loudly. What's wrong? Out of options already. Great Sage Zhang Yu said that if he thought neutralizing her supporting energy would immobilize her, he was being far too naive. She believed Yi Bei's body would soon collapse from overload. Yi Bei persisted. Dragging you down to hell with me isn't impossible. Great Sage Zhang Yu remained adamant. For people like you, isn't self-preservation your highest priority? Yi Bei agreed. Exactly, and that is why I refuse to let anyone else control me. Isn't that the reason I won't join the Shadow Organization? Great Sage Zhang Yu asked. Yi Bei replied, though the council is conservative and rigid, it can still distinguish right from wrong when humanity is about to lose all moral boundaries. I believe that is why some council members have placed all their hopes in me. Great Sage Zhang Yu asked, other than taking revenge for Li Ruoxi, what else have you done? Do you really believe you can find the fastest path to saving humanity on your own? Yi Bei was resolute. There's still 100 years left. How will we know unless we try? Great Sage Zhang Yu found that ridiculous. You understand human weakness and selfishness better than anyone. Do you truly agree to trust them? Yi Bei answered sincerely. Ido. Suddenly, an unusual sound drew both of their attention. An ability user, surrounded by butterfly-shaped black gold radiance, appeared in the sky. It was Nguni. Great Sage Zhang Yu laughed smugly. You keep talking about stopping ability users, yet you created a high-tier ability user yourself. How ironic. Suddenly, Nguni unleashed a powerful wave of black gold energy. As a result, Great Sage Zhang Yu's power rapidly diminished, and she staggered as she fell. It was a magnificent sight. The blue energy was overwhelming that dark violet-black power. Yi Bei also realized that black gold energy was spreading everywhere. With her power drained, Great Sage Zhang Yu's paralyzed legs could no longer move. She collapsed on the ground, still unable to comprehend what had happened. Yi Bei looked into the distance. Nguni can absorb black gold energy? Could this be a mutation caused by the reaction between the cancer cells in her body and black gold? Nguni replied, I can completely separate the black gold energy from zombie bodies. At last, I can help everyone. Yet Yi Bei remained deeply worried about her condition. Even she did not know how long she could keep it up, but she had never been able to endure for much longer anyway. The Nguni whom Brother Yi had met in the past had been the same. Yi Bei was startled. How could she know that? Nguni did not hide anything. She knew that Great Sage Zhang Yu had returned to this point in time because she wanted to save her father. He had braved fire and danger for her too, only to helplessly become a zombie. Great Sage Zhang Yu was bewildered. Can she read minds? Nguni gently said, I have always lived with everyone's help and support. I can feel everyone's kindness. My father often said that there are still many good people in this world, and I have always believed him. I believe that if everyone stands together, we will surely overcome this hardship. Nguni decided that she would absorb all the black gold on Earth. Then I will fly out of the solar system and lead the meteorite deep into the universe. With that, Nguni flew away, reminding Yi Bei, be careful. The future must surely be as everyone wishes. Yi Bei could not bear to watch Nguni leave. Yet all he could say was thank you.